Shire Councillor, Mayor Councillor John Harvey, Logan Shire Councillor, Mayor Councillor Dan Stewart, Murray River Shire Councillor Gary Pappen, Irrigation Shire Councillor Renee Woodland, Gell Shire Councillor Pat Quinn, Executive Officer Murray River Group Councillors Geoff Gell Shire Council CEO Geoff Rollinson, Irrigation Shire Council Administrative Executive Lynn Haswell. Welcome to you all and welcome to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for taking the time to be here for this very important discussion. Setting the scene, today's forum has been brought together for one simple reason. The people living with the consequences of the Basin policy have the right to be heard. Basin reform in our region has put our communities and environment on our way to help, a path that will go down in history as one of the most divisive, destructive and politically driven policy failures ever inflicted on regional Australia. We come together here today to confront the continued destruction of the Australian irrigation sector through the reckless mismanagement of our nation's most precious asset, water, and through a complete failure to understand what farming contributes to our people, our food security and our economy. During this forum, you will hear firsthand the bare bones account of the devastating impact former Prime Minister John Howard's 2007 $10 million National Plan for Water Security, followed by the 2012 Murray-Darling Basin Plan, which ultimately targeted 3,200 gigalitres of water recovery. What began as a $10 billion plan has since grown to $13.4 billion, a program that in our communities believe What began as a $10 billion plan has since grown to $13.4 billion, a program that many of our communities believe has been continually manipulated and exploited by those in power who came after it. Where it began. The original decision was, in our view, driven not out by sound science or balanced national interest, but by politics, specifically the need to secure support ahead of the 24th of November 2007 federal election. The plan was devised to secure the support of 4 South Australian senators, whose votes were seen as critical to John Howard's bid for a 4th term as Prime Minister. When asked what they wanted, the answer was simple: more environmental water for the lower lakes and to keep the river mouth open. Prime Minister Howard agreed, but returning to Canberra, it became clear this could not be achieved under the Australian Constitution. Then, what many would describe as 5 minutes to midnight before the election, a political workaround was found: International Ramsar Convention. That became the mechanism, and with it, the political justification, over-extraction of our water source. Yet through the 10 years of the Millennium Drought, no such over-extraction had ever been proven. John Howard lost the election and even lost his own seat, but then the machinery had been set in motion. And from that moment on, Basin communities began paying the price politically. Political deals struck far from the people and forced to live its consequences. For the record, the signatures on the 2007 bipartisan agreement were Malcolm Turnbull, Penny Wong and Tony Burke. The forum today is about documenting in time, after 14 years of the $13.4 billion Basin Plan, the impacts that it's had on our communities, our businesses and our environment. Moving forward, the challenge for us is whether government finally have the appetite to hear and act on the constructive solutions we have for a positive way forward, or will they just continue to lock us out of the conversations that affect our very being? Thank you.
Now, seeing as though I killed the first microphone, I'll try and be gentle on this one. How the day is going to run, we're going to have a range of speakers present their topics or their expertise, and then we're going to have a panel discussion. So that'll be an opportunity from you on the floor to ask questions and be engaged. Through the Basin Plan debate, we've seen the MDBA move from public meetings to secret squirrel invite-only events, and we're losing the ability to share knowledge and concerns of the issues that are affecting the broader community. So throughout the day, if you do miss out on the opportunity to ask a question during the panel discussion, there's a box up the back. You can put your question on it, and the expert that you want to ask the question to will get back to you. Just a bit of housekeeping. The toilets are up the back. The males is through the door. The ladies is just along the wall there. Tea and coffee up the back. Afternoon tea will be at 3:15, and the bar's open all day. And then we will have a break for dinner later. But I also want to set a bit of an intention for the day, that this day we're here for redemption. We're a broad church, an industry of different industries. I've killed another microphone. Different industries, different people and opinions. But we ask that you be respectful, be open, and most of all, have fun, be social, enjoy each other's company. Life's too short to let the bastards win. With that, I'll call up Darren De Bortoli.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here. It is Australia's greatest man-made disaster, and I've only got 15 minutes to talk about something I could talk about all day long. My involvement with this is when I started going through the science, I quickly realised that there was something fundamentally wrong, and when I started looking at the historical record, it very much supported what I had to say. And this is what Dr. John Briscoe into the Murray-Darling Basin Senate inquiry, and he was an expert from Harvard University, a water expert, had been involved with what the Murray-Darling Basin Commission had done, and I call them the good guys, until they were replaced by the authority, and the authority says it all, that we're a bunch of idiots and we don't know what we're talking about, and they're the experts, and we have to accept what they say, which is completely against the nature of the Australian people. And what he said, basically, said the 2007 Water Act was based on political deception. He was 100% correct. I call the Murray-Darling Basin Plan as it stands a land dehydration policy and not an environmental plan. A lot of the environmental arguments going back to the draft of the 2012 plan have been wrong. Every single one of them. And just as a footnote, over 90% of the Murray-Darling Basin wetlands exist on private land, which needs to be acknowledged. And those landholders are not the environmental vandals that they're painted out to be. The stated reason for the Murray-Darling Basin Plan was water quality. And water quality, this is a big one. I always point to town and sewage discharges into the river system are a major problem. And we never did a comprehensive audit of the Murray-Darling Basin rivers to find out where the hot spots were, and there are hot spots along the system. And I suspect one of them could be very much the Hay Sewage Treatment Works discharge. Even tertiary treated wastewater will still be high, can be high in nitrogen and phosphates. We have salt management. Salt management back in the 80s was highlighted as a major problem. And I, as a young kid back then in my 20s, I thought there's no way they could fix it up. Well, guess what? They did fix it up. And they did a bloody good job of it as well. Endangered species. I was educated, a degree, Bachelor of Applied Science and Ethnology at Roseworthy in South Australia. And one of the things good about South Australia is they had identified the damage cats were doing, and that was over 45 years ago. So they were well aware of the damage cats were doing. And once you start throwing in all the other invasive species, they are an enormous problem. At least Murray Watt is taking advice from the Invasive Species Council, because that's where 99.99% of the problems exist with endangered species. River gums, Ron Pike, who was very much involved in the water space, so we don't have a water problem, we have a water management issue. And Ron pointed out to me, he said, look, river gums are not flood dependent. They're flood tolerant, okay? And a lot of the conjecture about what was going on, was simply wrong. They're very, very robust, as are a lot of the wetlands, our ephemeral wetlands. And they're extremely tolerant to drying down conditions and very resilient. Obviously cannot survive long periods without water, but they're a lot more resilient than we give them credit for. And finally, Ramsar. Well, Ramsar is an agreement, international agreement to do with migratory water birds, and they don't have to be natural. As Professor Peter Gell and Professor Max Vincent pointed out, one of the most important Ramsar sites in Australia is the Werribee Treatment Works in Melbourne. And what they did there is they converted their sewage into a world-class Ramsar site, well recognised amongst the bird people. Yeah, the Murray-Darling Basin is subject to boom and bust cycles. It's the elephant in the room. That's not really acknowledged how variable the system really is. We also have, as part of the elephants in the room, the lower lakes. The lower lakes is where the problem starts. The assumption that predominantly fresh water was based on Lake Albert getting its fresh water from the estuarine Lake Alexandrina. And everything I was seeing about Lake Alexandrina showed it was estuarine, and Ken Jury, in his early days, I listened to his podcast when he was on the local community radio FM station, and when I used to listen to some of the scientists that he would put up, you could tell by the stress in their voices they were lying. So I was quite well aware that Lake Alexandrina was estuarine. Lake Albert was the problem. How in the hell could Lake Albert be fresh water if Lake Alexandrina was estuarine? Because the flows never came from Lake Alexandrina. They came from a completely different water source, as did the Coorong. The Coorong flows and the flows into not only Lake Albert, but what they call the Cook's Plain embayment, all came from the south. And they're big flows. The mythology recorded back in the 1840s talked about the Lake Albert being fresh water, talked about the goose legs, and they were the sandbars protruding out of Lake Albert into Lake Alexandrina. And when you think, how in the hell can you have sandbars protruding out into Lake Alexandrina from Lake Albert? They had to be very large, sustainable flows. The Lower Murray, well, that's we cop a lot of flack for that, elevated water levels due to the locks. And I know from those fish guys, they say we've got to increase the velocity. One way of increasing the velocity is to drop the water levels in sections of the Lower Murray. They talked about locks 2 and 8 when I had this argument with Kayleen Maywald, and she's up to her neck in this, whatever you want to call it. She talked about lock 6, but there's probably just simply maybe of dropping the water levels for a period of time, just increase the velocity of flows, because the locks raise the water levels substantially. And the 1902 Royal Commission talked about the water levels being in the river at 1.2 metres above sea level, and that was the level required for the riverboat trade to operate for 6 to 7 months of the year. And that obviously means for 5 to 6 months of the year, the water levels were lower than 1.2 metres. It's not rocket science to understand after snow melts that the water levels in the river until the late autumn rain started to hit, that they were exceptionally low. And that's backed up by photos of fish traps in the Murray River. And you need very low water levels, flow rates to be able to operate fish traps in the river system. The Darling River is an issue. If there is a problem with over-extraction, it's occurring on the Darling River. But then again, you know, and what happened with Lundie Lakes was crazy. They depleted a 1,900 gigalitre reservoir of water for environmental flows, and they got down to 1%, 1,900 gigalitres. And this is all based on flawed science. Environmental flows, absolutely disastrous. And then the other thing that we had is anthropogenic climate change. At the time, the River Murray Barrage's environmental flows report of June 2000, fantastic reading. Once you realise that, you understand the level of environmental degradation that's occurred, particularly on the lower lakes, with the erection of 7.6 kilometres of barrages, hooking up the different islands, removing a 20-kilometre interface with the Coorong, and removal of the tidal flows. And I'll talk about that later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darren. I had the pleasure of doing a tour into South Australia to look at the drains with Darren. It is certainly something that will stick with me. It's an incredible trip, seeing the size and scale of what's going on. Our next speaker really needs no introduction. Helen Dalton has been the pocket rocket from Murray. There's the only reason that things have been getting done in New South Wales in terms of looking at a Royal Commission and some of the examination of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan is because of the tremendous work and the tenacity of Helen. So without further ado, I will call up Helen.
Thanks. Ooh, here we go. Thanks very much for having me. It's wonderful to be back in Barham. And I must say the countryside looks fantastic around from Collyambly south. It's a little bit worse around our neck of the woods. But you've had a lot of rain and it's looking good for the season. However, we have a water problem, which is, as you know and I know, that it's been ongoing since basically 2007 when we started at the meetings at Ugali. I think Ugali Club had 2 meetings, and then we had a meeting in the park. We've had rallies, a number of rallies, Can the Plan, over the years, and nothing seems to have changed. We slowed them down a little bit, I think, but we need that quantum shift in their thought process. As you know, I'm the independent member for Murray, and it is a hard slog in Parliament, I have to say. And part of my job, I think, a big part of my job, is to bridge the divide between us and the city politicians. And it's not that they don't want to know, it's just that they're caught up in all their issues. And they just say to me, oh, well, water's not my thing. And I say, well, of course it is. And amazingly, that is going to resonate more and more with this fuel and fertiliser crisis that we have got, which is looming. I thought COVID may have shaken them up a bit on about what we do as farmers and our rural communities, what they contribute to GDP. But you know what? I think this fuel and fertiliser crisis is going to be far more impactful. I did have a meeting with Premier Minns last week, and he doesn't get it yet. I mean, he was the Shadow Water Minister, and he gets a bit about water, but he doesn't actually understand farming and the impacts. So I'm saying to them, somebody's thrown a stone into a pond, and that the ripples will go out far and wide with what's going on. And I can see that some of those supermarket shelves in Sydney will not have any Aussie-grown food. We're already seeing fuel shortages in Sydney, and they're all screaming blue murder. So, you know, I think we'll see what happens. For decades, the Australian people have been told that the Murray-Darling Basin Plan would achieve a balance. That is a lie that we have been told, and make no mistake, it has been a lie, and on it goes. This balance was meant to involve having enough water for food production while also meeting the poorly defined, politically motivated, and Darren's mentioned that, environmental goals that don't actually help the environment at all. It has never really been about water or the environment, and sadly, regional communities, that's us, have paid a terrible price for this lack of balance. Billions of dollars have been spent, and our kids are going to have to pick this up. And thousands of gigalitres of water have been removed from productive use. And yet, those of us who live in rural Australia are left with the same question. After all this pain and after this cost, what have we actually achieved? Instead of balance, we have a shocking and destructive mess. Instead of clarity, we have complexity. And instead of political accountability, we have an out-of-control bureaucracy that doesn't seem to care that their plan is an abject failure. Let's take a closer look at the complexity. Right now, we have more than 30 Commonwealth and state agencies which have some role in water management across the basin. And that is really significant because I know we've been talking about it. I put in submissions year after year, you know, into the plan before I was the MP. And these people have no accountability. They just shove the blame to somebody else. And so we just can't seem to get across our point of view. Of course, when there are 30 different bosses, no one is actually ever in charge. That's the situation we currently face. This mismanagement of our river systems has become so complicated that even governments struggle to explain who is responsible for the outcomes. You would have heard that Water New South Wales has dropped 300 people out of their agency. And of course, Water New South Wales is supposed to try and help us become compliant with all these changes, and they're not around. And you know that we haven't been given the opportunity for proper consultation year in, year out, so it's only going to get worse. If you ever want to be shocked, ask the Water Minister to explain how the Murray-Darling Basin Plan actually works. To the end, they won't be able to because the plan doesn't work. People in rural communities see their water being taken away, but at the same time, we are still witnessing river health, declining river health, devastating fish kills and ongoing disputes about environmental outcomes. And also I'll add to that poorer water quality as well. The truth is that the current Murray-Darling Basin Plan, as overseen by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, has cost Australians billions of dollars, and all it has achieved is the wrecking of our rivers and the degradation of our rural communities. But good luck trying to find a politician who wants to admit this. Too many state and federal politicians remain in cover-up mode. We have no transparency or accountability when it comes to Australia's water policies, and that must change. The only solution, I think, is a federal royal commission. Now, remember I've spoken about the Ugali Club meetings and the Can the Plan and all those rallies that we've had, and inquiries too. We haven't achieved a lot. So the only way we're going to do it is to have a federal royal commission. Now, we won the debate in Parliament the other day. So the New South Wales Parliament has agreed that we need a federal royal commission. And now it's up to Premier Minns to go to Anthony Albanese and push for the interests of New South Wales. But he's going to be dragging his feet with all of that. Australia desperately needs and deserves a federal royal commission into water, and specifically into the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Only a royal commission will have the power to hold the major parties to account. Now, the inquiries, we've had inquiry after inquiry. Yes, we look at different things, but it hasn't brought everyone to the table. And South Australia's had a royal commission as well, and that didn't bring the MDBA to the table. A federal royal commission will. You see, a royal commission can compel politicians to give evidence and to hand over key documents and other evidence. A royal commission will be able to examine exactly how failed water recovery decisions were made, and are still being made, just quietly. A royal commission will be able to examine whether the billions spent under the Basin Plan have delivered the outcomes that were promised. And while I don't want to preempt things, blind Freddie could tell you that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority has blown billions to achieve none of their stated goals. Those of us in regional communities are not asking for special treatment. We are simply asking for transparency. We are demanding accountability. We just want and deserve the truth about what is happening to the water in the Murray-Darling Basin. And until we get that truth, our frustrations and our distrust will only continue to grow. If governments really believed that the Basin Plan was working, they would have nothing to fear with a federal Royal Commission. Why are they so scared? Because they know their plan has been failing Australia, and specifically rural communities, for a very long time. Billions of dollars of public money, our money, and the future of our nation is at stake. We really do need a federal Royal Commission immediately to work out what's going on, and we need to pause the Murray-Darling Basin Plan while that occurs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. Some sage words there. Let me just get up. Now, our next presenter is me. I'll try not to destroy another microphone. Anyway, my name is Lloyd. For those who haven't met me, I was a mixed irrigation farmer before becoming the editor and owner of the Bridge newspaper. If there has been times when you've heard something or read something and your gut gave you the big hell no, then you too may have been touched by the Basin Plan. As a journalist, I've become accustomed to that signal. If the Basin Plan's implementation didn't hone it fully within me, then Australia's COVID response sure did. Who can remember when COVID knew if you were standing up to drink at a bar or sitting down? Or when vaccination status mattered more than infection status when attending a water regulator opening in Gunbower Forest? Or my personal favourite, when multinationals excluded unjabbed staff but were happy with jabbed customers because COVID also knew if you were getting paid. But surely the Basin Plan made more sense. It was, well, they told me it was, a balanced plan that was adaptable based on the best available science. As a third-generation irrigation farmer before falling into my role at the paper, I was fortunate enough to watch Australia's largest water reform play out in real time. But how did it stack up? I'll share my views from a local perspective on the three basin pillars. The first being social. Are local communities better off under the Basin Plan? Lived experience would argue the case no, and so would the data. Here we have the MDBA's own community report for Warkall District from 2018. 38% of the Warkall's district's available water had been recovered by October 2016. And the district's population saw a decrease of 45.6%. Employment in irrigated agriculture decreased 71.8%. And who did we lose? Well, we lost our young families, a fact reflected in our own school and football club closures and also in the data compiled by the former Warkall Shire. During this time, social and economic wealth decile rating for the Warkall district went from a rating of 5 in 2001 to a wealth ranking of just 2 by 2016. There's a certain irony to the MDBA grants funding a new football club building to ease the pain when the community can't get enough players to field a team, with clubs now paying through the nose to recruit players from hours away. Surely the second pillar of economics will be better under the Basin Plan. Someone once told me that good water policy should lead to greater water availability and lower prices. But have we seen it? Higher prices and costs and less reliability. When I first started farming, a permanent megalitre of New South Wales General Security was $400. Victorian High Security was around $1,400. Now general security seen prices of $1,700 and the same Victorian high security is around $7,000. Luckily, commodity returns have increased, right? Well, no. And if the returns for the produce haven't increased, surely the yield on the water entitlement has. It's not the case for New South Wales general security, with the class of water once enjoying an 80% yield reliability, it's now below 50%. Is temporary water cheaper? I can still remember being a young farmer at a Victorian cropping field day when DPI staff encouraged producers to sell permanent water to realise capital and just enjoy $30 per megalitre on the temporary market. Government paid staff encouraging the sale of water, ironically when the government was looking to buy water. What happens to the price of water when supply is reduced? There's a reason my hobby farm isn't green this autumn. Temporary water at $500 wasn't in my budget, and thankfully it's just a hobby for me. I'll ask the question, who do we want farming into the future? Are we not just pricing out young Australians from the noble profession of feeding our nation and many globally? Maybe the third pillar fares better, the environment. The icon sites the government seeks to save are just 0.03% of the basin's landmass. In fact, 80 to 85% of the basin's landmass is privately owned, farmland. Over 90% of the basin's wetlands are on privately owned land. All my photos are taken on private land. It's alarming that the government has acquired over 4,600 gigalitres of water entitlements from these farms without a single environmental impact study. I was lucky enough to witness the amazing life that existed on our inland delta farmlands, from endangered species like the migratory Australasian bittern, the Murray-Darling python and the southern bellfrog, to hundreds of other species that called our farm environments home. Almost a generation of land and water management plans and land care learnings have been thrown out the window for a water volume target. A tapestry of local farms offers food resources, breeding grounds and water bodies. You only need to look at the Northern Victorian Irrigation Upgrade Scheme. Almost 2,000 kilometres of earthen channels that were removed to either pipes or plastic lining, turning some of the best wildlife corridors into either barren landscapes or, in the case of line channels, death traps, where anything that goes for a drink drowns. Here we have echidnas, kangaroos, foxes, kangaroos, calves, dogs, kangaroos. They even had reports of koalas. Now, with plastic-lined channels, you cannot clean them with an excavator, which led to the use of acrolein. How to effectively napalm a waterway. Murray cod, yellow perch, even carp. Ironically, just across the river, the endangered small-bodied fish used to repopulate Pollack Swamp came from the neighbouring irrigation channels. The environment knows no fences. But maybe the icon sites will fare better. The Murray's an icon site, yet despite protection under the 2007 Water Act, we have seen the explosion of erosion impacting the environment, private property and town assets, not to mention the increase in turbidity. If the government succeeds in relaxing constraints, this destruction will only accelerate. So there's the Barham Boardwalk before 1,100 tonnes of rock was placed there, and there's some of the local bits. There's one there on the next slide where a local family lost 15 metres of soil in front of their house. Section 100 of the Constitution, sorry, I could go on for hours about these failures. The next one. One of the reasons to move more water below the constraints is for new irrigation areas. The government has allowed them to form below the river's natural constraints, which Johnny Lolicato will talk about. These irrigation areas have exploded on former dryland farms for almonds. I was there as a diesel mechanic fixing dozers while they flattened everything, with no consideration given to inundated with groundwater. Section 100 of the Constitution was meant to protect our sovereign asset, water. The Commonwealth shall not, by any law or regulation of trade or commerce, abridge the right of a state or of its residents therein to reasonable use of waters or rivers for conservation or irrigation. And yet the Commonwealth appears to have transferred this public asset into a private one. But why don't cooler heads prevail? And why don't we right the wrongs? As David Landini points out, and David's here today, he's up the back, it's a numbers game. So if you look at the top map, that's New South Wales, 71 seats around Sydney, Newcastle, 22 seats sitting outside, about a whole 7 west of the Great Dividing Range. Probably 70% of the state has 7 seats. Of that 7 seats, how many do you think are affected by water trading or water policy? Yeah, not many. And so when an issue becomes in the parliament, we've got people like Helen who get up and fight like hell for us, but she's not only got to convince 71 seats around there, it's just incredible. Victoria's no better. Victoria has the same distribution. And so I can't argue with David's logic when he calls for an additional state, one where you imagine the diversity in issues across such a large geographical space. And I can't argue with people in Sydney and Newcastle fighting for what they want. That's what we do. It's just our issues are not aligned. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you. Appreciate you listening in. Now it's your chance to ask questions. You got a roving one? Mm-hmm. At the rate we're killing microphones, it's surprising we've still got any left.
What year was your salinity of the almonds taken?
That was in about 2018 or 2019.
Another question for you, and all three of you actually. Have there been any environmental successes?
Darren.
Guys, prior to actually asking a question, could you just state your name and where you're from? Thank you.
John Blackwell, beef farmer on the Murrumbidgee at Mandala.
Hi, John. Been a long time. The environmental outcomes for what the pain we've gone through are minimal. A lot of people don't realise there's a little fish called the mosquito fish introduced in 1925, and that little fish alone, which no one talks about, is responsible, from one report, 1380 fish and 1580 frog species decline. And that's just the mosquito fish. And then we've got, and they love slow-moving, shallow, warm water because they were introduced from the south east of America, and they were introduced to control mosquitoes because it would have been a nightmare back in the 1920s when the land used to be so saturated that all the billabongs were full of mosquitoes and whatever. And then we have the carp recruitment, and the problem is they have not properly identified what the drivers for the degradation is. And that is a fundamental problem with the current approach from the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. And once you recognise that, you can then return 3,000 gigalitres of water in most years and tick all the boxes. More boxes at the moment because I say those barrages need to go. They're an environmental disaster.
Thanks for your question, John. I'll pose a question. I look at net benefit to the environment. Are we actually creating a broader benefit to the environment, or are there some really standout ones. And there are a few around here. So there's been some good work. So Polack Swamp has been quite successful, and that's only because it was working with irrigation farmers to deliver the water, the local community in identifying what they wanted that asset to look like and how they wanted to use it. They recently were denied environmental water. So originally the swamp was an open body of water with intermittent water availability, saplings grew, and recently they were denied water by the TUO because they didn't want the saplings to die. Now, the Indigenous groups who are involved with it want the trees to die, the community want the trees to die to get it back to what it was and get more of their water birds back, but you have a political will. They're shit scared of public opinion. It's a bit like the MDBA staff pulling out of coming today because one of our speakers has been nominated as a candidate for the Farrer election. So there are some little good things around the edges. There's lots of propaganda as far as their projects. Geoff Wakeman will go into that in detail later. Helen.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a very good question, and I think where there has been farmer input working with the government, then I think we've seen, an improvement in the environment. However, I don't see a lot, to be honest, because farmers have been cut out of the conversation. Our environment is out of its natural sequence. That's the way I see it. Yep, the Murray's full most of the time, it seems to be. But as you alluded to, Darren, it was, during the Royal, or when the Royal Commission, it was like often very low, wasn't it? In the 1902, when it was more naturally run. And I'm not saying things have changed. Obviously, we've got to deliver water and all of that. Things have changed. I think one of the things just recently is that the Lower Murray has been classified as critically endangered. So that's just happened this year. We've got 7 times the rate of motor neuron disease, which I think is linked to water quality. Our water quality is disastrous and our fish kills are quite frequent. We've got blue-green algal blooms on Lake Albert and Wagga, Lake Wyangan, Lake Canobolas, and there are a number of other lakes right through the state of New South Wales, and I dare say Victoria is probably the same. So, have things improved? I don't think so. Not an overall snapshot, John, and you would know probably more than I do, to be honest.
I think if you could highlight any single success, it would really be very, very good because they haven't got one, I don't think.
I don't think they have either. I'd be happy to say this is a standout, this is great. I think for us as farmers, we absolutely treasure our environment, and I think it's been degraded over the last 30 years.
We've got a question over here. We'll just keep winding through them or else we won't get anywhere.
Yeah, Doug Faring. Look, we've heard all this before. Change the government doesn't work. Federal Royal Commission won't work either because they don't implement. How can we change the bureaucrats? Because that seems to be where the problem is.
I try a lot. I do run education forums in Parliament, which are reasonably well attended. That's certainly turning the heads of other politicians. When I first entered Parliament, no one spoke about water, and now they absolutely do. They feel sorry for us. There's no doubt about that, but they don't know what to do about it. These are the other members, and they're mostly Labor. They've learned a lot, and they should have too, I think, because every question for Premier Minns at question time that I've had, I've asked him about water. And I think we have private member statements which are a blurb, 5-minute blurb about something that's going on in your electorate. Since the last election, I've had every private member statement, which is once a week when we're in Parliament, has been about that. So they're getting hammered from me with all of that. But to change the bureaucrats behind them, You see, Rose Jackson has taken money from the federal government. So she's to implement these programs such as the Reconnecting Rivers program, and also, what is the other one? The Flood Management Plan program as well. So they just take the money, and that feeds their bureaucracy. They love that. And a little bit money gets dribbled out to us. So how do we make that change? We've got the ideal opportunity now, I think, with the election in Farrer. The whole of Australia is looking at Farrer. And this is the time, if you belong to a representative body, you need to sing out to the media. It's the media, and Warwick Long over there, and a few others around, it's the media that actually makes the change. So that we've got to educate the media on our issues. We've got to dumb it down so that they understand. And this is where I'm coming back to fuel and fertiliser. I think that they are going to get a real shock when all this flow through of lack of plantings. We're going to have, our plantings will be right down for sowing. We're doing our numbers around Griffith for sure. You've had a much better start, I think. You've got subsoil moisture. For us, we're going, well, what's the risk when fuel's this and we can't get the fertiliser? We'll just cut our plantings down to our better paddocks. It's really going to resonate through the, the GDP of the state, or the productivity of the state. It will end in it's going to be a lot of hardship, I think. How do we influence the bureaucrats? You have to. Through me and through others, you have to. You have to stand up, get in front of the media, tell your story, and we all need to be part of it. Don't just sit back and say, oh, well, Helen's been talking about it in Parliament. Yes, I have, but those real stories from you count a lot. So that's how we do it.
Chris Brooks, retired farmer, part-time pilot. I have a question. It's not a question, I suppose. It's more just an issue about the sand slug seem to have disappeared off the face of the earth. But having the good fortune to be able to fly along the river a lot, it was interesting to see that it raised the sand slug, mainly to apportion the blame to some 1860 gold digging up at Beechworth, which I wasn't sure was connected to the Murray, but I can tell you all the lovely sand beaches from Yarrawonga to Tokemall that were lovely for tourists to sit on have gone. But I found them all the way through that black clay country. It's not me. The black clay in the Barmah forest, where water has laid for 1 million years, and it's dug that trench through. I noticed in Bill Johnson's report is actually the checkmate piece that is going to stop this force constraints is overflowing and spilled with pure white sand from high river levels that have come down from Hume and through Yarrawonga, both of which are dams that would have stopped any silt for the last 100 years, whatever they were built back in the 50s. All that sand has been washed away from our local beaches and has filled the choke and restricted the amount. And the purpose of the class action was to prove that they took all of our water out of MIL to fill the 80,000 hectares of Barmah forest enough so they could overbank transfer it down the Barmah and Warkul, Tulakul, down to here. No mention of it now. And I just think it's something we should be placing a lot of emphasis on with this Murray-Darling Basin review coming up. It's a perfect example of poor management, poor decisions, and there's nothing they can do about that choke because it's a river they're not allowed to pipe. It's an Aboriginal native title, and MIL's canal that runs parallel to it hasn't been available to them at the capacity that they want. So it just wants a bit of focus at some stage, I think, that bit.
Chris, you'd probably like to know that there's another sand slug in the lower Murray River, and as a result of the 22-23 floods. And going back earlier to the question about how do we influence the debate and the issue with the public, with the bureaucrats, several years ago, I was at a National Party conference in Canberra, the last one I attended because I didn't get invited afterwards because I probably wasn't very complimentary about Perrin Davey at the time, and she had the opportunity to fix this up, but she wouldn't listen. Was Barnaby Joyce saying, look, you've got to speak to the bureaucrats. So that's a politician telling me to speak to the bureaucrats. Don't waste my time on politicians. And he's right. But do I think the debate is changing? Yes, because I think there's realisation what we've been saying is correct. And I think Helen probably give us some more insight into that.
What was the question again?
Chris's statement.
Oh, yeah. No, there's...
sorry.
Yeah. Just
Paul Fennell, semi-retired irrigator from Colin Gully on the Murrumbidgee. First of all, Helen, this is directed straight for you. And first of all, congratulations on the Royal Commission success. I know there's still a way to go yet. Yeah. I realise now the battle really begins to get it there. But the big part of that is who will be responsible for writing the terms of reference for such a Royal Commission, because they will duck and weave, and will it go to is there any potential, if you can get it there, to go to the point of the unelected bureaucrats to hold them accountable? Because what we are finding on our area of the Murrumbidgee, particularly with the reconnecting rivers, is the fact that they have more than divided and conquered us through the LLS and other organisations. They are actually banning support speakers if you have spoken up. There's a thing called a Borealis list. It does exist. Growers, landholders, in fact, I think there's 4 of us in this row are on it. So they, through the terms of reference, because even to the extent we got a ruling from the Ombudsman that practices were incorrect, I'll call it unfair, but the government are going through practices of isolating people to get legal representation. Too convoluted and difficult to explain in a forum like this, but they are actually prohibiting the actual transparency, and it's all being conducted by these unelected bureaucrats. So that is where the problem lays. And of course we've got a useless member in our area who I know has been written a few letters but is not standing up for our area and is independent. So back to the Royal Commission, it's the terms of reference.
Okay, so we certainly don't, we've been tossing around the idea of a Royal Commission for years, and yes, it's expensive, and yes, it takes time, and yes, we don't want to make it worse, or no, we don't want to make it worse, rather. But I think it's come to a point where we have to go down that line. So RGA, which is Ricegrowers Australia, they want to meet with me to discuss the terms of reference. We need to influence the terms of reference to get the outcome that we want, and to try and really have our say. It's interesting when you're talking about these meetings. It's a real problem about meetings, and I will add before I go into the next bit that Roy Butler, the member for Barwon, put through a bill to say that there are rules around consultation and you must follow them, and that has just not happened one iota at all. They don't care, and in fact they don't want to meet with groups. Remember that scene of Niall Blair out at Menindee after the fish kill, and he was in the boat and then he said all these people were going to kill him, or he wouldn't stop. I think it's come from that, where now they don't want to meet in a group. Now my son-in-law he's at Trangie, and there was a group of farmers, 25 of them, wanting to meet with Doecke, I think it was DQ, about drought resilience. And they saw that there were 25. There were 5 of them from Dubbo. And the meeting was commenced at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and when they saw the farmers just sitting around the table, they said, no, we're not going to meet with you. We feel bullied. And they left. 10 minutes. Now, I've been in the Murray-Darling Basin Authority meeting in Griffith, where there's 5 of us farmers sitting around a table with 25 bureaucrats, and that's what was happening back then. So you've got this. They are not going to meet with groups, and we really need to stand up and talk about that to Rose Jackson and a few others, Tara Moriarty, about what's happening. Why?
Sorry, John, just on that, Riverina actually was on my property, having lunch last July, August, whatever it was. We were outnumbered, I think it was 12 or 13 to 1. No one else, other growers was allowed to attend to my property. Sat there, and this was brought up.
All right, can we have a round of applause for Helen and Darren? Now, I have just received a breaking communication from the news desk, so we are just going to cross live to the Daily Dirt. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Daily Dirt. You're with Gavin Wholesome, and we've got a special guest for you. Minister for Water and Transport, what lies? Here at the Daily Dirt, we cut through the bullshit. Good afternoon, Minister. Thank you for joining us. In your unique role as Minister for Transport and Minister for Water, can you tell us what solutions the government currently has to the fuel crisis?
Thank you, Gavin, for having me. As you'd be aware, the government does like fuel. We like all sorts of fuel. You could say we're a nation that welcomes fuel from all parts of the globe, and we're the richer for it.
But as you'd be aware, Minister, fuel imports to this country are currently at risk. We have little to no domestic production of fuel, and rural communities are at great risk. Some are even going without fuel.
Well, this government has always cared about battlers. I remember growing up in a housing commission estate, and my mother would have to decide whether to fuel the car or pay her Young Socialist Union membership. We are a party that fights for battlers, Gavin.
Come on, Minister. What solutions are you actually offering the Australian people? What is going to happen when the trucks actually stop?
Well, as Minister, I'm pleased to announce that we have just commissioned a report into domestic freight security through paddleification.
Paddleification, Minister? What on earth is that?
Well, if the diesel supply stops, but we're not saying there's a supply issue. It's merely a distribution disruption. But in the unlikely event that the trucks may have to have an RDO for a few days, we're going back to the old glory days of the river trade, and we're going to use paddle boats and paddleification.
Minister, historically the river trade was intermittent at best. The 1902 Royal Commission into the Murray found that the river boats could only operate for 6 to 7 months of the year.
But you'd have to understand that was under natural flow. Our government now owns the water. We brought it back off the people to save things, and we've done such a great job at saving things. We now have an abundance. We as a party can save the transport industry.
To be clear, the water you took from farmers that once grew food will now be used to transport the food that farmers once grew?
Exactly. It's a circular economy.
I assume to operate without diesel, you're talking about steam-powered paddleification then, Minister?
Exactly. Again, it's circular. The water is transformed to steam, it produces power, floats into the air, and then condenses as rain, which I might also add adds water to the river you cannot lose.
And the heat source for this steam, Minister? I mean, your sister departments have ended native forestry. They've also limited our ability to use coal unless it's exported, of course. So pray tell, what will be used to power this paddleification?
That's the best bit, Gavin. Recycling.
Recycling? Really?
Yes, we have a mountain of paper that is no longer needed, and we'll ship it in from Canberra to the steamers.
That would be a huge amount of paper. What is all this leftover paper, Minister?
Nothing important, really. things we have just lying around, collecting dust, basin plan submissions, social and economic studies, the Constitution, you know, things of that nature.
And to ship all this paper, Minister?
Humpification.
You mean we're being routed, Minister?
No, camels.
Well, without further ado, is it Geoff Kendell or Minister What Lies?
Thanks, Lloyd. Good afternoon, as I said before, and thank you for being here. Today I want to speak plainly about the government's call for water reform. Today, the damage is real, it's economic, it's social, and it's been human. And make no mistake, you're standing right in the epicentre of that destruction. The region between Warkall and Deniliquin here in New South Wales and Kerrang and Keyhoona in Victoria has carried the burden of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. In fact, 83% of the environmental water recovered under the Basin Plan has come straight out of the Southern Basin. The water was taken from productive communities and the consequences have been devastating. For years, government and public have had little understanding of what the basin was doing on ground. They didn't live through the pressure, they didn't feel the loss, and they certainly didn't carry the mental anguish. We did. The southern Riverina was hit like a Category 5 cyclone. Nothing was left untouched. In the Warkall Shire, irrigated agriculture was the largest part of the regional economy in 2011, producing $95.8 million in output. Since then, the area has lost 164 gigalitres of water entitlements, 1,254 people, 1,518 full-time workers, an agricultural workforce down 57.8%, and a non-agricultural private workforce down 42.2%. And critical infrastructure, including their football, netball, tennis clubs, and then the school. When water leaves the district, it does not just hurt farms, it tears through the entire community. And in northern Victoria, tells the same story. The Goulburn Murray Irrigation District was once the most vibrant irrigation systems in Australia. We once used 2,200 gigalitres of water. Then came the $13.4 billion Basin Plan and a $2.5 billion modernisation project. Farmers were promised greater efficiency and lower cost. Instead, many saw operating costs rise sharply, in some cases tripled. The water buybacks took more users out of the system, leaving fewer people to carry the cost burden. Today, with only 750 gigalitres being used, the damage is everywhere. Our region has lost its Kerrang Prime lamb market, once the third biggest in the state of Victoria. Sorry guys. 228,000 head. The prime beef cattle market, the eighth biggest in Victoria, 34,000 head. More than 60,000 dairy cattle are gone, over 1,500 workers, and over 1.3 billion a year in inflow on regional income. Hay suppliers lost 90% of their business. Wool buyers have lost 60%. The region once supported 10 stock and station agents, today only 3 remain. And the damage does not end there. Major commercial and service businesses have shut down. The Gannawarra Shire, once the third most productive region in Victoria, has now been reduced to a shadow of its former self. And over that period of time, we've lost 40% of our student population. This is not adjustment, this is not reform, this is economic and social collapse. And for years, government told us there was no social and economic damage. That was false then and is false now. When the Sefton report finally forced them to admit the truth, they still failed to deliver the real support. There was no serious adjustment package, no proper transition plan, no meaningful recovery strategy, and not even a dedicated medical health specialist for the region. Then the so-called sustainable communities $300 million over 4 years, spread across 3 million people. That is just $25 per person, and even that was misleading because ordinary people never saw the money. Victoria got nothing, but the hardest truth of all is one that government refused to face: suicide. They avoid the subject because it exposes the human cost of their decisions. The Millennium Drought caused immense pain, but what followed has been every bit as destructive. Years of insecure irrigation water, failed crops, failed pastures, stock losses, government-imposed overbank flooding, financial pressure and a relentless emotional strain. And on top of that, communities have had to endure the growing impact of water trading by those who don't farm the land but profit from it for their shareholders. Farmers have worked in isolation in extreme conditions, watching their livelihoods drive up in front of them. They have paid the price, their families have paid the price, and their communities have paid the price. In rural Australia, men take their own lives at around double the rate of those in the city. For people aged 18 to 44, suicide is the leading cause of death. For those 45 to 54, the second leading cause in our regions. According to the primary health figures for over the last 14 years of the Basin plan, the Murrumbidgee region has recorded 463 suicides. The Murray region recording 1,053 suicides. Many of you in the room here will know someone behind those numbers. So when governments say there has been no social or economic damage, they should be made to answer this question. How many deaths does it take before they admit the truth? And the danger is not over. Any further losses of water from our system could spell the end of the irrigation in northern Victoria. Every megalitre removed pushes costs higher for those who remain. And this is not just a regional issue. Less water means less Australian food and fibre. That means higher prices for milk, butter, cheese, meat, fruit, vegetables. It weakens our food security, it weakens our ability to trade, and it weakens our national economy. And when people hear 3,200 gigalitres, what's that number really mean? What's it look like? It's roughly equal to 1 Port Phillip Bay and plus 2 Sydney harbours, or more than the full capacity of the Hume Dam. And if we use that water in agriculture, what could it produce? 38 million tonnes of rice, or 6.4 million tonnes of wheat, or 640 million kilos of beef, or 48 million tonnes of tomatoes, or 9.478 billion litres of milk. And if you take milk alone at a retail price of $1.65 a litre, that represents around 15.6 billion in economic value. Yet, even now, too much environmental water is being used, environmental water is being modelled, not properly measured. That's not good enough. You cannot run a farm that way, you cannot run a water system that way, and you cannot run a country that way. What we need is a new approach. We need honesty, transparency, and measured evidence, secure irrigation water, real mental health investment that is properly funded, resourced and staffed, and respect for the local communities who live this nightmare every day. Because despite all of this enormous upside in irrigation industries, we have great soils, a strong climate, skilled farmers, and in northern Victoria, one of the best water delivery systems in the world. What we need is simply water security. Australia is growing fast. That means we should be building more water security, more infrastructure, more food production, and more resilience, not tearing it down. We should be investing in nation-building projects, a pipeline from Lake Argyle to Adelaide, and the groundwork for Kenduri's a better way. Solutions that would have been far cheaper and far smarter than paying billions for water buybacks. No other country in the world in our position would keep stripping away its food and fibre base on the driest inhabited continent on Earth. COVID should have taught governments a vital lesson. Australia must be self-sufficient, but they still have not learned it. Just look at the current fuel crisis. All we need is vision, the belief to succeed and the courage to proceed. So I will finish with this. We know the damage, we know the truth, we know there is a better way. The question is, when do we start? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Geoff. It's a real credit that Geoff came on board to do the skit. It's not easy putting yourself out there. Even harder pretending to be a minister, I think. Rightio. The next person we have is John Lolicato. And, when I talked earlier about the lack of public consultation and you're unable to hear people with knowledge, John is one of those people there. I suppose John can talk for a long time. We're going to keep him on a short leash, but the knowledge he has is abundant. And many Walkall landholder meetings, I learnt a lot by just listening to people such as John, who have the ability to retain so much knowledge and would be lost without them advocating for us. So, John, just arrow sideways so that's your next coming slide.
Yep.
That's your current one.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Look, the way this, I've been involved, well, I've actually got quite a detailed presentation, but for the sake of time and also a lot of what's been said so far, I'll probably jump around a little bit. But the key thing is that what was said previously, I think that we aren't really making much of a difference anymore, and I think we really do need to start focusing a bit more on the bureaucrats because the politicians are being led by the bureaucrats, and a lot of what we hear and see today is very misleading, and a lot of the politicians have really got no idea at all, apart from our pocket rocket up there, of course. There's a couple of politicians that do actually know what they're talking about, but they're very few and far between. So I'll just start off with what I have put down. I first became involved in water advocacy when I was 18, a long time ago. My main mentor over the years was a person that many of you would know or would have heard of, the late Neil Eagle. When dealing with many of the various issues, he continuously drummed home the importance of sticking with logic, common sense, and most important of all, the facts. My brief talk today is based on touching on three key issues. One, the Coorong, second, the Barmah Choke, and the last one's the book. Now, a lot of what we hear today is a bit of misconception, and the Southern Coorong is probably one of the best examples of that, in the fact that the Southern Coorong is probably the biggest ecological disaster happening in Australia today. But when you talk to the TUO, when you talk to the MDBA and many others that are actually in positions of power, they all say that we need more water down the bottom end to fix the Southern Coorong. Now, anyone that slightly understands how the system works down there, there is not a hope in hell of that water actually reaching the Southern Coorong to fix up the damage that's happening. As you would be aware, the Coorong is a long, narrow, saline lagoon system in the South Australia, stretching 140 kilometres parallel to the coast. Behind the sand dunes of the Young Husband Peninsula, it is divided into two sections, the north and the south lagoons, by Parnaka Point. The only real outlet to the Coorong is the northern portion, right at the top of the. I haven't got a pointer, but if you can see right at the top of the map there, the Gell barrage, that's the only way that the water returns out of the Coorong, out of Lake Alexandrina, and out of the Murray. Historically, this low-flow, often hypersaline estuary received water inputs from a diversity of sources, including the Murray River, the ocean water, and groundwater discharge. That system has been highly modified by human intervention by the construction of 5 barrages that separate the northern Coorong and Lake Alexandrina. There's where those couple of black lines are at the top, give you a bit of an indication where they are, so they're all at the top end. And Lake Alexandrina. And at the southern lagoon, the construction of a complex drainage system over 2,500 kilometres that began in the late 1800s and continued until recently has removed the vast majority of flows into the south part of the lagoon. These flows averaged approximately 400,000 megs a day. That's been almost completely removed. So the hydraulic pressure that was put on the Southern Lagoon that actually came from the drainage scheme that's now in place would actually force the water levels up, would all eventually travel to the north and come out the other end. And so you had hypersaline conditions at one stage, and then other stages you could actually even have fresh water. So it was actually quite a dynamic system that has actually been completely rearranged by human intervention. That drainage system that I talk about, you would have heard Darren speak about it. He's probably the key person that has the best understanding of it. But you've only got to go down there to see how it operates, to understand that it's just a myth that's been led by, well, the MDBA in particular. They were supposed to be, like the MDBAs are supposed to be an independent authority. But since the MDBA became the MDBA, they took over from the MDBC, which was the Murray-Darling Basin Commission. The Water Act dictated that they actually become more of an authoritarian type organisation. Their directors are now actually political appointees. They're not state appointees that used to happen with the MDBC, which each state would pick the two best people in the state that actually understood water to run the show. Whereas now, ever since the 2007 Water Act, you've now got political appointees that their job is actually looking after politics, and that's why we're in such a trouble. The Water Act revolves around the fact that we've got a political Water Act that was supposed to be balanced. The two main gripes I've got with the powers that be with regard to the Coorong, the very sensitive issues of the facts that define its problems, the Murray mouth silting up, and the continuous hypersalinity in the south. The general public are continually told that more fresh water from the Murray is required to fix their man-made problems, even though nature has proven the solution wrong many times over. The 2016 and 2022 floods have categorically proven the huge volumes of water cannot, in the long term, fix the silting problems at the mouth, because after those two big floods, okay, the mouth did clear, but it was only weeks later that they ended up having to start the dredges again to try to control the sand that was coming in. The bottom line behind that is you're fighting against nature. The other issue, of course, was that no amount of water sent down the Murray can fix the biggest ecological disaster happening in Australia today, and that's the Southern Coorong. Those floodwaters have absolutely no impact at all, because the simple fact is it's 140 kilometres away from the outlet. So the river goes straight through, out to sea, and okay, it might impact a little bit, might help the Northern Coorong to a small degree, but the bottom line is that it cannot actually affect the Southern Coorong, and so the Southern Coorong actually just becomes more of a sill pool. It's the algae there, you can almost walk across it. Now, just see if this is going to work. Oh, yes. My next one is supposed to be on the Barmah Choke, but I won't follow it because it entailed a bit of a history lesson, which I haven't got enough time to go through. But most of you guys would have heard about the Kendell Fault. The Murray River virtually flows east-west. Kendell, 30,000 years ago, the Kendell Fault, there was an earth movement. Kendell Fault came up, rose 14 metres, and it actually cut off the Murray River. So anyone that goes along the road between Deniliquin and Moama, you can actually see where the fault line is. And when that happened, the actual Murray was cut off. It formed the Barmah Memorial Lakes. And then after the water levels built up, it couldn't go south because of there was a sand dunes they couldn't get through. It travelled north for the next 19,000 years, following the Edward, the Gulper, and also the other flood runners, the Tupple and the Bullatail. So for 19,000 years, the Murray actually ran through Deniliquin. 8,000 years ago, it eventually did cut a path through those sandhills, the Bama sandhills, as they were known, near Picnic Point, and then the river headed down south, down to Echuca, joined onto the Goulburn and the Capaspy. This is just a quick slide that shows you a bit of an idea of how complex the issue is. And if you have a look at on the right-hand side, between Deniliquin and Moama, that serrated line actually gives you an indication where the Barmah Choke is. Now this I'll just jump to this one. This gives you a bit of an idea of, we hear about chokes all the time. They keep on talking about the Barmah choke, but really there's 4 chokes on the top end of the system that actually affects what happens. The first one's the Hume to Yarrawonga section. That was around 19,000 years, but 20 odd years ago the government spent probably $20 odd million and a lot of time and effort to actually increase that flow to 25,000 megs. A lot of people aren't aware of that, but people up there certainly are. So now the channel capacity there is 25,000 megs. You go downstream a little bit further where that little triangle is, which is Lake Mulwala. So the next choke is what they call the Millwall choke or the Doecke choke, and that's the figure that is quite often referenced within whenever you hear the MDBA or others talking about the system. And they actually, it used to be 10,200 as shown up there. It is now referenced as 9,200. The problem is, they talk about the Barmah choke and they talk about all sorts of other things, and they actually reference that figure. The bottom line behind that figure is, that's just going a bit closer with it. The Millwall choke, which is downstream, did have a capacity of 10,600. I've already done that. There's a quick picture of what's happening in the choke. Right. Now that one there gives you, actually I'll go to the next one. This next one actually shows those 4 chokes. So the one that I really get quite disturbed about is the MDBA and many expert panels reference the Barmah choke as being the 9,200, which is actually the choke at Doecke. And the thing is that figure has been collapsing over quite a period of time. The Barmah choke was 8,500, but over the last 10 years it has reduced to 7,000. But you'll never... it took 5 years to get the MDBA to accept that it was reducing. They did put out a fact sheet about 4 years ago to say that it was 7,000. But the problem is, you go on the website now and you're flat out finding it. You listen to any reports that come out, they talk about 9,200. The 9,200 is actually made up of 2,000 megs actually travels north. So once it hits that, the corner in the T intersection, 2,000 megs goes down the Edward and the Gulper, and the rest of it goes 7,000 megs drops through the choke. So it is actually misleading to people, it's misleading to politicians, it's misleading the general public. So that's one of the big issues that I think that we need to keep focusing on and pulling people, when they do talk, that they do actually focus on the fact that the Barmah choke is 7,000 megs, not 9,200, not 10,000. I think I've just about run out of time, so I won't really go through. The chokes aren't the only issue. Now government's actually encouraged downstream development past the chokes. The almonds, which we heard about before, and other things, there's 65,000 hectares of almonds have been developed downstream. So instead of the government sending a clear message to farmers and others that, listen, if you develop down there, there's every chance we won't be able to get the water to you. They've allowed them to develop. The environmental water that's being sent down the system is also getting out of control in the fact that you're talking about huge volumes going down to Lake Alexandrina that is not really achieving too much at all. It's not going to make any difference to to what's actually going out to the southern Coorong or otherwise to the lower lakes themselves. So I'll have to talk about the book later, but anyone that, just while I'm on it, there are some brochures down the back, and it's a book that we've worked on for quite a few years. Neil Eagle and Peter Millington put it together. We've got a brochure that actually gives you a bit of an insight into it. Hopefully will be launched in about another 2 or 3 weeks, but pick up a brochure down the back, and if anyone's interested, they can put their name down. Thanks, Lloyd.
Thanks, John. Righto, our next presenter is Sharni Lundie. Now, Sharni's a 3rd generation irrigation farmer near Deniliquin. Her and her husband bought their first farm in 2017, have gone on to purchase additional farms and lease property as well. And they are the future of the basin. They are who we're fighting for.
Thank you, Lloyd. Good afternoon. My name's Sharni Lundie. I'm a 3rd generation farmer and mother of 4 from Deniliquin. My husband and I farm alongside my parents, growing irrigated cereals and rice in conjunction with our sheep breeding and fattening enterprise. I've grown up on the land and I've always been proud part been proud to be a part of the agriculture industry, essentially putting food on the table of many households, not only here in Australia but around the world. From sitting on my pa's knee on the old Fergie tractor, throwing out hay to the cattle on the dairy farm, to helping hose down the yard after milking, to then go on to WAG school to drive up the tractors with my brother and my dad, putting the crop in, and now working side by side with my husband in the shearing shed or drafting lambs. There's one consistent theme in my life, and it's the land. It's a part of us, and it essentially becomes our life. And now I get to pass on these important skills, knowledge to my children. I was asked to speak today from a rural mother's perspective, and I'm chuffed to have been asked, but I also carry the opportunity to hopefully be able to get at least one point across to someone in this room that will hopefully not just tick a box, but listen. And I hope that that person may be in a position and have the courage to then go back to their team or their department or their advocacy group, and there may be some small change that they can then grow into a conversation that is not just ticking a box, but change for the good of everyone. I say that because without farmers, just ask yourself, where would we or will we be? I remember when I first had my son James back in 2014, and most mothers in the room will remember taking their children to the community health nurse for milestones and vaccines, and we would get educated on what information of different things we can do with our children and what foods to start them on. I then went on to the volunteer in the school canteen, and the regulations come into place for healthy eating. Now my James is nearly 12 and he's right into his sports, and again the dietary conversation is at the forefront of the dinner table conversation. I use these examples because they all have an interesting common theme: fresh fruit and food in the form of meat, carbohydrates, cereals, fruits, vegetables, dairy, and the list goes on. But where do these all come from? Yep, us farmers. But not only the Murray-Darling Basin, particularly the southern Murray-Darling Basin, produces all of them. I've always idolised my dad, who I'm now able to farm alongside with, so I spend a lot of time talking to him, and we are both avid political followers, and he once said something to me that always sits in my mind. He asked me, where else in Australia can we produce what we do here in the Murray-Darling Basin? And now this has got me thinking that while it's not about us thinking we're better farmers than those in other parts of our country, but our climate and soils are able to produce the best food in the world. And this being said, that best food is not specialty foods or niche markets, they're staple foods. Basic necessity foods that we are taught from a very young age that will nourish our bodies and keep us in good health till older age. Our forefathers knew this well before the internet was a thing, and that's they also knew we were at the liberty of the seasons, and that's why they built a dam over 100 years ago that we still use today. I was speaking to a dairy farmer the other day, and his family moved to the area from up north where there's a lot of rain, but he said to me, nothing grows as good as it does here. The soil is better, the climate is better, and the animals flourish and they naturally produce more milk. This cemented what my dad always said to me: you can't get another Murray-Darling Basin anywhere else in this country. So now the contentious issue of buybacks, which has every single farmer in the Murray-Darling Basin in the scope of a gun, threatening every one of our farms. Remember, farms are not just a shop front that you see in the big cities. These farms are the paradises that we call home. These homes that produce food and fibre for every person that sits at their dinner table in the cities around the country. Farmers in our area have become so resilient that we fight droughts, floods and fires, we lose incomes and we sacrifice, but we never give up. As the saying goes, we're the only people in business that buy inputs at retail, sell at wholesale, and we pay the freight both ways. Another one of my sons started kindergarten this year, and his best friend lives on a property down the road from us. His dad works on a farm for a local family. What happens to them if there's no irrigation? What happens to his other little mates whose family rely on work at the rice mill? I could go on for hours about the flow-on effects that are connected to irrigated agriculture. Right now, we're in the middle of the second world crisis of my lifetime, the first being COVID. Now the shortage of fuel. And while we've made it through COVID, I've always found it crazy that there seemed to be no lesson learnt in our society or our governments. Recently on the news, there was one politician raising concerns about the fuel shortage and what that would mean for us here at the crucial planting of winter crop or harvest of summer crop. The other politician then took the opportunity to say that it was a good reason to go to electric cars and trucks. This just makes a mockery of us all. And the biggest frustration for me is that the ignorance and lack of knowledge of how the exact food that goes on every table in our country for our city cousins is astounding. I look back through my life and my family, from my grandparents to my parents, uncles and aunts and siblings, and my husband, and now my children, and the ignorance shown to farmers for their sacrifice, blood, sweat and tears that is put into farming to feed people saddens me. I've watched every one of my children learn to care for and nurture animals, and the lessons they've learnt from having those responsibilities and the care and respect that it entails, to see the stars in their eyes when Daddy or Pa are harvesting the front paddock of rice, knowing they aren't going to be home for dinner, or to tuck them into bed because they're busy feeding the world. We pride ourselves on the food and fibre that we produce in this nation, has one of the highest standards in the world. And where I live, we proudly grow it using the most efficient structures and layouts in the world with water use. So now I ask, when all is said and done and the politicians vote on the floor of Parliament in favour of those that think they know the environment, we're all gone, and when I say we, I mean the farmers, those of who may have more generational knowledge than my family are gone. Just think about that for at least 1 minute and then get back to me with what you think you will do if you get this all wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sharni. We're going to cut this question time a little bit short, so we'll have a chance for one or two quick questions. So if you've got a question.
With your chokes and flows, what volume daily are you not able to supply to the South Australian demand?
That's a tough question because well, we've got a fair idea of it. That's why there is a restriction at the Barmah Choke. That's why you can't allow too much more water past the Barmah Choke. There's a Barmah Choke allowance, and so that's limited, and it's usually closed from the start of the season to the finish because you can't allow too much more water to go downstream. So the issue that's happened is that there's been quite a large volume of water, especially from the Goulburn, that has actually been shifted downstream, and it's actually bypassed the choke to a degree. It is still in the same reach, so it's still in the reach down to the Walkill Junction, but it's actually measured as, it really hasn't shifted, but it actually has shifted. Instead of using it on the Goulburn, it's actually using it lower down the system, so around Sunraysia and those areas through there. And the other thing with the volumes of water that go through, the environmental water, they own water in different packets, whether it's the Menindee, whether it's Lake Victoria, whether it's Hume or Dart. And being the biggest irrigator in Australia now, there's a lot of very creative accounting going on, and so it is actually getting more water downstream than what was originally envisaged, and that's why the river system is collapsing. They talk about the chokes collapsing upstream, the Barmah Choke and vice versa. There's also the Edward River cannot sustain the volumes going down that now. It is at full capacity, 2,000 megs a day going down that. You come here to Barham, you've only got to go up and upstream of Barham here between Turrumbry and the Walkill Junction again. It's not due to sand slugs as Chris spoke about earlier. It's due to the fact of how the system's being operated. The system here is collapsing just as bad as what it is in the choke. So to actually put a figure on it is quite hard, but there's an extra volume of water that has gone downstream.
But apparently you are meeting the downstream requirement through all those other methods. What worries us in the
Thanks, John. Stephen?
Thanks very much, guys. Steve Brooks, I'm a fourth-generation irrigator. I run a fruit orchard up the river, and the other hat is I'm a Liberal candidate for the Northern Victoria region for Victorian election in November. I wanted to ask Geoff specifically, most of the people who understand water are actually in this room. I've heard all of the speakers speak before. None of it's new. My concern is that everyone in this room knows what the problems are. We know what needs to happen. What's not happening is that the people in those cities that were highlighted in earlier slides are not really understanding the value that Sharni put so well as to what we're actually doing in this part of the world. Isn't that the solution? And if it's not, Geoff, what specifically in Victoria can we do at a state level to actually slow this? Because at a federal level, I can't see that juggernaut changing. I see the state governments as being really the way we slow what's happening and potentially stop it.
Thanks very much, Steve. Yeah, I think we're probably in the state not travelling too bad politically. The politicians in the Labor Party, believe it or not, in the water industry have been focused on trying to help the community and industry. They can do a hell of a lot more. There's no worries about that. One of the biggest problems we've got is in the population and getting into the metropolitan areas and the understanding in that area is education. Our kids at universities, in secondary and in primary, are not being taught about agriculture, don't understand it. And I think that's an area that is really badly lacking at the present time. And if we can start to work in that area, we'll start to then start to make the cogs change. One of the biggest things as we go to the city is city people just say to you, well, we want farmers. We don't need them. I say, well, what do you mean? We just go down to the supermarket and get our food. So, yeah, that I say is education.
Thanks, Geoff. Before we go to David, can I just call up the next speakers, Justin Sutherland, Jason Limbrick and Darcy from Kagome.
Thanks, Lloyd. David Landini from Warcool. As was mentioned by the previous speakers, South Australia has a lot of influence in what happens with water, and a lot of I think the problems that are associated with water delivery are in South Australia. And as Darren and John pointed out, a lot of the things that happen in South Australia are detrimental to the whole system, as John pointed out with the Coorong and Darren pointed out with various other things as well. Now, the South Australian government, in the meantime, and as Helen mentioned earlier, has had at least one Royal Commission into water, and each of those, I don't know if it's one or more, but certainly one of those Royal Commissions come to the conclusion that everything the South Australian government does is correct. So how do we work with that? Because I'm sure, John, that what you and Darren and Helen have said previously is correct, and the South Australian government has a Royal Commission that contradicts that. So how do we argue against that?
Yeah, thanks, David. Look, the bottom line to it all is, and partly and as an answer to that previous question too, you've got to remember that the 2007 Water Act actually took away the states' rights to actually water, overrode the Australian Constitution. The feds ended up, Darren touched on it before, international agreements. And so the rights of the states were overwritten by the Water Act. And that's where part of our problem is. So it really is up to the states to start standing their ground. So far, we've had a very poor response from them. They could have actually stood up time and time again, and they haven't. They've allowed the process to continue. So really, I think a lot of work has to go into. We've got a big opportunity this year with the Farrell election. We've got one of the best spokespersons we've got in Parliament at the moment with Helen Dalton, and so I think that we've really got to start with the states and put more pressure back on the Freds, having bureaucrats that actually understand the issues. In New South Wales at the moment, I could honestly say that the people I deal with, there is not many in the water game that actually understand what they're dealing with. All the people that did understand their issues have actually moved on and come back as consultants. So I think a lot of work needs to actually happen to work on our states. Media is another really big play that we've got we've got to start pushing it a little bit harder, but we've got to start breaking down this. Just last, what was it? Before the South Australian election, you say that South Australia has been marginal for such a long time that's why they've got so much kudos. Have a think about it. A month or two ago, we had Murray Watts go down there, the Water Minister, go down to South Australia just before the election. And what did he do? He classified the Lower Murray as a critically endangered ecological community. Now, the bottom line is we've been pouring a power of water down there, well, not us, but the MDBA and the TUO, to try to rectify those issues I spoke about earlier. And have a think about it. The next minute, we've got the Environment Minister actually saying that it's critically endangered, even though we have been pouring huge volumes of water down there. And the Environment already own, it's not the 2100 or the 2600 you hear in the media, it is more like 4,622 GL is actually owned by environmental water parcels over the years. And it's something that, I'm not making that figure up, it's something the MDBA water audit has... That's it. So we're being like the general public, like it doesn't matter what we think or do down here because we're small numbers. It really comes back to trying to get the information into the urban areas. And something like that, it's not us making it up, it is actually fact. Deal with the real fact. Environmental water used wisely is a great thing. And I've had a lot to do with environmental water holders over the years. We've got a lot of river systems working a lot better than what they were before. We've got a lot of wetlands showing up. It's working really well, provided they work with landholders and local input. And that's where the problem is at the moment. We've got too many bureaucrats actually trying to deal with political issues, and that's what the Basin Plan is all about, politics.
Thanks, Johnny. And a round of applause for our panel, please. Tremendous speakers. I'll welcome our next bunch up onto the stage. So this will be our last panel before we stop for afternoon tea. We have an amazing spread coming up. But our first speaker that I'd like to welcome to the podium is Justin Sutherland. Justin is a third-generation rice farmer from Collyamberley. He has a long association with the RGA and he currently serves as a Collyamberley branch president, also co-vice president and RGA non-executive board member and chair of the RGA Water Committee. It's quite a mouthful.
Thanks, Lloyd. Well, thanks for inviting the RGA to speak today. So good afternoon, everybody. Rice production is one of the most important agricultural activities in the world. More than half the world's population eats rice at least once a day. Here in Australia, we produce enough rice each year to feed more than 20 million people every day for an entire year. That's an incredible achievement for a country known as the driest inhabited continent on Earth. A key organisation supporting the industry is the Ricegrowers Association of Australia, also known as the RGA. The RGA plays a vital role in representing rice growers across the country. Its main objective is to ensure farmers have strong and effective voice on issues that affect their businesses, their communities, and the industry as a whole. From speaking with our members, we know that alongside research, development and extension, water advocacy is one of the key areas where they expect the RGA to deliver. Through strong advocacy, collaboration and leadership, the RGA works to influence policies and practices that support sustainable growth and long-term success for the industry. Importantly, the organisation doesn't just focus on economics. Through initiatives like RGA Land Care, it also helps farmers protect natural resources and maintain healthy ecosystems. This ensures the rice industry remains viable not just for today, but for future generations. Over 98% of Australia's rice is grown in this region. In a typical year, the region produces between 500 and 600,000 tonnes of rice a year. Employs more than 600 workers in the Riverina, supports around 500 rice growers, works with nearly 400 local small and medium-sized businesses, and injects over $400 million into Basin communities. 3 rice mills operate in the Riverina. We have the largest rice mill in the Southern Hemisphere in Deniliquin, another mill in Leeton, both operated by Sunrice, and a new third mill in Jerilderie operated by Nice Rice. This shows that rice farming is not just about food production. Through value adding, it is a major driver of regional economies and livelihoods. The Australian rice industry has a long history of innovation, particularly improving water use efficiency. Because water is limited, farmers have had to become extremely efficient. This has led to some of the highest water productivity levels in the world. We use 50% less water per tonne than the global average. A great example of innovation occurred last year when a grower in Griffith achieved a record yield of 17.3 tonnes a hectare. Other farmers, including myself, have been trialling rice with automated water control in a type of hybrid aerobic way that is potentially showing up to 2 megs a hectare water saving without sacrificing yield. This demonstrates how grower levies, technology, research and skill can push agricultural productivity to new levels. However, the industry faces a major challenge: water availability. Rice production in Australia is directly linked to water supply from the Murray-Darling Basin. When water is scarce or expensive, production drops significantly. For example, in 2018, when water prices averaged $140 a megalitre, the rice crop reached over 600,000 tonnes. But a year later, in 2019, when prices rose to $460 a megalitre, production fell dramatically to just 54,000 tonnes. This highlights how sensitive the industry is to water costs. The impact of drought has also been severe. During the Millennium Drought and again in 2019-2020, prolonged dry conditions forced temporary mill closures, something that had major economic and social consequences for regional communities. While these periods of lower rainfall resulted in lower allocations, these times now are exacerbated by government water recovery. The environment now has a large portfolio of water, over 3,100 gigalitres, including Basin Plan recovery, the Living Murray program, Water for Rivers and state government programs. Almost 30% of water originally allocated to farmers for production in the Riverina has now been transferred to the environment. Water recovery has not been without its impacts. Smaller irrigation-dependent towns have seen population decline. Irrigation-dependent industries like rice have seen consolidation and reduced production. The impact's more than just the farmer. It's the blue-collar workers in the processing and manufacturing plants who live in town, send their kids to school and support the local businesses. Water recovery through federal and state water policy is expected to further shape the rice industry. According to the Australian Bureau of Agricultural and Resource Economics and Sciences, further scenarios for Murray-Darling Basin suggest that recovering the additional 450 gigalitres of water could increase water prices by between 28 and 50%. Their modelling also indicates that water prices are likely to remain above $200 a megalitre in 7 years out of 10. This creates ongoing uncertainty for rice growers, as higher water costs will reduce production and profitability. As we head into Basin Plan review, we look back and after 15 years, it is time to progress from a water recovery plan into a water management plan. The original Basin Plan set out to restore balance. While purporting to deliver against the triple bottom line, the focus was on water recovery for the environment to restore ecological health and resilience across our important river systems. To that end, the Basin Plan is working to a degree, where water can be delivered. The MDBA now acknowledges that water alone is no longer the solution and more work needs to be done on constraints and management issues that prevent the most effective use of environmental water. By governments investing in voluntary land and water partnerships with private landholders and IIOs, including for the delivery of environmental water to wetlands or riparian zones on private land. We need shift away from a plan of water recovery to a plan of management, specifically integrated catchment management for the basin, seeking to achieve the further ecological outcomes or optimisation of environmental water already held via non-water recovery means. We need to ensure water quality issues are addressed, and this cannot be done without a focus on native fish populations and controlling invasive species like carp. Importantly, we need to ensure that property rights associated with water entitlements are sacrosanct. In conclusion, the Australian rice industry is a powerful example of resilience, innovation and adaptability. Despite operating in one of the driest environments on the world, it continues to produce high quality food, support regional communities and lead the way in water efficient farming. However, its future depends heavily on water availability, climate conditions and appropriate government policy. With strong organisations like the RGA leading the way, the industry is well positioned to face these challenges. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. It's good to know the rice industry is in safe hands going forward. I'll introduce our next speaker, Jason Limbrick. Jason is the CEO of the Australian Consolidated Milk, a dairy processor in Northern Victoria. Jason's also an executive member of the Australian Dairy Products Federation.
Thank you, Lloyd. Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here to have a chat to you about dairy processing. I want to focus on the issue that's been constantly underestimated in water policy discussion, being the impact of the Basin Plan settings, particularly water buybacks, on the dairy processing industry in the Southern Murray-Darling Basin. Today, I'll share with you some findings from an independent report into those impacts and, more importantly, what they mean for our industry and our food system. Firstly, for a bit of context, as many of you know, the dairy sector has been overlooked in assessments of Basin Plan reform. The 2024 research into the impacts on irrigated agriculture of buybacks didn't even pull dairy out as a standalone category. Dairy was analysed as part of the pastures grazing category, and because the report acknowledges the uncertainty around it, it estimated what the impact would be on dairy. If you bear with me for a second while I take you through some important statistics about dairy in the Murray-Darling Basin. The basin today is still home to more than 40 dairy processing facilities, including multiple large multinationals, small Australian-owned companies and everything in between. We employ almost 2,000 people across the 8 local government areas. Processing sites in the MD Murray-Darling Basin also play a critical role in processing milk solids from outside those basin regions, in particular Northern Victoria, where we are well located to service national, consumer and export markets. So despite our industry knowing how important we were to the economy in the MDBA and many warnings about our industry that were provided, our unique vulnerability was not adequately recognised. Dairy Australia, in conjunction with the Australian Dairy Products Federation, jointly funded an independent report, not because we wanted to, but we had to. We needed robust, evidence-based analysts to properly understand and communicate what was at stake. The report was completed by AITHA, now called Lolicato, recognised leaders in water policy and economic modelling. Its finding is serious and should concern everybody. Let me take you through a couple of key points. The project was tasked with the job of evaluating 2 buyback scenarios from here. Moderate water recovery, 302 gigalitres. Might be someone ringing about milk price maybe, perhaps. And a high level number of 683 gigalitres of water buyback. At the high level, the analysis showed us that further water will have significant and cascading impacts on our dairy sector. Under the highest buyback scenario, milk production in the Southern Basin could fall by up to 15%. That equates to a further loss of 270 million litres of milk per year. In dry years, farm earnings could fall by more than 500%. And critically, for dairy processors, we will face reduced milk supply, rising costs and an increased risk of plant closures. To understand why, we need to look at how buybacks affect the system, and here's what we found. A buyback of 683 gigalitres would reduce the Southern Basin's consumptive water pool by 16%. The contraction in supply is projected to drive water allocation prices up by as much as 40%. Even in the reduced buyback scenario of 302 gigalitres, we would still reduce the pool by 8% and increase prices by up to 20%. And here's another point. The impacts are limited not only to those who sell water. Every dairy farmer who relies on allocation water is affected, and in turn, every dairy processor is affected. Importantly, I would just like to note, dairy farmers still today play a critical role in water markets. In years of low allocation and higher prices, dairy farmers adapt, reduce water purchasing and rely where they can on rely more heavily on purchased feed. In contrast, as Justin's pointed out, in years of higher allocation, they actively participate in the water market and boost production, and we've seen that happen not only in the last 2 to 3 years. Their responsiveness helps underpins a more stable and functional water trading condition, meaning changes to the sector have broader market implications. For farmers, the consequences are stark. Those with low water entitlement, which there are many, are particularly exposed. They face rising costs and limited ability to absorb them. In some cases, farmers could lose up to 40% of their earnings. In extreme conditions, farmers could lose more than $500,000 per year. To that point, we're not talking about marginal adjustments, we're talking about structural exits from the industry. But today, I've asked to focus more on what it means for dairy processing, because processors sit at the centre of the supply chain, and when they are impacted, the consequences ripple far beyond the farm gate. First, there's the issue of milk supply. We rely on constant flows to operate efficiently. When milk production declines, whether by 3%, 15%, it directly impacts plant utilisation. Lower throughput means higher per unit processing costs at a time processors are forced to travel, transport and collect milk from regions abroad, increasing costs of production. In many cases, milk may need to be sourced from entirely different regions, Gippsland, Tasmania, Western District, just to maintain production levels. This adds costs, it adds emissions, it undermines the efficiency of the entire system. Secondary processors have very limited ability to pass these costs on. We operate in a highly competitive global market. That hasn't changed. We compete with imported dairy products. We face price sensitivity and consumer demand changes. This means rising costs, whether it's from water, transport or reduced scale, are largely absorbed within those already operating on tight margins. Over time, that erodes profitability and investment capacity. Third, and most concerning, is the risk of plant closures. The report is clear. Under a higher buyback scenario, further consolidation in the processing sector is likely, if not certain. Plants that were designed for higher milk volumes become uneconomical at lower throughput. Smaller or regional isolated processors are particularly vulnerable, and once a processing plant closes, it very rarely reopens. The consequences of that extend well beyond the processor itself. Farmers, tanker drivers, feed, fertiliser companies, contractors, employees, local communities. When a plant closes, the entire ecosystem is disrupted, and we've seen that time and time again. What does this mean from a policy perspective? There are several key implications. A one-size-fits-all approach to water recovery does not work. Dairy has unique characteristics that must be recognised in the Basin Plan implementation. Uncertainty is a major barrier. Right now, the industry does not have clarity on how, when or where further buybacks will occur. The uncertainty is already impacting investment decisions for many processors. They cannot plan to build or change capacity to meet consumer demands, and farmers therefore cannot plan their production cycle or growth plans. And without this confidence, the entire sector is at risk of gradual decline. Alternatives to buybacks must be prioritised. Efficiency programs, infrastructure upgrades, and the mechanisms to deliver water recovery without the same level of economic disruption must be prioritised. Finally, we need to recognise that this is not just an industry issue. It's a food security issue, which I've heard mentioned many times today. It's a regional development issue, and it's a national economic issue. The Southern Murray-Darling Basin is a critical milk production region still today. If we undermine its viability, we're not just affecting dairy, we're affecting Australia's ability to produce and process food domestically. So where to from here? We know that the Basin Plan and the Water Act is under review. It's a critical window to get the settings right. At ADPF, we'll continue to advocate for a shift away from a blunt, one-size-fits-all approach to buybacks towards targeted, evidence-based and place-based approach that reflects the realities for dairy. This must also include a genuine reassessment of the environmental outcomes and whether the current policy settings have delivered the intended benefits. And again, I've heard that many times today. There's an opportunity here for governments, the MDBA and the Basin states to come together on a pragmatic, forward-looking agreement to deliver the environmental outcomes while sustaining regional industries and providing policy certainty. We need to move away from a water recovery mindset into a water management mindset. So at ADPF, and we urge everyone, as we will with all our processing member bodies, to make sure that we put a submission forward and be part and be proactive in shaping what comes next. But we ask, given the scale and impact is now clearly evidenced, how can reasonable steps need to be taken from here? And if further buybacks imposed disproportionate damage on regional industries, can they still be considered reasonable? This is a question worth putting forward in every submission.
Thank you, Jason. Great to have a dairy perspective. As we know, many of our dairy farmers have been quite drastically impacted. Now we're moving on to veggies. We have Darcy Kirchhofer from the New South Wales. He's the New South Wales Regional Manager for Kagome, and he has a broad range of experience in growing everything from garlic, tomatoes, corn and potatoes. I'll grab up your...
Thank you, Lloyd. Apologies, Chris Taylor couldn't be here today, so I got the call up Sunday night. So nothing like notice, eh? But thank you very much for having me here today. So thanks to Lloyd, but yeah, my name's Darcy Kirchhofer. I've been with the Kagome business now for since 2008, growing tomatoes predominantly, but also other vegetables. I am a generational tomato grower. My father grew tomatoes right through to the millennial drought. I, like most people in this room, have seen firsthand the degradation of our industry and of our tomato industry, and also local water, the community, the setbacks and the buyback schemes has done. So firstly, I'd just like to go on to Kagome and who we are. So Kagome Australia, we have the capacity to process about 250,000 metric tonnes of tomatoes annually. Currently, we're doing 155, and the reason for this is our industry has taken a major hit with imports, mostly from China, Italy and the USA. This is a continued ongoing battle we face, and it is due to our raw material cost. I'd just like to add in 95% of our tomato product is actually domestic. So if you've enjoyed a pizza in Australia, there's a fair chance we had a hand in it. We also process, or have the capacity to process, 30,000 metric tonnes of carrots. We're currently doing 22 for a very, very similar reason, a cost of raw material and the decline in market share of juices, effectively. We also do 12,000 tonne of apple and pear, which is going into most baby food brands. And we also do 10,000 tonne of beetroot. We don't grow this, we just process it, which goes into the Edgell brand for the Simplot. Employment in the local area. We employ 153 full-time staff with an average tenure of our permanents of about 6.2 years and our casuals of 3 years. Seasonal employment, when we're running 24/7, as most people have seen the tomato trucks on the road, but we do process 24/7. We have running 9 tomato harvesters around the clock, and the factory runs 24 hours a day, which is a seasonal employment of between 300 and 350 people. The retention rates in our business for our permanents are around 90% for permanents and 62% for our casual employees. Our annual contribution in dollars figures is we have a national contribution of about $112 million annually. And of that, 104 million goes into the local economy here in Northern Vic and the Southern Riverina. We have an employee wage contribution of about $27 million and an annual water cost annually of about 1.7 to 4.8 million annually. I just wanted to show this slide up here for most that can see it. This is where Kagome Australia exports to 20 ports and 39 major international customers. Pretty good effort considering it all comes from a little older Doecke on the Murray. It's not too bad at all. This is a timeline of our production of our different types of crops, as you can see, of our annual crops of what timing of they're grown and the timing they're processed through our facility. The point I make with this is we have, from the day the irrigation system starts, we have outlets running and we have them running to the very, very last day. Filling storages, so we're using water almost 330 days a year. So just onto our growing locations here. So from the map, you can see our factory based here in Doecke. These are our tomato growing regions around the Mathara, Denny, and of course we have properties only 25 k's out the road, down the Lower Thule Road, and also down into Victoria. We farm around 2,500 hectares total. Of this, about 1,500 is down to permanent subsurface drip irrigation. And then we have our carrot and garlic. Our carrot and garlic is grown mostly in this region here and also over in Deniliquin on sand, all centre pivot fed, which is a further 600 hectares of developed irrigation. Tomato supply for the region. We often get asked where they come from. So the highlighted here in the yellow sections are Kagome managed properties. The areas here, in the green are our third-party growers, and that's the radius. So we have our raw material is sourced from about 150k round radius. The reason for that is so we have continuity of supply. Our factory at peak demand can run at 4,000 tonnes per day of metric tonnes of tomatoes, which is a truck across the weighbridge every 14 minutes. So supply's critical. I just wanted to show a snapshot here of what our farming operation looked like back in 2015. We're operating in various zones. We've now coupled that back to 2 with the continued challenges from the Golden Murray water supply in Zone 7. This may be restricted further as intervalley trade rules continue to change, and this is heavily affecting pricing and ultimately supply. Now, this is what it looks like today. It says on the map 2013, which hasn't changed much, but what we've actively done as a business is we've removed ourselves from the Zone 7 and also Zone 11 areas down below the Barmer Choke. I have some economical figures as we go on to that on the next slide, which I can touch on, but the cost of doing that just from a raw material supply point of view in freight, in 2015, we're paying $2.2 million in freight. Today, we're sitting at over $3.6 million, which doesn't take into account the fuel levy crisis that we're currently going through. It's horrific. Ultimately, it's driving up our cost of production and it's impacting our competitiveness to be at a global scale. We often get asked, what does the Murray-Darling Basin Authority impact had on our business? So it cost us $3.1 million to remove out of Zone 7 and Zone 11. It cost us an additional $8.24 million to redevelop that infrastructure into other areas, particularly in the Deniliquin and Pretty Pine regions. That's a total of $11.3 million, and ladies and gentlemen, that's a very, very real number. The economic downfall of that, of a small town of Mathara, we originally used to produce 50,000 metric tonnes out of that area. So I pose the question of what economic disadvantage does it have to that small town now? My question here is to the MDEBA, who is measuring the social and economic impacts of this, and has this been considered at all? In my opinion, it hasn't. In summary, at an industry level, in 2009 there was 15 independent tomato growers. 2016 26, there's only 3. In 20 years ago, there were 7 processors across Victoria and New South Wales, and today there's only 2, as we stand as still the largest of them all. With uncertainty within our small industry, how do we ever get growers to come on board? With ongoing prices, as we say, with this water thing, with the fuel, how do we get people on board to support our small industry? We don't. And if we don't, how do we keep Chinese product from landing on our supermarket shelves? Kagome Farms, in 2019, we're a 20,000 meg annual business. In 2019, 2025, we're 8,325. Just to put a figure around that 8,325 megalitres, we produce 50,000 metric tonnes of food on supermarket shelves for that 8,325 megs. Imagine what we could do with the 20,000. Kagome, also during this period of the 2019, were a major supplier to a cornstarch company called Irrigation, which is now no longer around. Everything is through imported product. That is a direct correlation of the water crisis and water stability issue. That business had established roots for 102 years. Kagome has had to grow our business in other areas with carrot, garlic, potato cropping, as well as apples and powders. We've gone into a powder process and we're trying to regenerate some cost out of our waste just to be sustainable. The concern from an investor point of view is how we're running out of areas to grow. How do we reasonably ask for capital investment into our farming operations when the threat of unstable water pricing and availability is unknown? And I'd just like to finish and talk about the elephant in the room. Sorry, I like this slide. I think it's very relevant. Can I ask the MDBA what has changed in their policy or approach since meeting with us in November of 2023 and since their first consultancy process? The only change I see is an additional 450 gigalitres of water being taken away from us, the irrigators. The buyback of water feels like a crusade and it is crippling industry and agriculture. The MDBA calls the water buybacks voluntary options. Technically, yes. But it is not the case, as I feel the process is taking advantage of financially distressed farmers and businesses at their most vulnerable. You can't offer someone excessive above market value, expect them to say no. I ask them to wake up to themselves, to do something about it before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy. There's an amazing look at local industry and how adaptable they can be, but we need the right circumstances. We're going to open the floor to questions on the people selling water to government. When I was farming, the market was $400, but the government was offering $1,300, so it's not much of a push.
Thanks. Susanna Sheed, the former independent member for Shepparton District in the Victorian State Parliament, and also very involved in the GMID Water Leadership Group. I just want to say that we're really, in my view, at a very pivotal time. In 1970, we had 8 oil refineries. Now we have 2. Is this not what you 3 processors have presented today is exactly what's happening in relation to oil, and we're in a national crisis, an international crisis. So right at the moment, we're all preparing submissions to go to the MDBA by the 1st of May, and I hope everyone is, because whatever you've got to say ought to be in a submission, even though we're tired and sick of it. I think we should do it. So, I mean, my question really is to all of you, because I know all your organisations will be doing submissions. Is it worth making this point in all our submissions, do you think? I mean, never do you get an analogy that is so strong, and what, especially Darcy, just in that whole list of figures you gave about the closing of the the capacity to produce, and also Jason with milk. I mean, these are examples of exactly what has happened with, sovereign manufacturing and all of that. So tell me what you think. Do you think we should be making this as a big point in our submissions?
Yeah, I do actually. It's also a hot topic at the moment with fuel and fertiliser. Food security is starting to get some inroads into government. I think we need to put water into that as well, without a doubt, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely agree. As I touched on, the problem with our industry, and not just our industries, industries around, is that China are banging on the door. So if we don't do something to stop imports coming in, we won't have manufacturing. It's as simple as that. So absolutely agree.
Yeah, I mean, I echo what the guys said. Just to give you an example from a dairy perspective, which we come across regularly. One thing that's really important still today is that dairy products out of Australia are really, really good. I know I'm pointing out the obvious, but they always have been, and they stand alone nearly in some regards in terms of their quality and their ability to adapt to what the consumer needs. And I'll give that example because yesterday I was talking to someone and they'd set up a processing plant in Australia and they were importing butter from the US, which was a new thing this year because milk production in the US went through the roof because, like we do, they got their settings right, they got feed costs right, and the milk price was good and they made a lot of milk solids. So anyway, set up a plant to import butter from the US and thought it'd be a good idea to take bulk butter and put it into retail packs. And number one, the consumer would like it, which is proved to be a bit difficult. But number two, assuming that you could rework US butter like you can rework Australian butter or New Zealand butter for that matter. So you can take our butter and rework it and it comes out nearly exactly the same. It's that simple. We can't do that with butter from the US. It doesn't happen. It doesn't. It turns back into nearly a cream that the fats separate. It's a horrible product. So these things come through every now and then. You go, hang on a minute, like where's this all going to end up if that's not there? So if these processing plants aren't around and we can't make the products that people are still looking for, and to finish my example, if you're sitting at a table with some Japanese customers, and I know the guys from Kagome would be doing the same, the first question they ask is, are you going to be around or not? Like they read things, they're absorbing the information they say, and they only get it at a high level. And their first question is, this all sounds really good, but are you going to be here for much longer? Are we going to be able to have food security and supply of these really high-end dairy products that they've always got? Is that going to be there? Now, that's a tough sell, and we get a bit tired of having to convince them every time that, yes, we will be. We'll find a way to adapt, but it's a real risk.
Hello, this is a question for Susan. Why isn't the Victorian government on board with this? New South Wales is, I know, so and people like Roy Butler and Justin Clancy are very supportive of what's happening, and obviously Helen Dalton's really been a driving force behind it all. But why isn't the Victorian government? Because once Victoria's on board, along with New South Wales, that then decreases the influence of South Australia, which have been up to their necks in this mess.
They threw me out at the last election, but the Northern Victoria irrigation communities are very much on board with what's going on here as well. I think, you would see us at many of your events, and there's quite a few of us here today. As for the government, they certainly talk the talk with us. Our Premier lives in the Basin, Bendigo, our Treasurer lives in the Basin. These are things that are pretty unusual, really, and they say it, but they just don't make enough noise to satisfy us. As for the others, they've never said much. When I was in Parliament, the Water Minister, Lisa Neville, and I, pretty much like Helen, talking to each other, but not hearing anything back, not hearing from the parties you would think would be representing us. The only good thing about having an independent in your Parliament is they don't have a party to go with them, but the Premier opens the door and you do get in and you do get to talk to people of influence And you can hear Helen saying, I've been speaking to Premier Minns. You can hear those sorts of things, and you don't hear it. You hear about other representatives in our regions having the door slammed in their face. So it's very political. It's all politics. And, you know, you really need to think about who you've got advocating for you. And I know you do think about it. And you've got a chance to make an important decision. And we in Victoria have a state election on the 28th of November. And I hope to hell, you know, we can get people who understand this stuff and who are prepared to stand up for their communities. And it's not about parties. It's about people who know what's going on. It's like, you know, how do we get Jason to stand? You know, how do we get people who, all of you people have such a good understanding, and we know that this is all just crucial to our futures. And we don't hear people in the cities talking about it, but we need to. And I think, again, this is a pivotal point in history, what is happening now, and it's our best chance to draw attention to it.
Sorry about that. Just absolutely outstanding statistics, and that's what's needed for the education. Going back to the point someone raised earlier, how do we educate the people? Because what David Landini was saying is correct. We've got so many political seats in the city. So can we actually how can we get those types of information? Can you, all three of you, make that sort of thing available to us? Because it is important that we all take it on board to educate and educate every man and his dog. Because, I mean, from a political perspective, and with all due respect to the lady over there, but this is where Helen, yes, fighting like hell, but I can speak personally where I have 3 family members, 3 children, senior staffers in the Liberal Party for sitting members at state level, or one was federal, and they can't seem to get the representatives educated, and they're in the office. So I don't know what more can we do also to assist to get that information, to belt those doors down, because that's the only way it's going to happen. I know we're talking about the Basin Plan, but correctly, this is only going to be achieved by political decisions, and we have to educate them. We need to help you to get those figures out. So can we please get those as well somehow?
Yes, short answer is yes, absolutely.
Louise Burge Deniliquin. I've been involved in water policy for far too long, 16 years. The mistakes have been well documented. The MDBA know they're documented. And the problem is the MDBA, Murray-Darling Basin Authority, is still saying when they're doing this basin plan review, they are doing a whole of basin social and economic analysis. In other words, they're not looking at geographically specific areas. So it is likely that, as we've seen multiple times before, there's going to be a cover-up of the social and economic impacts, including to processors. So I think sometimes in life you go through, and as this community has done for many, many years, multiple meetings, multiple issues, etc. But I think the timing's right for people to be shaken out of their tree, not just politically. I mean, there's a great opportunity now, but politically at a level where the communities, both urban and rural, can actually see for themselves the vulnerability of Australia. And, you know, COVID was one thing, but then they went into sleep mode again. This is real, and the timing now, I think, is much different. So we have to get the facts and figures, not just in MDBA reports, but get them out beyond the MDBA's confinedness.
And one more.
Thanks. I think, Justin, it might have been you that said we need to focus on constraints relaxation. Don't keep repeating that, because you cannot get that water down the system, even if it's you do lift bridges, levees, whatever. All you do, you will need massive floods like 216 to 22 to get that water there. And I'll give all the reasons later why you cannot get the water down there, even if they have an extra 750. It won't go down the end of the system.
Justin, are you still as Ricegrowers restricted to 9 megs per hectare?
No, we're not. We can use what we like, but it's just economically inefficient to use any more. At the moment this year, I'm around 13 megs, and it's been a pretty hot summer for my own farm.
That's for the #1 staple in the world. What about that other big staple, almond?
I don't grow almonds, so I won't comment.
Yeah, anywhere from 15 to 22 from what I'm told. So it is. And we will soon be breaking for afternoon tea. There's an awesome spread coming out, but I have just received word that there is breaking news from the Daily Dirt. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Daily Dirt. You're with Gavin Wholesome, and we've got a special guest for you. Minister for Water and Transport, what lies? Here at the Daily Dirt, we cut through the bullshit. Good afternoon, Minister. Thank you for joining us. Can you please tell me how your government is going to approach Basin Plan Mark 2?
Thank you for having me, Gavin. As you'd be aware, government does like the Murray-Darling Basin, and we also like water. In all its forms: rain, mist, evaporation, and of course clouds. I think you'll find the government has really broken down the barriers of water.
Minister, some farmers and impacted rural communities would argue that you've actually increased the barriers to water through water buybacks, reduction in allocation yields, and also increases in cost across the board.
Well, this government has always cared about the farmers, Gavin. I remember growing up in a housing commission estate, and my mother would have to decide whether to buy the food from the farmers group or pay her young socialist union membership. We're a party that fights for farmers, Gavin.
And what about the barriers for farmers accessing water, Minister?
Well, the water barriers I mentioned were basically removing those stopping us as the government from overriding the Constitution. To take water off Australian people and make them pay for it. It's a win-win. You'd be aware of the dangers of sovereign citizens. Sovereign assets are much the same, dangerous.
Well, if you can't trust the people with sovereign assets, what becomes of it?
Well, it's that circular economy. We buy the water with their taxes. We allow foreign investors and traders and companies to also buy the water. That creates a shortage in the water supply, which drives the prices sky high. And in turn, people pay more for their food, but we also collect more taxes.
And the farmers, Minister?
Well, we've always been a party that thinks that the farmers are the backbone of the country. They're resilient and they're circular farmers.
Circular farmers, Minister?
Well, yes, we rotate them. When the prices and the margins shrink through policy positions, we rotate them. It's circular, out of the family farms and into the corporate-backed operations that enjoy healthy offshore tax advantages and clearly more competitive, like our push for the highest return per megalitre in the Basin Plan.
But, Minister, some would argue that pushing highest return per megalitre without any consideration for the environment or staple food production is actually quite risky.
Well, the plan's never been about balance. It's been about the environment.
Yes, but Minister, pushing highest return per megalitre has been hurting the environment. We've seen water going further down the system, eroding the rivers. We've seen new irrigation areas open up that are, causing problems with salinity. So we've got deliverability, salinity risks. These are all impacting parts of the environment.
But that's not our environment.
Not your environment, Minister?
Yes, much like we count the environmental water as benefiting the environment, our environment is just our icon sites and the odd sacred cow or two.
Sacred cows, Minister?
Yes, things that we can't talk about, like Australia's only freshwater estuary, 28,000 square kilometres of the southeast of South Australia, being excluded from the basin, and historic water source that fed the Coorong and Lake Albert.
Minister, they all sound like important issues if we do want to get Murray-Darling Basin Plan version 2 right.
Well, again, it's circular. We feed the sacred cow, water the upper parts of the actual basin, and the cows produce for us gold.
Gold, Minister, in terms of milk or butter?
Oh, even better than that, votes.
Well, we're going to break for afternoon tea now. I'd like to give a big shout out and thank you to our presenters we've had starting the event. And after Smoko, we're going to have some fantastic presenters. So Professor Peter Gell, we've got Mark and Kevin, South Australian horticulturalists, a whole range of expertise. So go and enjoy the tucker.
same class control that I used to have. Same class control that I used to have.
My grandfather took a picture very similar to that below where Trumbury Weir is now.
Yeah.
Looking downstream at Dryer's Bakery, looking upstream. There's 6 steam engines with pumps on them, pumping out the last of the pool.
Yeah, right.
The river didn't run dry.
Yeah.
The model still is that.
Yeah, that's right. Well, our first speaker for the afternoon is Professor Peter Gell. Peter has had an amazing career of telling the truth within science. I know it's pretty tempting to stay there and enjoy the offerings of Club Barham. They've put on an amazing spread. And of course, thank you to all our sponsors for today who have helped fund the spread, fund the running of today. Unlike the MDBA, we don't have millions of dollars backing us. We are run on volunteers and goodwill. Is that better, Drew? Well, yes. Well, we are going to kick off because we do have a lot to get through, and so I will introduce Professor Gell. Bear with me 2 seconds. Professor Gell is an Emeritus Professor of the Federation University, an adjunct professor of the University of, Indonesia, and is Director of Diatoma. He is a professional wetland scientist as deemed by the Society of Wetland Scientists and is a Fellow of the Global Research Project Past Global Changes. Anyway, I'll pass it over to Peter and we will kick off.
I'll get him in.
Roll up, roll up. One night only, Professor Gell in Barham. You don't want to miss it. Step right up, step right up.
Thanks, Lloyd, and thanks, organisers, for the invitation. I was chatting to Warwick Long, of whom I'm a fan, and said that I endeavour to steer a straight line path between various sides and rely heavily on evidence, and that then therefore subjects you to my evidence. So I apologise that there's quite a lot of data here, so please, if it's not clear, hopefully I'm presenting a story you can follow. I'm going to acknowledge the traditional owners because I recognise how fantastic these systems were before various industries has made a mess of the Murray-Darling Basin, and it's in a very, very bad state at the moment. But we're not alone. Globally, the Living Planet Index says we're at minus 83 for freshwater biota. That means populations have declined by 83% since 1970 across the globe, particularly freshwater megafauna, and so I'll put in the Rio Solomos and Negro there. One, because I'm talking about turbidity, and the Solomos is turbid, but also because there's some fantastic megafauna, freshwater megafauna in those rivers that are also in big rivers around the world, or at least they were. And also, Zampatti and Bice have suggested that our fish populations in the MDB are now at 10% of what they were 200 years ago. So I just want to paint a bit of a reality check that we are concerned about human communities, human societies, human productivity, but I think I would also like you to recognise that we're in an ecological crisis in this basin as well. And so while we may disagree how we go about it, it's absolutely sure that we need to deal with this biodiversity collapse as we maintain industries in the basin. Wetland decline has a history, and there are various ways of getting to that history, and those historical approaches provide some insight into how we degraded the system that we see today. And we can use long data sets, but monitoring the basin only started in the 50s. Comparative photography, there's a colleague of mine that does that in South Africa with great effect. Historical documents, anecdotes, paintings, etc. But generally in terms of time, they're quite spotty. They're not continuous and they need some sort of context to provide verification. But they're still very useful, and Darren was mentioning the 1902 Royal Commission, and their conclusion it was by the end of the 19th century, the Murrumbidgee in particular was heavily polluted, and that sludge and mine debris was of very old date as of 1902, which tells us that we have polluted this system for well over a century. And some recent work put out by the La Trobe Group and the Melbourne University Group has endeavoured to document the amount of sludge that went out of Victoria down the river systems, and it was 400 million cubic metres of sludge entered the Murray-Darling Basin from Victoria alone from 1850 to 1900. And that amount of material is working its way down the system still, I suspect. The top picture on the right is a sand slug. You haven't got a sand slug. Look at that one. That's on the Lee River south of Ballarat. And then you can see the sludge on top of the natural soil profile on the Ovens River on the bottom right. So this is metres of material that are sitting in the floodplain, working their way down the system, and they're all post-European. Also, historical documents can show us some interesting relations between water use and climate. And I like to show this, and we published it a few years ago, that when we developed Top Panel, water resources in the basin, it happened during what's called a flood-dominated regime, which is driven by large oscillations from the Pacific Ocean. And we had no problems with water supply back then, or debates over water supply. The main issues we were debating were soil conservation and then in the 70s, salinisation. But then we hit a drought-dominated regime from 1982, and then, of course, the Millennium Drought, and we've very heavily now focused on these water issues. And we've, I think, largely forgotten about those ongoing NRM issues of soil conservation, salinisation and nutrients. And, of course, the prior drought-dominated regime lasted 50 years. The Caroli group at Melbourne University said that drought-dominated regime ended in 2010 and we're back in a flood-dominated regime. But others have said that things are just going haywire. We don't know what's going to happen with the Pacific. My tool of trade is paleoecology, and the benefit of paleoecology is that you can get a continuous record of the history of a wetland. And we have sites, and I'll show you in a minute, where we have 5,000 years of continuous sedimentation. So we've got 4,800 years of natural pre-European state, and then we can look at the degree to which industrialised people have impacted upon these systems. They are best applied in still water bodies, wetlands, lakes, but because wetlands are connected to the river, we can often infer the changing condition of the river as well. So down near Wentworth, Jeanette Hope put me to a site. It didn't look great to me, looked a bit salted out, which it is. Tarina Billabong, and we got a 4.6 metre core, and it was dated at 5,000 years at the base. And this is just the top of that core, and it shows an increase in salinisation from 1880, 46 years ago. And that was because it was a proto-irrigation site on Salt Creek. It was also a pinch point for the shift of sheep from New South Wales to Adelaide, and so there was a 30-fold increase in sediment accumulation soon after they were running sheep past that station. So these are huge changes in this wetland from the mid to late 1800s. Sedimentation rates we've looked at today using lead-210 profiles. have increased more recently. 3 centimetres a year, our wetlands are filling up with mud, as much as 5 centimetres a year in some sites. That means if they're only 50 centimetres deep, you can do the maths, they'll be terrestrialised in 10 or 20 years. They'll be lost as effectively very shallow, if persistent at all, wetlands. So they'll be lost because of sediment flux. Closer to here, just upriver, we took a core for the New South Wales DPI at Dead River Lagoon in Paracuta. I took a core 1.60 metre in that wetland top left, and I got our biomed group to see if they could extract any DNA, and lo and behold, they found Gambusia DNA, mosquito fish, at 1.10 metre. So we infer that that site's got 2 centimetres a year sediment accumulation, and again, it's filling up rapidly. And we know from other sites that the sediment's coming from the river itself. 26 years ago, well, before that, 30 years ago, Ralph Ogden in his PhD tried to examine the impact of this sediment flux on the ecology, published in 2000, and he showed that plants, inferred by his crustaceans that he was working with, were lost in the large, deep billabongs, he thinks from around the 1860s, 1870s, I suspect a little bit later, but almost all large, deep billabongs lost their plants. And that was because of the turbidity, which meant that large billabongs couldn't transmit light to where the plants wanted to grow at the bottom of the wetland. King's billabong we've studied fairly intensively, and it's once been said diatoms don't lie. This is a diatom record from King's billabong. The sediment record started in 1891 when it was first used as a water basin to supply Mildura, and prior to that there's no available sediments. In green there are clear water and plant-growing species of diatoms, and you can see straight after regulation they shifted across to turbid, indicating diatoms. You can question my interpretation. The great thing about diatoms is the same species are in Germany as are in South America, as in Africa. So I can talk to somebody in London and they said, yep, fair enough, that's turbid indication. So we can validate our interpretations by all the work that's been done all around the world. And of course the Germans started working on diatoms in the early 1800s. And Giri Kendell, my colleague, also looked at the changes in the crustaceans, microcrustaceans in King's billabong sediments, and he too found the collapse of species that hung around aquatic plants and taken over by species that hang out in open water. And that again is because the plants disappeared, because the water became turbid, because the wetland became permanent. We also worked on the carbon and nitrogen isotopes, and Giri was managed to demonstrate a complete switch in the nature of the food web in that wetland post-river regulation. So Mike Reid and I got together about 60 or 70 records from above Albury down to the Murray Mouth. We've done a lot of work digging holes in wetlands across the basin, and we came up with a typology of how they've switched post-European settlement. Top right is that example of the large deep wetlands which switched permanently because they just lost light. Top left are ones in the tributaries like the Ovens, which were sufficiently shallow for the plants to get enough light to persist. So they were resistant. And C in the middle are the ones down the bottom of the system which dry out, and the plants can then reset and grow again until they're dosed with another flood of turbid water from the river, and then the plants are suppressed once again. But if there's wetting and drying, the plants can persist through time. Now, some people might say, well, all these wetlands are permanent. We like wetlands with permanent water, but these are the wetlands with long records beyond European settlement, a dozen or so, in 4 different hydrogeomorphic contexts. These ones are the ones we've called which only go back 80 or 100 years, mostly back to regulation, maybe a bit older. So all these wetlands were intermittent prior to European settlement. 65% of the wetlands, and we go to the ones that are more permanent than dry, 65% of the ones that are permanent today that we've worked on were naturally intermittent and are now permanent. So you could say they've got more water than they need, and they've lost that capacity to reset, so they've permanently lost their plant communities. What are the consequences of inundation? Elevated sedimentation rate because they're permanently connected to the river, which is dosing them with sediments on a daily basis. The turbidity and plant loss. Also eutrophication because the sediments are carrying nutrients with them, and that leads to phytoplankton dominance, which exacerbates the turbidity and light regime problems. And you get a shift from aquatic plants in the water to typha and floating plants around the sides. And the great example of Psyche Bend Lagoon and others, you also have the capacity where the sulphur of acid sediment accumulation. And Psyche Bend Lagoon went red when it dried out during the drought on account of copper. So back to things that we can all connect to, not so much crustaceans and diatoms. I'm trying to see how this might relate to the collapse in small fish in the Murray-Darling Basin. And Paul Humphreys documented that the Blandowski expedition in 1856 found 17 species of fish in one wetland near Swan Hill, and they've all gone. So general observations of fish people are that the species of least concern in terms of conservation are generalist species, but the species that have specialist requirements for habitat, i.e. aquatic plants, are the ones that are under real threat. The Murray hardyhead, for example, requires submerged plants to breed, and the critically endangered purple spotted gudgeon, nice fish if you've seen one of those, requires sheltered areas with dense aquatic vegetation. They recently rediscovered it in the Kerrang wetlands in areas of dense aquatic plants. So it definitely needs plants, and the plants have gone because of turbidity. Yet, as we hear, all we hear about, it's all about flow, and Keith Walker's to blame for this, the late Keith Walker. And you keep hearing from all sorts of scientists who are involved with the CHU and other agencies that are advocating for more flow to improve conditions in the Murray-Darling Basin. But here's a few papers I've mentioned about turbidity, loss of plants, and the impact of erosion on plant communities and natural ecosystems, and they're rarely cited by aquatic scientists in Australia and not cited by the Murray-Darling Basin, as far as I can see, certainly not in Scopus, at least anyway. So the feds, despite the fact we've been publishing these papers for 30 years, just not taking any notice at all. My old mentor, Geoff Petts from the UK, who wrote the first Rivers Handbook back in 1982, said that you need to manage water quality before you manage water quantity. What's the point of slushing around turbid water to try and enact ecological recovery, because it's the light regime that's critical. And I guess that's because if all you have is a hammer, then it's going to be all about water volume. However, I'd assert that the historical and ongoing erosion is likely the main source of turbidity. You can see a site down near down the bottom of the system. Fine sediments are the main source of phosphorus. Work by CSIRO 40 years ago demonstrated that for every tonne of sediment, there's 3 kilos of phosphorus being ferried through the system. And we identified that's actually the main source of nutrients going in the River Torrens and causing algal blooms in front of the city of Adelaide. These combine to impact the light environment and wetlands. And despite over 25 years of the collapse of wetlands, as documented by myself and colleagues, we do not yet know the source of sediments in the Murray-Darling Basin. If we could work out where they're coming from, we could switch off the subcatchments and try and reduce the flux of sediments and improve the light environment to get aquatic plants back. Yet we continue to conflict over volume, and the volume issue has come in the last few decades, and our long-term records show it's not just about volume, it's about sediments, it's about nutrients, and it's about salinity. So if we sought lessons from the past in the MDB, we would seek to understand how these wetlands became unstitched, because that's where the diversity is. It's not the channel, it's the floodplain wetlands which have hosted the bulk of the biodiversity in the Murray-Darling Basin. So I look forward to managers, hopefully in my lifetime, setting targets based on past systems, what's now called in the Society for Ecological Restoration appropriate native baselines as one of the 8 guidelines for restoration ecology. Broadening the focus from volume only. I see there are wetlands that need water, but I think we've had too much of a focus on volume only. Identifying sources of both nutrients and sediments so that we can work out where to switch them off. Reinstating variability. Lake Alex is permanent. All these wetlands are now permanent and they're suffering because they're lacking variability and they're unable to reset as they might have done prior to regulation. And all this is for the purpose of recovering habitat in the river and across the floodplain and its wetlands to try and allow Australia to address this global phenomenon, which is biodiversity collapse. So I think I'd leave it there. That's the Ovens River. When I was fishing there, when I was about 5 or 6, that was already degraded for over a century. And it's continued to degrade over the last 60-odd years since. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Peter. It's always a great joy listening to you speak, and yeah, your advocacy for sound-based science is commendable. Righto, up next we have a couple of South Australian horticulturalists, Mark Doecke and Kevin Koch. And who would like to go first? Mark. Throwing Mark in the deep end. There we go. And just push sideways to get to your next one.
Afternoon. My name's Mark Doecke, and I didn't call for more water for the lower lakes. I didn't instigate the Royal Commission, and I don't want the Coorong connected to Queensland. Okay? Unfortunately, South Australia versus the eastern states is a bit of a problem, but as growers, we probably see things the very similar way. So, together with my wife, we run 60 acres of citrus at Sutherland, which is west of Waikerie, probably 180 k's from Adelaide. We're part of a little irrigation trust, 2,000 acres. It was 80 growers, now it's 13, but over time just sort of little guys sort of move on and the bigger guys, which I'll say I'm one of them, but not really, sort of accumulate holdings. We have a 30-metre lift out of the river, so power prices affect us quite badly. Now, I've got a couple of sarcastic comments about the review of the Basin Plan, and don't throw anything at me till I finish the paragraph. The Basin Plan has been a success to date. It has successfully removed water from productive horticulture. It has successfully hurt regional communities as they learn to live with less available water. The Basin Plan has successfully raised the price of temporary water as there is less now in the consumptive pool. The plan has been partially successful in appeasing the Green lobby, who will always call for more water to satisfy their opinions and politics. The government of all persuasions has successfully purchased that much water that the Chew can't even utilise it without flooding landholders along this river. And the plan has successfully reduced export income generated by growers and reduced the jobs associated with that production loss. What the plan hasn't achieved is all the things listed in the report other than stream flow due to the 2022 flood. You've probably all seen that, haven't you? It was in our citrus news actually, so it's good. It's got all the categories, flows, fish, everything, and it's mostly fail. The green ones are the 2022 flood average in there. So my particular problem with all of it is weird poor manipulation. So that photo up there is just a sprinkler filter, not even a drip filter, a sprinkler filter, full of rubbish after like 15 minutes of the water running. In our part of the world, they add boards to the weirs and push the water level up 1/2 metre, and they flood a section between weirs to push the water out into the lagoons, etc. The problem is when this very bad quality water is returned to the river, the debris and black water finds its way back to the main channel and into our filters. arrow. So, yeah, that one field is just full of like rubbish, and this field is just like sewage coming out of a flush line on a drip block. This very poor quality water, I mean, the photo of the last filter was like bulk, and this one is like virtually sewerage. And my point is that this weir pool manipulation is bad for the river, as this very poor quality water in connected backwaters finds its way back to the river main channel. This is not a good, healthy river. And so that's that part of it. And some solution possibilities that we talk about. Backwaters, like we have a lot of backwaters in South Australia because of where we are on the width of the river valley. If I had my way, all backwaters would be regulated, so that would allow drying out periodically, as it was naturally, and as Peter just alluded to. And in times of very low flow, 80 gigalitres could be saved in evaporation, and those savings pass to growers. In my opinion, and I'm no expert, the Coorong shouldn't be part of the Murray. The Coorong's sort of a separate thing altogether. It's a unique area, and should it be maintained from the Southern Ocean? Right there you have the Southern Ocean. There's not much point in trying to get water down to it from Queensland, and that would negate the fresh water requirement, as the Coorong is 3 times more salty than the sea. I know there's a paragraph in your document about the Coorong, but let's have an open mind about the future of this area. And in times of very low flow, chew water that there's plenty of could either be used for conveyance water, like in the Millennium Drought situation, or it could be leased to permanent plantings. Low flow in the river is natural, and the river will recover quickly when it rains, as we saw after the Millennium Drought. Permanent plantings didn't recover, they don't recover, and in our area, as I'm sure in other areas, there are still dead blocks from the 09 drought. So that's a couple of thoughts from Citrus SA. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I'll just pop up Kevin's and then we can get into it.
That's right. Okay, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk about water quality, especially in our area, in the Sunraysia area, not in the Riverland areas. I was given that. But that's all right, I'll put up with that. Okay, so I'm an irrigator in the Murray Weir Pool. I've also got a property on the Darling, which is on the lower Darling, and the top end of that property is the natural Darling. The bottom end of the property is in that Weir Pool. I'm a bit of a greenie at heart in some respects. I've got 2 wetlands there. We've got a gum forest, river gum forest that we've established, and I'm using the knowledge of the old New South Wales Forestry Commission guys that when I was a young lad said, knock out 70% of those sucker trees, they'll kill the lot. So we've done that and we've seen how it goes. I'll talk about that later. Okay, so we were the epicentre for that 2022-23 floods, so both rivers met at the same time. It was the same height as 1956, which was the 1 in 100 year flood. It also went through and we thought, beauty, that's flushed the river. We should get about another 5-10 years before there's any algae blooms. But where's that arrow gone? Here we go. No, there it is. But up came the signs. Don't swim, don't drink the water, don't kayak, don't take your mangy dog for a swim. Danger. This water is not suitable for human consumption. Warning signs. So that was really what shocked us in that area. That algae had started. So let's go, I can't go back 1,000 years or whatever. Gell did. I go back 60 years. I was a 10-year-old scout. We had a rope swing. You'd swing out into the Murray. You had to get into it because of the water lilies and the water weeds. The old guys called that
the lungs of the river. You could see the fish, you could drink the water. There was beautiful sandbars. There was river crays went halfway down to South Australia. It was great. It was pretty good. So some small towns had no filtered water, so they survived basically on that. So what went wrong? Oh, the drought. So the millennium drought dried up the Darling. There's fish kills up there. There was one survivor. In 1974, I think I might have jumped one there. I've jumped one. Let's go back. Here he is. So what went wrong? European carp was introduced to Lake Hawthorne in the Mildura area in 1963. 74 floods came up and the carp escaped into the river. They bred with a natural carp out of the Murrumbidgee, and that's where we got our super carp. How do I know that? I'm not that smart. This guy here, Benjamin Smith, get your phones out, Google him, European carp, and you will get the story. They're bottom feeders. They hoover up the mud. They also disrupt the native fish cycle. They also are prolific breeders. So after those floods were going down, I had the wetlands I talked about up on the Darling. We decided we got a couple of good wetlands up there. They were filled. There was about 2 kilometre wetland by half a kilometre wide. And this is the result. Now, this is a video and I'm not sure how it plays, but that's not wind on there. That's carp fingerlings heading back to the Darling in their millions. I cut the buggers off. I said, you can't get and ruin me river. And is that it? There you go. And well, so that's just walking along with the phone. And they were pouring into the Darling out of that big billabong. Get involved. It's having another go. You got to stop it? Oh, right, that's the one I want. Okay, so the shot on your left is the billabong as it started to dry up. That went for 2.5 kilometres all the way around with millions of carp, big carp dying. They also were still alive in the middle of the water there. The water was getting soupy, it was being stirred up and it didn't look real good. I had another opportunity 4 years ago when the Darling went up to fill the creek up. I thought, beauty, I'll fill that one up, I'll block it off, the little buggers won't get back, and I'm going to put my yabby nets in. I'm going to feed the yabbies. The first month, few yabbies, heaps of shrimp, frogs, turtles, mussels, they're all there in that creek system. Then they disappeared. I thought, well, what the hell, is going on? Suddenly I could start to see the reasoning. The water was starting to get turgid, it was starting to get green and slimy, and those damn carp were all going along the bank hoovering up the mud. They'd cleaned it all out. So I waited until it was a 40-degree heat and I went down there and they were dying flat out. That fixed them up. Even the goats wouldn't drink that water. It was so bad. So you can see the photo on the other side there. They're Winchester bullets. I only shot a couple, but they were full of eggs. Amazing how they stuffed up my wetlands. So you're going to ask me, what about the carp control program? I had to address a forum in Mildura that had about 200 people there. It had government people, it had people from the university, it had local government, mayors, it had students, the whole lot. I'll back up. I didn't have to address them. I listened to an address from, I call him Rajat. He was a scientist that was talking about the chemicals you need to make your water potable and what the council need to put in, the systems that you have in filtration. And we got to question time. No one had a question for him. So I stood up and I congratulated him on what he's doing to make this water drinkable that we now have in the Sunraysia area. But I said it was sad. It was sad that at my lifetime we have had to change our water, and I give them the 10-year-old spule. At the end of the day, the scientists and a couple of the uni people came up and said, you were pretty passionate about that. And I said, dead right. I said, what's going on with the carp control program?
So they said, we know those people, put a rocket after them. I said, well, that's good. They got back to me and they said they've been going since 2014. It was 2024, 10 years. Hadn't heard a thing. They said, oh, they've got another 6 years of study to do. I said, okay, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to get an enclosed area in South Australia? In South Australia, they're going to put carp in there, and they're going to put fish in there, native fish. Well, there's the result. Once the carp die, the fish are going to die and they're not going to let the virus go. I got back to them and I said, tell them they've got to have flowing water. Can't do that. The virus might get out. So that's where we're up to. Okay, there is light at the end of the tunnel. So there's a group, I'll just go to this little bit on there. Our window of opportunity is, you can probably read that. It really says the opportunity to control carp, we are losing because the people that are making decisions today have never seen the river without carp. So we need to act and do it now. And that's the scientists back in 1996. So those guys realised we had a real issue back then, 30 years ago. So there is a group called the Glenelg Nature Group. I know their scientists, James Walker, Peter Morton at Peaker Station, have both got freshwater ponds that they're putting the little sturgeons into. What was the other ones? The little fish? Gudgeons. And they're putting waterweed. The big problem is all the birds are eating the waterweed because they haven't got any to eat in the rivers anymore. The carp have cleaned it all up. So this is a chance that we will show people of today, or they will show people of today, how the river was. Oh, that's the end of the slideshow. No, I've jumped a bit. There's a thank you there. All right. Thank you very much for listening to me. One last bit. Our submission is that book there, that High River to Hell one. And when that comes out, sorry, I've changed the words. If that comes out, that's our submission. We've had 116 submissions over the last 15 years. Murray-Darling Basin people haven't listened to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Now we're going to open the floor up to questions.
Quick question for Peter. You mentioned, I don't mean to verbally, you said something along the lines you're not sure the cause or the silting of the wetland.
The source of the sediment.
My understanding, I've got a lagoon on our property, roughly 3 kilometres around, acres in the river connected, half the big problem, half trapped, live connected. But the sedimentation that's going on in there is being caused by the carp, it's their actual own sediment. And you can see the layers. I've only been there 20 years. I'm sorry, this is Colin Gully, near Wagga. In the drying, it's never been completely wet. Completely dry in the 20 years. But you can see the different layering, and you see the massive carp kills as they come in with the river. Wouldn't that be the natural source of that sedimentation? And sorry, the other part of that is because we then get the ancient red gums falling in because of the the carp, and also that impact is happening on the river because these constant high environmental flows are eroding our banks away enormously, which is pushing more sediment back into these lagoons because they're acting almost like a siphon, sucking them in.
Yes, I suspect the carp turning over the sediment that's already there.
But to be an increase in sedimentation rate, you need an input from outside, and it could well be carp chewing the banks of rivers. It could.
There's hundreds of them in our area. We're seeing the widening of them and the destruction from the carp initiating. That's what I'm also talking about, the constant high environmental flow.
It could be more consolidated sediments getting chewed up and becoming less consolidated. And so it's of a greater depth of sediment because it's less consolidated on account of the carp. But I mean, I showed you from Tarina Billabong, for example, sedimentation rate kicking off from 1880, and that predates the release of carp by 80 years. So the sediment problem and the turbidity problem in the Murray-Darling Basin is long before carp, but carp are a massive contributor to it today because they're chewing riverbanks. Ollie and Walbrink demonstrated that something like 86% of the sediment that's getting into the Murrumbidgee system is derived from subsoil, and they infer that it's from bank collapse and gully erosion, and they used cesium and lead dating to establish that. And we found exactly the same figures from the sediments going into the Torrens through the pipeline from Mannum. So it is subsoil, and there's large volumes of it. And as I said, there's 3 kilos of phosphorus for every tonne of soil. So you've got plenty of nutrients coming down naturally. You don't have to invoke irrigation return drains or anything to account for the high nutrient loads in the system. Just a quick point on carp. I do talk to the carp fishers. The real concern with the herpes virus is that it is transmitted by carp touching carp. And so you need a high concentration of carp for it to transmit. And if they all die at once, then you've got a massive nutrient and deoxygenation problem. And it won't transmit if you've got a handful of carp spread across the wetland, and they'll just come in and recolonise the areas that have lost carp populations. And it was said to me at the meeting I went to a few weeks ago that if we spent the last 10 years focusing on genetic manipulation of carp, we might have the problem solved. We've wasted too much time on herpes, which probably we won't be able to implement. Just to that point, I'm not talking about a handful of carp. I mean, we've got massive volumes in this pond there, up to in excess of 1 metre. Yeah. And I'm talking that water does actually...
Pelican plumbing, but it's not just for that. I've lived in Lake Gell, I've done so the last 34 years. I grew up and when it dried out, there was at least a million carp on the
bottom of Lake Gell, yeah.
So New South Wales Fisheries anticipates 80% of the fish in the river are carp. So there's a fair volume there to transmit whatever. We have had an opportunity maybe to start the process happening down the lower lakes because we had all the dams full. There's a heap of environmental water sitting up there. Let's use it for the environment and start flushing the river to flush the carp.
Ken Patterson, to the panel, there's been a toxic bloom down in South Australia which was cost them a lot of money, and they wanted to keep it very quiet till after the election. Could the panel please give us their thoughts as what caused that toxic bloom? It suggested that it was the major flood in 22.
Depending on what species of algae it was, nutrients drive blue-green algae blooms, but they're not the only thing. They also like stratified water that is really fairly still water that has a warm layer on the top and a cool layer on the bottom that releases nutrients from the sediments that further drives the blue-green algae. But disturbingly, the Germans are demonstrating that algae, blue-green algae, will be driven also by high concentrations of carbon dioxide and also higher temperatures. We're getting to temperatures that now shift the balance from green and diatom algae across to blue-green algae. So we're actually going to have to work harder to manage blue-green algae than we might have done if it was just a nutrient problem. Mitigating hazardous algal blooms is a major emerging threat across the world because of that. They're obliged to report these things, but these blue-green algae blooms are happening everywhere. The Karenia bloom is possibly another story, might be driven by some nutrients, the upwelling, but very high sea surface temperatures are driving these things as well. And I just saw last night that southeastern Australia will have very high sea surface temperatures this summer, so we can possibly expect some more.
Just a note, the Murrumbidgee above Burrinjuck Dam, and I think it's even above Tolbingo, is undergoing some blue-green algae, and it's been pointed, it's the crushing of rock for Snowy 2.0 is causing the problem, and it's just interesting what you're saying, Peter, that that could actually be the source of the outbreak or the contamination further up the river.
Yes, if you unleash sediments, then you create a cocktail that might be suitable for blue-green algae. The River Torrens in Adelaide went blue-green as soon as they dredged Lake Torrens. So just disturbing those sediments was enough to release, whether it was microchemicals of various sorts, to provide the advantage to blue-green algae as opposed to other algae, or maybe it denied the diatom algae. There's a specialist in Queensland who's identified the key elements that drive diatoms, and diatoms can be highly competitive and suppress blue-greening. So there is some good technology coming to how we might be able to manage blue-greens. But when it's a big scale, you know, hundreds of kilometres of river or large lakes, that's an enormous challenge, and we need to mitigate at a catchment scale using the old NRM processes that we used to have in the 70s.
Peter, in your health for billabongs, which is more important, the turbidity or the wetting and drying?
Well, they sort of go hand in hand, I think. The wetting and drying will enable them to reset. There are what we call critical transitions and multiple stable states. And what happens if you allow a clear water plant system to switch over into a turbid system? The turbid system reduces the light, no competition from plants. It also becomes stratified, which advantages the algae. The stratification allows the release of nutrients, which increases the turbidity and drives the algae. So you get this self-fulfilling state, and it's very hard to shift it back. And what we've seen from the paleo record, at least, is that that might happen if you can dry them out. And Anne Jensen, for many years, has advocated for wetting and drying, and yet we hear wetlands need more water. There are wetlands on the edge of the floodplains that need more water, and I was in fact talking to Brendan Zampetti just up at Albury 3 weeks ago, and he agreed that it's turbidity that's driving this collapse. It's not getting into the minds of the people in Canberra, but we, perhaps as a broader community, need to be more open and say, yes, we recognise some wetlands do need more water, but perhaps there are other things we can do rather than extracting water from industry and communities to get ecological benefit and not drive the stress that we're hearing about today quite so much. Well, I'm a student at Adelaide University, was doing the work at Calpram Station on Lake Meritai, and they dried out Lake Meritai, put in a carp barrier, then put river water back in, and the plant growth was absolutely amazing. But if you've lost the seed stock in the sediments, then you're going to get a muted recovery. But if you've still got the seed stock in the sediments and you dry it, and you wet it again 6 or 12 months later, it potentially take off. Well, they'll get the light. If they can grow quickly enough to keep above the turbid water, that's what the shallow ones in the ovens tend to do. They can get enough light to grow. And Stuart Blanch's PhD work said that Vallisneria, eelgrass, can grow in moonlight. So there are some plants that can grow in low light conditions. But to get the full diversity back, you need much better light conditions than we're seeing in the basin now.
All right, 2 quick questions, Lou and the gentleman here.
Thank you. One of the great disappointments of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority's journey is that we don't have good discussions between South Australia and upstream states, and I know I've met Mark, etc. But surely it's a time, given the algal bloom in South Australia as well, and the comments from Peter Gell, it's a time for us to get together and have these broader discussions, because at the Murray Bridge conference that I attended last year, prior to going there, I asked the MDBA to run a session where we could have open discussions on how the river works, etc. And the answer was no answer. They didn't come back to me, even though I asked twice. So how can we get a sensible discussion both on, the turbidity risks, but also the flow risks? We're going to experience more flooding upstream to deliver basin plan targets downstream. And yet we're not taking an opportunity, even with this algal bloom, to look at where did the sediments come from. The automatic one is it came from the floods, which is true, but also I think there may have been dislodgement of nutrients in Lake Alexandrina as well. And I think the time is to have an open discussion, because politicians won't do it, so maybe it's up to the people. Thank you.
Do we take that as a comment, Louise, or...?
An invitation again to have cross-border exchanges to, what I wanted to do at the conference was to do a presentation on how river flows didn't stay in the river at various points along the river, and they moved northwards, thus filling up and dislodging and moving sediment back into the river when the water eventually, or part of the water eventually made it back into the river. Distance both with overbank flows, as proposed by the MDBA, but also floods.
Yes, well, my observation was the Basin Plan was surrounded by controlled communication, and I think that's frustrated. Community. I think the authorities have failed to take advantage of the wisdom that's in the basin on account of that. I'll give you one brief anecdote. When I presented for the first time at the end of 2006, from memory, that the Coorong wasn't connected to the Murray, and I said that in front of 100 scientists in South Australia, I could see people thought this guy's a heretic. And there were a couple of people who said, no, that can't possibly be right. And Graham Harris, the retired director of CSIRO Land and Water, said, oh no, I'm happy with that. So I had the authority in the country back me up in front of all the South Australians who said I was a lunatic, I think. And we kept with that because the evidence was there. I mean, the river water didn't seem to be going down the Coorong. And the engineers who put the Goolwa weir in place said 70% of the flow went around the Goolwa Channel. And I asked Bob Borbin, how is it that the Coorong is separated from Lake Alex? And he wrote back saying, yes, it is separated. And I said, how is it? And he said, it's the Wokwon Range. It's the old interglacial dune that continues right round towards Hindmarsh Island. And that's why they built the barrages on the old dune, because there was a calcarenite dune sitting there, and it suppressed the flow of water from Lake Alexandrina down the Coorong and drove all the water around the Goolwa Channel. And the engineers knew that in the 1930s.
Yeah, Barry Kirk, Golden Valley. The discussion we've had the last half hour, it really hasn't mentioned the word interconnected. It's a buzzword of the Murray-Darling Basin. We've got an interconnected system. It's supposed to be a great attribute of the system. The fact is that we try to run these high volumes of water through soil types which are really prone to the sedimentation we've been talking about. And it's because the clays in a lot of these soils, and we even saw them on the screen today, and there were some that had and some that didn't. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the clays have varying levels of sodium and magnesium attached to the clay. That attracts water, and that's how you develop a very good colloid,
which if you can get some physical action like flowing water or carp, really stir that up and cause the undercutting of banks. And that's been happening in the Goulburn River, and luckily we've been able to stop that by the volumes that come down. But compare it with the natural system where floods only persisted for perhaps 3 or 4 weeks, not for 2 or 3 months, where the colloids form and it's just a gel waiting to be tickled, and the moment it's tickled by a carp or a flow of water, there we've got that sediment flowing through. So I think we've really got to review this concept of the interconnected system, because it has a really high price to pay in terms of how our waterways persist. Thank you.
Fabulous. And can we get a round of applause for our panel members? Rightio, up now is the future of water supply. We have the one and only, the amazing Sophie Baldwin.
Good job. Thanks, Lloyd, for that lovely introduction. Apologies if I do repeat some of the stuff that has been already spoken about today. But anyway, before I do start, I do want to mention one thing. I've attended a lot of meetings over the years with the MDBA, and I sat in one recently which was online, and Louise Birch happened to be on it, and Louise was talking about constraints and the problems that they create. And Andrew McConville from the MDBA said to Louise, well, that's just your opinion, Louise. And she was talking about a physical constraint of the river. It's not her opinion, it is actually the physical constraint. So that's what we're up against when we meet with these departments. We get in front of them and we try and, tell them what is actually happening and all these impacts, and then they continue to not listen. So hopefully they will take some messages away from today. But anyway, 82% of the water recovered under the Basin Plan has come from the place in Australia where over 40% of the staple foods in our country are grown. Foods that appear on your kitchen table every day are grown here. Dairy, rice, cereals, livestock, fruit, vegetables, you name it, we grow it. But our success is linked to affordable and reliable irrigation water, something the Basin Plan is stripping away from us and eroding our productive capacity. We are a proud and efficient food producing area, underpinned by hard-working generational farming families and those looking to take agriculture forward and into the future. And yet the Basin Plan review, which was recently released, has totally disregarded our productivity, our economic importance and our contribution to the environment and to the nation. No mention of that in the Basin Plan review. Our forefathers knew the importance of water for our future. As the driest inhabited continent on Earth, they showed great foresight when they established our gravity-fed irrigation system, an engineering feat that was well ahead of its time. They would be rolling over in their graves today if they could see what has happened here. And I know who that man is under that mask. Oh, you got to have a sense of humour in this job. Basin Plan reform and water buybacks have ripped the heart out of rural communities in the Southern Basin, and yet they still want more. Of all the water in the Southern Basin, irrigation industries and towns only use 28%. The rest goes to the environment and to run the river. There is already over 4,600 gigalitres of water amassed in state and federal water accounts, very much surpassing the 2750 GL target of the Basin Plan. This water is valued at $11 billion and generates little economic return. Imagine the possibilities if just some of that water was returned to the productive capacity, or God forbid, there was some flexibility around returning environmental water to productive use, even in some years. I do want to say environmental watering has had some great outcomes, usually when it involves some sort of partnership with land managers. The Murray-Darling Working Wetland Group have had many amazing outcomes alongside working farms, and their history and legacy of over 30 years speaks for itself, and you'll hear about that later on. Back in the 1990s, the river was over-extracted and irrigators were wasting water, and something had to be done. In fact, irrigators even gave water back to the environment, such was their commitment to fixing river health and ensuring there was a future which included healthy rivers and irrigation. But under the guise of a misaligned basin plan, based on unachievable environmental outcomes, poor modelling and flawed science, here we are today, clawing back water and ruining communities for some environmental outcomes that quite simply are impossible to achieve. The basin plan is unflexible and based on volumetric outcomes, and yet we live in a land known for its droughts and flooding rains. Every single drop of water that travels through an irrigation system is metered and monitored, while environmental flows remain largely unmetered and often modelled. It is not a fair nor equitable system, and the pendulum has swung too far to the left. The Southern Basin is collapsing and impacting our national food production capabilities and leaving us vulnerable. Food security of our nation is at risk, and this will be accentuated by the next prolonged drought or global crisis, a bit like the fertiliser and petrol we're running with now. Every single megalitre that leaves an irrigation district and the productive pool pushes up the price of water for those who remain. Delivery costs increase because there are few irrigators left to share the burden, and these impacts ripple through to towns, communities, and start impacting services in our schools. One of the key principles of the Basin Plan is water goes to the highest user. That's great for our foreign-owned corporate farmers who have deeper pockets than our farming families, and great if you want to just eat nuts. But what happens to all our staple foods like rice, dairy and cereals? If we don't have people growing hay, grain or fodder, what will feed our livestock industries? How can we help drought, flood or fire-affected farmers in other regions in their times of need if we don't have fodder reserves? More than half the irrigatable area in Central Murray is now unwatered. New South Wales Murray General Security allocations are sitting on 20%, and the high cost of temporary water this year has meant a very much reduced rice harvest. Expected to be somewhere around 150,000 tonnes and about 70% down on average yields. Many farmers simply couldn't justify putting in a summer crop this year, like corn, even though they have invested significantly in water-efficient infrastructure like pivots, and they don't waste a single drop of water. Our farmers have embraced technology and efficiency, but there comes a point when the cost of water is just too high, and if the financial returns are no longer there, then the risk is too high. You have to ask yourself, where is all this heading and what does it mean for the food security future of our region? In 2024, food imports surged to $40 billion, an increase of $7 billion in just 2 short years. Australian Bureau of Statistics data for the same period showed fruit and vegetable imports jumped 24% to $3.6 billion over the same time, while dairy, sugar, meat and cereal-based products all added to the increase. Meat imports have also risen steadily from $789 million a decade ago to well over $1.3 billion in 2024. The impact of import competition and rising local costs have forced many processors to shut down or sell factories, while others have moved offshore. It is becoming increasingly difficult to manufacture here in Australia. We lose employment and wealth for our nation every time this happens. Over $2 billion was spent modernising Gold Murray water, and it has gone from delivering 2,100 GL annually to somewhere around 700 or 800 GL. I grew up in the Turbidity Irrigation District. Back in 2002, just before the Millennium Drought, when water was attached to land, I bought my own dairy farm. This was a time when the value of water was in what it could grow, not make, on a $3 billion unregulated market platform. As a young farmer of just 28, my ex-husband and I at the time spent $1.2 million purchasing a 530-acre dairy farm with some machinery, a few cows, and 570 megs of Zone 7 high reliability water. It was my dream to have my own dairy farm after watching my dad work hard for someone else all his life. If I was to buy the same farm today, the water alone would cost me $4.2 million. Where is the future or incentive in that for the next generation? They don't have a hope in hell. In the same area, in this current water year, 106 gigalitres of water has been used for irrigation, while 100 gigalitres has been delivered for the environment. Back in 2012, 420 gigalitres was used for irrigation and just 15.9 gigalitres for the environment. It's a stark contrast to today. The purchasing of more water from the productive pool by the Commonwealth only increases the already heavy pressure on primary producers to remain viable. But Federal Water Minister Murray Watt doesn't seem to care, as he recently announced a 180 gigalitre buyback. We can thank the previous Federal Labor Water Minister Tanya Plibersek for her Restoring Our Rivers bill, which legislated the additional 450 gigalitre buyback, something she was very proud of. Her legacy will be one of damage and destruction for irrigation-dependent rural communities, and not something I personally would be proud of. We tried desperately to get the minister to listen. She didn't want to come up and visit us, and neither does Murray Watt. It's scary to think that they can make these decisions with a flick of a pen, and yet they have no idea of the consequences. Back in 2016, the MDBA did a series of case studies on the impacts of buybacks across some rural areas in the Southern Basin. And I guess there is a reason why they have never been repeated. Perhaps they're a little too revealing of the damage buybacks have on our rural communities. Lloyd did speak about Warcool, but basically 103.9 gigalitres of water was bought through buybacks, which reduced the irrigated area by around 37 to 39%. Milk production dropped by around 25% at the same time. Employment fell by 54%, and the Burraboy School closed. This data is just a snapshot in time, and who knows where the figures lie now 10 years later. The MDBA have not come back to check. I've heard the Warcool Primary School is now battling low numbers, but on a positive note, Moolameen does have a tennis team. Buybacks are also impacting our important water-dependent industries like dairy and rice. At its peak, the Murray Dairy region produced 3.1 billion litres of milk. Today it sits somewhere between 1.6 and 1.8. For every 200 cows milked, there is an economic return of around $1 million. An estimated 3/4 of that finds its way back into the local community, and 6 full-time jobs are created. And let's not forget the multiplier of between $4 and $7 as this filters through. It would take a hell of a lot of lattes to replace that kind of an economic generation in tourist dollars, and who knows where the milk for that latte will come from in the future. And then there is rice. Rice is concentrated in the Murray and Murrumbidgee valleys of the Riverina, and there are production mills at Deniliquin and Leeton. The industry is one of the primary employers in the Riverina, but if there's no water, there is no rice. And if there's no rice, 40% of the global population of the Australasian bittern is without a home. 600 people will be looking for jobs, and this is just a small snapshot of 2 industries. Irrigation is not just for food production, it is part of the solution. Irrigation is dual-purpose water. The delivery systems of our irrigation infrastructure operate as snake and weave their way across thousands and thousands of hectares. They provide a food source and are an oasis in dry times. Water in channels and in dams on our farms support a plethora of diverse species. We have wetlands and tree belts, and we feed the nation. And yet this critical piece of knowledge has been left out of the Basin Plan since its inception. Only now, some 14 years later, is the MDBA starting to acknowledge some of the issues we've been talking about for well over a decade. The public acknowledgement in the Basin Plan review that some of the environmental outcomes are not achievable is something we've been banging on about for years. We would argue, in light of this submission, all mechanisms to recover water must be stopped immediately. No more buybacks, no seed-lamb shortfall, and no relaxing of constraints and flooding our farmers, because these are all mechanisms used to deliver water downstream. A recent class action against the MDBA by irrigators in New South Wales and Victoria has shown overbank flows waste between 36 and 41% of the water. Relaxing constraints and sending water overbank is the same thing, and yet we are told this is an environmental plan. If a farmer ran their business wasting water like that, would be out on the streets in no time. The Basin Plan has been a $13 billion borrowed money spend, and nowhere along the way have we paused, taken a step back, and truly looked at the mess we have created. Kneecapping agriculture and productivity only impedes our ability to generate money, further exacerbating the problem. As the Basin Plan has evolved, we have seen the introduction of more and more red tape, particularly here in New South Wales. We are looking down the barrel of floodplain management plans, relaxing of constraints and flooding. landholder negotiation schemes, and even compulsory acquisition of land. Basin plan implementation is a nightmare. Meanwhile, I'm quite sure the government believes our future food production is going to be grown by fairies who will ride their unicorns into the supermarket and fill our shelves with food. I reiterate, water and irrigation are the lifeblood of our region. Water underpins the health and wealth of our communities. Water underpins our environmental outcomes. Water gives us food security and reduces our biosecurity risk. And farmers are the heart and soul of it all. Thank you.
The amazing Sophie Baldwin. You know, earlier she said to me, I don't really know whether I've got anything good to say, but my God, fantastic. Righto, up next we have Nathan Free. Nathan farms irrigated horticulture between Tresco and Swan Hill, Managing Director of Wattle Organic Farms. Their business supplies lines to Woolworths and international markets. Thanks, Nathan.
Don't say too much more because that's half my speech. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. And thank you, Geoff, for giving me a call to see if I could say a few words today, because it really got me thinking about what has happened in our little district, in our irrigated districts. Well, the Warranine district, the Naya West district and the Tresco West district. But then I thought back again and went to talk to Dad about it, and he's like, someone's asked you to speak on water? It's a bit risky. And I know my late grandfather, he'd probably be turning in his grave at the moment on the thought of me talking about water. So I'll just go to the things that I actually know and what we're facing in our pipe districts at the moment. But a little bit more about us. We grow horticultural crops 365 days of the year. So we have stone fruit trees. We've got fig trees. We grow watermelons, rock melons, tomatoes, pumpkins, and now at the moment we're in the middle of planting about 1.5 million brassica plants. So that encompasses broccoli, cauliflower, cabbage and wombok. So we employ about 25 people on a normal day, and all our produce at the moment goes to Woolworths. And that's probably because of a relationship. And because overseas markets, as was mentioned in the presentation before Smoko, there's not a lot of confidence overseas because they see all our media reports, they see all the bad things that are happening in Australia with our water, and they get nervous. So they like to hold relationships with their customers their suppliers, sorry, and they need to supply their customers. And so export markets are very difficult at the moment unless you've got big and profitable niches like table grapes or citrus and all the other crops. And so a part of that kind of water discussion, I was going back thinking, well, there's been a lot of movements in our little area that's kind of near onto the point of why Golden Murray Water are questioning the ability to renew our pipeline. Back when I was about to come back on the farm, there was the dry-off. So we had farmers that really didn't have any future, small wine grape growers, small producers, they dried off. So that took a good 15 to 20% out of our districts. Then we moved along, and to buy a farm was a good investment for a young family. So another 25 to 30% of those farms are bought up by hobby farmers, making the decision today to renew our pipeline pretty bloody difficult because there's not enough economic viability in that pipeline to why renew it? It's only going to be pumping 2 gigs a year. I mean, what's the point of spending $40 to $50 million on that? And that's just on our Tresco pipeline, let alone Naya West. Warranine is in a separate bucket because theirs was renewed. And I'll get to some of the positives of that a little bit later on. But it's really... Well, Mum's calling. And it's really affecting the viability of farms. Like an older, very large farm in our district, they were trying and halfway through the prospect of selling their business to an investor. It was an onshore investor, so money was staying in Australia. But with all the issues with water and the issues with replacing pipelines in our local district, they paid half the deposit, but they're wanting it back. They said, no, we're not going anywhere near it. Would rather see if we could pump out of the Murray like the Armand guys do and take water downstream, which we have all heard today is not a prospect that is working well for anyone. The same thing in this modernisation, Gold Murray Water have come to us as farmers and said, what do you want to do? How do you want it to look? Are you willing to pay extra money to get your water delivered? And we're like, well, we were, a few other neighbours were, and a big sheep producer near the end of the pipeline, he was keen. We went to the meeting to say what the plan was, and they'd cut them off. They'd cut half the district off the pipeline to try and look after the other people. So the utility management is pretty ordinary, and it's not giving a lot of hope to the farming communities in our area, because we do grow a lot of table grapes, citrus, and like ourselves, vegetables, stone fruits and whatnot, and we're not getting listened to. We're getting siloed. We're not being able to get anything together. So that's a little reason why I thought I could come here today, because we do have skin in the game, but we need to be a part of a bigger picture to be able to help out the production of food. Oh, Mum's calling again. Sorry. But it also culminates again into these bigger issue that we're wasting so much money. I mean, the utility companies are wasting so much money that we're paying them to give us a viable irrigation system, but it's not getting anywhere. Like in our district, just for FYI, like the big 2-inch rain that we had about 6 weeks ago, like we've still got wet paddocks and we're in a drainage district. And the only help we got was the fact that they went and put one of those little tunnel borers through all the culverts. But they didn't look at the fact that there was 22 kilometres of kabungi before it, and that was what was holding up the water. So there's just a lot of frustration. I don't know if anyone has heard about all the frustrations from the pipe districts, I mean the 3 pipe districts, and what we're going through, but yeah, we're definitely, the customer committees that we got put together with are very keen to be working with people like yourselves to be able to make a bit of change, because these districts can work well. Warraneen was upgraded about 20 years ago, and it's got all the corporates are coming in and assisting in keeping that developing for our food security. So the Costa Group, the Lamana Group, the corporate turf growers, I can't remember their name, but they're wanting to jump on these systems and get food growing again. But you need good, useful utilities to make it happen. And that is something that we're lacking in our pipe districts, to the point where in our own business, we've moved like these 1.5 million brassica plants that we had to plant this season. I wasn't going to put them on a pipe district. We bought a farm on a channel system, and that was a lot more lot safer and a lot more manageable than trying to use a pipe district. So, so really, at the end of the day, with all the other issues of high fuel prices, regulations coming out the top of your head, and everything else, I've got a 7-month-old little baby boy, but I wouldn't be sending him down the aspect of growing agricultural crops because it's just way too hard. And that's something that why I'm happy to stand up here again today to say we all need to work together to try and make that so I should be able to not force him, that's a little bit rough, but guide him into the fact that agriculture isn't such a hard and nasty industry anymore. And if we all can unite together, I think we'll be able to make a whole heap of change. So thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. And we'll open the floor to some questions. I don't have a runner. Geoff, do you want to run the microphone?
Thank you for those two presentations. You reinforced the point there, Nathan. Something our group here. So being up in the Maddern Bidgie, we have all similar problems, different crops, etc. The real point you made there, which Deb has spoken about in our group for a couple of years now, is how do we pull all these groups together? That's been our one stumbling block. They've got us divided. You're saying it, we're saying it. I've been friends with Louise for 15 years, I think, we've been in this battle from different aquifers, etc. Is there some way we can centrally pull this together, because it's only going to be weighting numbers of all the different groups to get them to listen? And I know that's a tall order, so the question is out there, how can we do this? Because it's the only way.
I've got a little idea, but Sophie probably will have a lot stronger idea. But I had a little go at agricultural politics. I was president of the horticulture group at the VFF for 4 years. And I walked into it and I was like, oh, we're all in horticulture, it'll be easy. How stupid was I? Walked in there, oh, well, I grow beans, so I'm not going to talk to the corn grower. Well, we grow beans and corn, I'm not talking to the lettuce grower. But I think we need to unite on water, because or else none of it gets grown and none of it happens. And even the different types of water, obviously it's all H2O, but the fact that down in Gippsland that they've just got creeks and channels and bits and pieces and they've got to rely on that, they feel that we're lucky up here because we've got a river that's always running and we can just buy water when we want to. Yeah, everyone just needs to get over it and work together. But now I'll give it to Sophie because she'll have a lot better answer.
Shit. I don't think I have. But one thing I do think is if you look at the big picture, food security is what probably unites us all, whether you grow your produce with irrigation or not. And, we are really approaching a crisis of whether or not we are going to be able to keep doing this in the future. So I think maybe we need to look at the things that unite us before what is sort of dividing us. Different things around deliverability of water and, can be contentious at times, but essentially we're all farmers, we're all proud of what we do, and I think maybe that's a starting point. But if you've got any ideas, really good. Could people, we have got a notepad up there, and if you do want to leave some contact details, if somebody comes up with a really great idea between now and 9 o'clock, we might be able to set up some emailing lists.
We all leave our emails. I think the best start will be if everyone would agree to.
If everyone would agree to provide their presentations to whoever leaves their email, and I think that's a good start.
Can I just give you, if I can just give you one suggestion on following on from that. Right, we do have to get the message out there. We have to unite, put our differences aside. We all know those things. Even as a Neanderthal, like I am, with social media, etc., we have to get those stories out that we've heard today. That's what taps in. Just as an example, I did a simple video. I've got no followers, whatever. Frustrated the other day, a couple of weeks ago. It's now gone international. It's had over 400,000 views. People from the metropolitan areas are talking about it. That's why these presentations, thank you, mental block goes with the age, presentations are so important so we can spread that message, and that's one form of us pulling together with the common thread.
Very true, very true. Any other questions for our panellists? Roxy?
Lloyd, it's been great listening and remembering all the torment from MDBA for the last 15 years, but we've got a review coming up, and I'm just hoping and praying that this is not just a talk fest where we're all venting again. Is this going to be processed into some form of submission to the review?
Yes, so we're live streaming this globally. It'll be forever on YouTube, and it will be forming the basis of submissions for groups. They will reference this video and supply it as evidence. So that was the whole idea, was to, it's not just that we love all your company, but we wanted to capture the knowledge that is unfortunately fading away as experts, you know, get a bit greyer and older, and life takes its time. No comment.
Sorry, one more. Oh, Sophie, you before me? Yep, no, you go. Okay. Kevin Cock, I'm not from the Riverland. I think if we get all behind that book is what the effort that you guys have all put into it, including us. It's our submission from everyone in this room. It should be what they need to read, what they need to take notice of. I think it's a damn good starting point. Why go back with another 116 submissions that they don't want to listen to, because that's got the facts in it. It was done by experts. Thank you.
Can I also just say, that's a good point, Kev, but also please, if everybody could write a submission, it doesn't have to be long. It can be a couple of sentences. It doesn't have to be full of technical jargon or whatever. It can be your small story. We do have a sheet up the back that's got a few points for people if you're wondering about what to put on it. But please, the more submissions we can get in, the better, and the more our voice. Even though I've been told by the MDBA they can present something to the minister and the minister can choose to ignore it, I still think I've been writing submissions for a very long time. There's 4 due in May, by the way. There's a Menindee solution. There's a Menindee submission. There's a water basin plan one. There's an IPART one, and there's another one. So there's actually 4 due within 2 weeks in May. So please just put a bit of effort in, and yeah, there is a bit of stuff up the back.
Thank you. My name's Colin Fenton, and a few of you will know who I am, but just a bit of a history. I've got to go back. I've been inspired a bit by Nathan, the young woman there, and I was going to sit here and shut up and not saying today, but anyway, it's really good to see some young ones stepping up and having a go. But I can go back. I spent 27 years as a BFF State Water Committee and learned a few things along the way. But there are 2 things I think you've got to do. The first thing is the unification of the groups is pretty positive, because now they've conquered us by dividing everybody up. I always relate back to the infamous meeting we had in the Kundruk Road in Kerrang in 1997, I think it was, when we handed this blank cheque for not paying our water bill, and we had 1,400 irrigators 1,400 people in the street, and I was to do this event. Now, if we got a water meeting in the main street of Kerrang, if you got 14 people, we'd be doing pretty good. So there are 2 things I've learned along the way. The one is, it was mentioned through here, politicians are only as good as the bureaucrats that feed them the bullshit. And the reality is you've got to get the bureaucrats on side, and you've got to get them up to speed to what's going on, because how many times do you see a senior bureaucrat step into the roles of the previous politician, and that's how they do it. So that's one avenue, and the avenue is that another avenue you've got to do is try and work together really well. But I can see, and I know I'm going off the track here a bit, but I can see we're going down the same path in Northern Victoria in renewables. I've spent my lifetime on water issues, my late father before me, but I've had to go away from water to fight renewables. And I've been to every cat and dog fight that's been on, and we're in the position now where I'm one of the 27 that they're going to lock up and give us a $12,000 fine and all that. And what's really going to happen? You're worrying about the fact we've lost half of our irrigation farmers and our water in the GMID. The other bloody half is going to go when the renewables roll out. And I don't know whether Rollo's still here or not, but it's interesting to see how the Gannawarra Shire, through a little bit of ingenuity of people hammering the shitter out of them, have turned their course, and now they're starting to wake up that if we let renewables roll out in the stream that they're going, we're not going to have any bugger left in our rural areas. So we've got the key issue is push food security and attack the bloody bureaucrats.
Yep. That's Helen.
Thank you. I was remiss in not mentioning the petition that I have for the Royal Commission, which is online. So an online petition, parliamentary petition, and it's for New South Wales, unfortunately, not for Victorians. But you can, we have to get 20,000 signatures, and then we can have a debate in Parliament. So to get to that online petition, you go to helendalton.com.au and there's a QR code, and you can just...
we also have the QR codes here. I've printed out some up the back.
Thank you. Because just you need to spread the word. And of course, Paul's point on when I talked about media, social media is incredibly important too. And I'm, you know, I know a lot of us aren't on social media, but maybe your grandkids or your kids could do clips and put up. I think telling your story is the best way to get to the politicians. The politicians and bureaucrats hate bad news, and they really do trawl through a lot of the stuff, the newspapers and social media posts. It's amazing on my Facebook site. I think we've got about 46,000 followers. And when I walk into Parliament, all the staffers and the MPs know exactly what I'm doing because they'll ask me. So it's pretty powerful. But please jump onto the QR code and tell your family and friends to do the same, and we'll get those 20,000. If we have a debate in Parliament, that just puts it in the spotlight again with media. It's all pressure the whole time. And often the gallery is full when we have a petition debate. We had a petition debate the other day about the gun laws, and it does make a difference. We had a petition debate, not a petition debate, we had a public interest debate about the Royal Commission in New South Wales. So it does get attention. So please do what you can. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. And we've got a final question over here. Because I am getting news just in, there is another breaking news story.
Yeah, thanks, Lloyd. Barry Croak, Golden Valley again. Just a couple of observations that on stuff we've heard so far today. One was the comment that as irrigators we've all got to get together. Yeah, by all means, in a general sense. But I say that in a somewhat guarded way because I was president of Irrigators Australia many moons ago, and then I was on the board of National Irrigator Council. And I think the biggest lesson I learnt on those bodies was in Australia we have unique irrigation systems dotted all over the place. For instance, you look at northern Victoria, say from Swan Hill down a line down to, say, Nagambie, back up to Yarrawonga, there's about 50 towns in that area. And if you put that same triangle over the other side into New South Wales, I've forgotten the exact number, but doesn't quite make 20 towns. Now, that's totally different systems in the way in which the irrigation was developed. The Victorian was high security. We look forward to being able to use the water we are allocated or we've been given entitlement for over 2 or 3 seasons, whereas in other areas it might be the water we've got, we'll use most of it this season. Now, neither of those things are wrong, but they are the way we developed. And they've stood the test of time by and large, and we've got to respect those areas. So the reason I'm standing to talk about that, Lloyd, is in being in one body, don't forget how to champion each unique area, which those unique areas have their very special and they've been developed in an economic framework as viable, sustainable systems. Let's rub them all out because we generalise. The other comment was, listening today, Lloyd, I've heard how great we are as producers. Now, and I know on my farm I could talk about it. You know, I used to get up every morning and say, well, today, like today, there's 20 megajoules of energy fall on the ground. How much can I harvest as a farmer? And you knew that it could grow 100 tonne of dry matter per hectare, and most farmers are flat out getting 10. But if you have your systems right, you can do very well. And our dairy farm used to do about 33 tonne of dry matter with double cropping. Now, the point is, we've heard plenty of people today talk about how we can be world leaders in production. I don't think that wins the day for why the water should be here. Because these days, since I've retired, I follow this person around in the supermarket. Most of the cheese seems to come from Europe. Domino's, the biggest pizza maker in Australia, all their cheese comes from the United States. The tomato chap we heard today, well, we all know what a tin of tomatoes in Australia costs against a tin of imported tomatoes. The rice I see in Woolworths is half the price of the rice from up here at Deniliquin. So it goes on and on that if you wanted to be a citizen in Melbourne or Sydney or wherever, they'd wonder what we're talking about. So I don't think we can sell the fact that we're really good producers. We've got to come up with another message. It's about the security which we can offer Australia. And we've lost track of the word security, and I think that's the number one thing, Lloyd, that we've got to say, that not only are we good producers, but if you want to have a secure future, you better stick with us. And that's where I'll leave it, Lloyd.
100%. Couldn't agree more. We also had, ironically, a gravity-fed irrigation system from source to the farm. Imagine that, free energy. Righto, we are getting close to dinner time, and, you know, there is breaking news stories, but before I cross to the breaking news stories, I just want to encourage you, after dinner, we have the David versus Goliath battle. Tim Horne is going to talk about all things legal battling, taking on the MDBA. Bobbie Pannowitz is also going to join him and bring her expertise. I've got Geoff Wakeman. Geoff is an oracle, really. The knowledge he has on the Gunbow Forest and the manipulation of data and the lack of common sense. Of course, we've got the amazing Jan Beer and Richard Sargood talking about constraints and all those impacts. Paul Maddern, OAM, talking about our sustainable red gum timber industry. Over 150 years of harvesting. Darren De Bortoli, we're going to get into solutions. So we've got Darren De Bortoli, Jody Hay. You heard Blandowski mentioned earlier. Jody Hay's got some great slides on Blandowski, and if you don't know who he is, talk to her over dinner. And of course, David Farley, the chair of Speak Up for Water, and a wealth of agricultural knowledge will wrap up this evening. And I have also seen 3 candidates for the Farrer by-election getting around. We're staying apolitical. I won't mention who they are, but try and hunt them out, ask them questions. Super important that we get sensible representation for Farrer. It's been a bit of a drought. Welcome to another exciting edition. Oh no! We've got a special guest for you. Minister for Water and Transport, what lies? Here at the Daily Dirt, we cut through the bullshit. Good evening, Minister. It's always a pleasure to have the Water Minister in the studio.
Thank you for having me here, Gavin.
Minister, the Basin Plan had a target of 2,750 gigalitres, but we've seen in the MDBA's own 2021 take report that the department has close to 5,000 gigalitres of held environmental water. Now, that number always seems to continue to rise. When is the pain actually going to stop for rural communities?
Well, this government has always been a big fan of the communities. I remember growing up in the Housing Commission estate, and my mother would always have to decide whether to donate to the nudist communities or pay her Young Socialist Union membership. We are a party that fights for communities.
Nudist communities aside, Minister, we're talking about irrigation communities, and irrigation communities have been watching their football clubs and schools being decimated. When are we going to address this problem?
Breeding and dilution.
Minister, we haven't strayed back to nudist communities again, have we?
No, carp breeding and salt dilution.
Are you talking about fish breeding on the floodplain, Minister?
Exactly. Floodplain fish, floodplain connectivity and floodplain nutrients.
We have reports that the only fish you're breeding are carp. Your connectivity is actually just allowing those carp to move through the system. The nutrients you talk about with the fish are actually increasing turbidity within the river system and increasing blackwater events.
It's wonderful, isn't it? All those carp bred. The blackwater hunts all the fish further downstream as they attempt to cling to life, and the southern Australian Coorong fishermen harvest the carp for huge profits. You could say it's almost circular.
But surely, Minister, you can't justify the proliferation of an invasive species that's harming the environment.
Why not? It worked for the rabbits and the Kubra hats. We couldn't even host an on-farm press conference if it wasn't for the rabbit plagues breeding the stock to make our shiny new hats.
Minister, and what was the dilution flows you mentioned? Was that the water used to dilute the salt within the Murray?
Well, the trigger points for salt dilution in the Murray have never been met. But we've tried with increasing areas of salinity in the new almond plantings. So we've turned our attention to the dilution of the Southern Ocean.
But Minister, in a relatively dry continent now, most precious resource being water, how much water are you sending out to sea?
Well, I'll have to take that on notice. I'm not sure.
But surely, Minister, you would know as Water Minister how much water's flowing out.
Well, we don't actually measure it.
You don't measure it, Minister?
Well, we don't measure most of our environmental water deliveries.
But Minister, surely you need the data. I mean, metrics are super important to actually evaluate outcomes.
Circular compliance.
Circular compliance, Minister?
We make the rules, we implement the rules, we evaluate the outcomes, and we filter back our feedback in such a way that we can continue our programs and we get paid for doing it. See, circular.
Thank you very much. We are breaking for dinner. The bistro is open for dinner from about now, and then we are meeting back here at 6:30 to kick off again. Thank you. Well, welcome back. I hope you all enjoyed dinner. It's good to see so many people back in here on time. The others made some sort of excuse about waiting for food, but we're going to kick this evening's proceedings off with a video, so that'll give them a little bit more time. It's not the minister, I am sorry to inform you.
This creek, beautiful system that joins the Murray and the Edwards, is a consequence of these sort of decisions. This is quite confronting to look at it now. We've had scientific studies done on this creek over a number of years, and it's traditionally it's a well-known fish habitat area, breeding ground for Murray, things like Murray cod, and there's a lot of different species in this creek. Normally, things like rare blackfish. We have broadshell snakeneck tortoise, diverse macro and microinvertebrates, but it's a prolific and well-known corridor between the Murray and the Edwards River.
For our farm, to be able to irrigate only small areas is crucial to our farm, to our livestock. We pay for our water, and if we put a water order in, we expect to get it.
The primary flow mechanism through here remains in the creek, and it acts as a conduit and flow corridor between the Murray and Edwards. So it's really, really confronting in the fact that the decision makers in the Basin Plan, how could they get it so wrong?
Look at it out here, it's an absolute disgrace. The water in here is filthy. Our house water is just, we're supposed to bathe in it. For God's sake, this is 2024 and we are not in a drought. There's a ton of water up in the storages, and this is just a purely man-made decision that is detrimental to the health of this creek.
Farmers around my area are all staple food producers, whether it be rice, dairy, beef, lamb, cereals, and these are not luxury items, these are staple foods. I'm a third generation farmer, and I want my children to continue the legacy that I've been left, and with the removal of water from our area, that is going to take it all away. Our farming enterprise is heavily reliant on water, and the effect of this Murray-Darling Basin plan will have a huge effect on us, and it will be catastrophic. As farmers, we work hand in hand with our community. We buy all of our inputs locally, we spend our money locally, so the flow-on effect is going to go down the line, whether it be to the schools, to the local tractor dealer, to the local contractors that we use. It's not just going to be ending farmers, it's going to end communities.
This paddock we're standing in here is a crop of wheat. It's under an irrigation system, a spray system, and probably spent $750,000 in putting it in. And the reason was to have an efficient system, which I thought was the way to go. The reason we haven't got any water is basically they've run the Murray at a low level, which doesn't allow the water to run down our creek. And and there's other systems that are also suffering because of this. We're not the only ones. I'm a licensed irrigator on the Bullatail Creek, and I've got high security licence and a general security licence. I thought with a high security licence we might actually might have to get some water there, but there's been no water for either one. We have got some now, but you can see it's too late. It'll still help the crop, but the crop has taken a serious hit that it can't get back from. The lack of water is, you can see it easy from these two wheat heads here. Whiting at the top is, we call it tipping, but actually the plant wants to reproduce. But when there's not enough water, the plant says, look, there's not enough water to sustain all these seeds. So actually part of the plant dies. So the seeds remaining can be decent seeds that will grow. Now the water I'm putting on now, which is too late to save this dead tipping on the top, will certainly make the rest of these seeds plump and good seeds to grow. But you can see the difference in yield between those two. This is going to be half what that will be. I was targeting a yield of 8 tonnes to the hectare. I'm probably targeting a yield now of 5 to 6 tonnes to the hectare.
The Murray-Darling Basin is the food bowl of Australia, and it's uniquely placed in our country to grow the products we do. And if we are decimated, there's nowhere else in our country that can do what we do.
It's horrific on everybody, on our whole family, the stress, the strain. And for me personally, I have devoted so much voluntary time representing other farmers for the last 20 years, and I've sat across tables and watched other farmers cry because of what government policies do to them.
With this lack of water, it really questions any future investment I make in water, because here I am spending all this money and I've got no water, and you could look at the crop and you see the results. You know, it's the uncertainty of it.
Now, if only it was satire. The sad reality is it's real life, and it's the farmers who face these effects, and Louise Burge, who featured there, is just going to give us an update.
That video was shot in 2024. They did run the Murray low, and unfortunately too, our inlet channel is in the national park, and we were not allowed to clear sand build up from the Murray in front of our Bulletall Trust old pipes. And that was the result. We lost all our water. But that's not the end of the story, because in October last year, the New South Wales government funded by the federal government, funded a Basin Plan SIDLAM project. So they were replacing regulators in the forest.
It's the Christmas tree. It's lit up all in red.
Sorry, funded regulators in the forest. Funded regulators. I can't beat football or cricket or whatever it was. I didn't say it. So we got a legal agreement that during the construction phase, they would create an alternate water supply. So that legal agreement was signed by the New South Wales government representatives and the trust, and guess what? It was never met. So we had no water, the creek dried up, killed a huge amount of Murray cod, tortoises, mussels, everything. And that was from October, and they put in, eventually they were dragged kicking and screaming to put in a pump, which was totally inadequate. So we got house water 2 weekends ago from October, and all the fish are dead.
Yeah, just 100 kilometres away, we've had massive fish kills, and yet nothing seems to happen again. But back into the official proceedings, we're heading into our legal eagles now, starting with Tim Horne, who's been at the coalface taking on the MDBA with the class action. Tim is a proud product of the southern Riverina, having been born and raised on an irrigation farm wedged between Finley, Berrigan and Jerilderie. He now has a legal practice in Sydney and is passionate about all regional issues, including water. Take it away, Tim.
Okay, thank you, Lloyd. I can't really see anyone there, but everyone can see me okay, Soph? Just give me the thumbs up and can hear okay. I apologise to everyone for not being able to be there in person tonight. I was really troubled by the diesel situation. So whilst I do enjoy getting down to the river and being there with the colleagues and friends and with you all to discuss these really important issues, I was a little bit concerned about having to walk back to Sydney. It's a bit of a long way. But I'm here tonight to give everyone a bit of an update or report on the class action, which was the long-running class action against the MDBA, of which many are no doubt familiar, but I'll try and explain it in quite simple terms. And I guess against this current global backdrop with what's going on, we're in the Middle East. You might have thought Donald Trump, where 7 years ago, if he had have got the MDBA to operate the Strait of Hormuz, they might have been able to push through those ships, similar to what they did with the water through the Barmah Forest. But a quick background of what transpired. In 2016 and 2017, we had very large flooding along the Murray. Storages filled and allocations were at their maximum. The subsequent year, that I guess large inflow of water didn't translate into strong allocations, which historically they would have. New South Wales Murray receiving about 53% allocation, and at the same time, the licence holders watched on as the Menindee Lakes were drained, despite it being one of the wettest periods in South Australia. There were local councils begging for the water to not keep flooding down. However, it did. The MDBA do say that it created a very large fish spawning event, but also that unfortunately also resulted in Menindee fish kills, I suppose, a couple of years later. At the same time, in 2017-18, there was, for about 3 months, water was pushed through a small constraint in the Murray River, a series of chokes at Barmah, flooding through the forest. That was done outside of the operating guidebook of the MDBA, called the Objectives and Outcomes document. There was a requirement that the MDBA were required to obtain approval from the Basin Officials Committee in order to do that, and they didn't. So the following year, 2018-19, again, New South Wales Murray in particular got off to a terrific start, Victoria as well. And as we approached September, people were looking to irrigate and finish off their winter crops. They were informed, the licence holders were informed there was no water to be allocated, and they watched their crops wither and die. Whilst also still looking on at the Murray River, which was still in flood at the Barmah, for another 3 months or so, as significant volumes were pushed through that constraint in the river. At the time, the Natural Resources Commission released a report saying, we created a man-made drought through water resource mismanagement and brought it on 3 years too early. In the class action, it was revealed that, those overbank transfers resulted in losses up to 46% of the water that was being pushed through. And again, the MDBA didn't get any approval or the proper approvals to do that. So in summary, the case of the class members was that the MDBA was in effect asleep at the wheel, didn't conduct water transfers early enough, and then tried to make up for this later on by forcing through those huge volumes to make up for the lack of water downstream at Lake Victoria. It was asserted that they disregarded the statutory process and were misleading in their public statements, including the losses report which they produced, which they said glossed over some fundamental defective issues. The key legal points in the argument, the first was the Civil Liability Act, which is legislation in New South Wales which provides a higher level of immunity to public authorities in how they can operate, and the NDBA sought to rely upon that. The class members pushed back, and there was a hearing within a hearing, given that it was such a key point. The class members were successful at first instance on that, and the MDBA appealed it. Again, the Court of Appeal sided with the class members in that regard, 3 judges. And so the MDBA wasn't able to rely upon the Civil Liability Act. And from there was a pivot, with respect to the duty of care and whether or not the MDBA actually even owed a duty of care to licence holders. In the end, its position was too bad, too sad for the licence holders. It only is obligated to the states to fulfil its commitments to them, and therefore its duty of care doesn't extend to the licence holders. Of course, with respect to the states, could they have done more? Absolutely, they could have done more, for their licence holders, but on the same time, the states were also complaining about the fact that the MDBA doesn't really allow it into the inner sanctum of its modelling. It doesn't get to see the data. It's not aware of all the demands downstream and everything that the MDBA is doing as the river operator. So that hamstrings the states in that regard. From the perspective of the class members, they took the position that losses were reasonably foreseeable if you're going to transfer water across a forest in the middle of a very hot summer. There was also the impact of having a very high river, which is a heavy river, which causes more loss because there's more surface area with the evapotranspiration, and also because it's heavier, it's pushing out against the banks and you're losing that seepage. So all of these matters were reasonably foreseeable, and with the MDBA acting in its role as manager of the natural resource, it owed a duty of care to those licence holders to properly and efficiently deal with that resource. So this matter is yet to be determined. There was one other issue that arose with respect to alternatives that the MDBA had at its disposal. It came to light in the proceeding that the Mulwala Canal was an option, 156 kilometre gravity-fed channel that would have had losses of less than 10%, which is a significantly less than the up to 46%. And for commercial reasons, the MDBA didn't follow through with that option. Now, the problem for New South Wales taxpayers is that shortly thereafter, there was a $2 billion drought relief package that the New South Wales government had to release, which may have been perhaps avoided to some extent, had there been some perhaps more careful planning at the time. After reviewing the modelling the counterfactual, the class members put the amount of water that was lost or could have avoided being lost, and therefore could have been made available to the productive pool in around 160 gigalitres. So I guess one of the biggest questions, and I'll open up, I can't see anyone, but I'm sure there's plenty of people that have lots of queries. When will we get a judgment? The proceeding commenced in May 2019. So it took over 6 years to get to a 40-day hearing. And that finally wrapped in November 2025. So if there's anything that the case can teach you is, that we need to be patient. Realistically, we expect a judgment within 12 months, in or around that 12-month, towards the end of this year. It won't be surprising if it takes more time, given the complex legal issues that were involved. It will undoubtedly set a precedent moving forward, and irrespective of the outcome with respect to the class members, their view is, or speaking with some of the representatives, is a strong message has been sent with respect to taking better care of their precious resource. Lloyd, you give me the wind up. Yes. So that's the question is, will it be heard? An unnecessary man-made drought has not been looked into to the degree that probably it should have been, and no doubt we're going to get a similar scenario in the future with a really hot January. And we have this anomaly now where we've got all this water that's been recovered above the constraints, and a desire to push that 1,000 kilometres downstream. So how that's worked through, we don't know, but certainly the class action has gone a long way to, putting this front and centre, and hopefully taking it in the right way, so that it never happens again. You're welcome.
Round of applause for Tim, the man, the myth, the legend. Rightio, we're going to change our laptops, so you will enjoy a couple of seconds of sport while the system reboots. Then we're going to go into Bobbie Pannowitz. Bobbie is another legal eagle. She's from Griffith with a particular interest in water law. She's lived in the MIA for more than a decade, including previously owning and operating a farm. She currently advises landholders on water regulation, policy interpretation and negotiations involving compulsory acquisition and flow easements. Should have done that earlier in the day, a tongue twister. But anyway, we'll get Bobbie up here and we'll change out some laptops.
Sandeep, known for bowling in the power play, only had one over in that phase, but did the business at the back end. Bishnoi and Jadeja, 3 wickets between those two spinners. What that means? Well, Rajasthan Royals will have an easy target
have a presentation, Bob? No, you're all good. Oh.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm sorry that I didn't arrive earlier, but I was this morning meeting with clients who have received an offer of compensation from the New South Wales Government for an acquisition of an easement over their land. So today's has been focused on the Basin Plan, and rightly so. But I want to talk about something a little bit different, which also creates just as much pain on the ground and in many ways is less visible and less accountable. That is what happens after buybacks, when state-based plans and department programs interact on the ground. These plans and programs don't operate in isolation. They stack, overlap, and their cumulative impacts are borne by the same communities again and again. I want to give an example of how that plays out in practice, and I want to do that through one very specific case study that happened not too far from here, because it shows us exactly how separate programs, departments, and plans combine to result in devastating impacts for our community. I'd also like to touch on inundation easements, programs that sit outside the statutory framework, and how they are likely to intersect with those same properties. When the Murray program is reactivated, noting it is currently paused, awaiting consideration by Basin jurisdictions, likely watching the outcomes of the pilot program in the Murrumbidgee. The reason I want to highlight this is because all of these programs being implemented in silo combine, and unfortunately, I don't think we have seen the full detrimental impact. So let's start with the background. Earlier Commonwealth buyback programs purchased water in the Murray, large parcels of water entitlements, which have left behind highly fragmented licences. 1 meg walls across the land. When you look at mapping, they don't look like the impact is going to be very significant. But when later programs and rules rely on that desktop modelling without ground truthing, those changes can land unpredictably and strand assets overnight. Those buybacks underpin everything that follows. Water sharing plans are statutory instruments made under state legislation. They determine who can take water from where, how, and when. They should provide us with certainty. But what we see more and more is that these plans are frequently amended, often using desktop tools and alongside departmental programs that operate outside statutory protections, and as we know, with little consultation. In practice, that means no mandatory socio-economic assessment, no structured test of community impact, and very limited ability for landholders to understand how rules will apply to them before they bite. From our perspective, they position communities at the end of the decision-making pipeline rather than within it, where decisions are increasingly experienced as being made for communities, not with them, creating instability for farming families, far removed from the original intent of the legislation. The case study is not a hypothetical. It happened right here. A young farming family purchased a former irrigation property on the New South Wales Murray in early 2023. The property had legacy irrigation infrastructure, included a water access licence, and formed the basis of a 5-year redevelopment plan, which was provided to and approved by the bank. They invested on the basis of expected reliability, access to temporary water markets, and the ability to modernise old infrastructure over time. In early 24, they met with Water New South Wales. They were advised to upgrade their meters so they were compliant. They did exactly that at a cost of around $30,000 per metre. Then in July 24, the water sharing plan for the Murray Unregulated River was approved. No communication, no notice, nothing to suggest that this property was about to be fundamentally reclassified. Later that year, the winter crop was harvested. It was a success. The summer crop was planted. In December 24, a temporary trade of several hundred megs was approved and delivered to their works after the new plan had been commenced. Everything signalled that the operation was lawful, compliant and viable. Then, in January 25, the family renewed their 10-year work approval. They paid the fee. The renewal was granted, no conditions, no warnings. In March 25, they made another temporary trade, identical to the one they had made in December. It was refused. And why? The works were now mapped as being a prescribed wetland under the water sharing plan. That was the first time this family had become aware that the land had been reclassified. The reclassification had immediate legal effect, and their newly upgraded infrastructure was now unusable. Nothing changed on the farm. Only the mapping changed, quietly and without notice. The consequences were immediate. A summer crop at risk of failure, and it did, they lost it. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of stranded capital and a hit to the farm value and equity. This wasn't about doing the wrong thing. The family did everything the system asked them to do. And yet in the space of weeks, their enterprise was destabilised by a rule they didn't even know existed. And add salt to the wound, throughout consultation and again in the department's revised approach material released in March 25, we were repeatedly told a very clear message. Existing works are not affected. We aren't stopping current activities. Those words are not ambiguous. They were publicly said more than once, and they were relied on by landholders and banks. Yes, the physical infrastructure is still there. Yes, pumps and meters are still there. But once the mapping changed, the trade was refused, and those existing works are useless. If you can't trade water to the works, if the water cannot legally be delivered to that point, and if that restriction applies immediately and without notice, then stopping the activity has occurred. This is the regulatory gap that communities struggle with. On paper, the rule says existing works are unaffected. In practice, mapping-based rules trigger operational prohibition that zeroes out the value of those works overnight. It doesn't make sense when you're standing in the paddock with a crop in the ground, finance owing, and water you can no longer access. And it's made worse by the fact that trades were approved after the plan commenced, after that wetland was declared, and no warning was given. So from the landholder's perspective, the regulatory signals were not just unclear, they were contradictory. This is how trust is lost, because when government says one thing, existing works won't be affected, and the operational outcome is that those works are stranded, people stop listening to assurances and start listening to outcomes. And that loss of trust doesn't stay contained to one plan or one program. It spills directly into how future programs, including inundation easements, are received. So taking it and looking at how that layer affects us again is that unfortunately I don't believe this is where the Murray story ends. Running alongside these water sharing plans are the departmental program for inundation easements, allowing environmental flows across private land. In the Murray, that program is on hold, but make no mistake, when it's reactivated, it will intersect directly with the same property already caught by the mapping-based rules plan. And that's where the detrimental impact has not yet been realised. Because consider this, a property already restricted from receiving traded water due to wetland mapping then becomes subject to more frequent or prolonged inundation, with flood easements negotiated under programs that sit outside statutory checks and balances, with the real threat of compulsory acquisition, and we have already seen it go to that. Because these programs operate outside the legislation, there are fewer transparency requirements, no mandatory socioeconomic impact assessments, and no clear pathway to balance environmental objectives with community level impact. So when the Murray program resumes, it won't be landing on a blank canvas. It will be landing on properties already destabilised by prior decisions. Because when decisions are made for communities instead of with them, we lose trust, it creates uncertainty, and we end up with outcomes that hurt our regions. The Murray case study shows us what has happened as a result of Basin Plan, what happens when safeguards don't exist, and the inundation easement overlay shows us what is coming next. And until the full picture is acknowledged, including cumulative impacts, the pain will continue to be absorbed locally. And this is why it matters. Thank you.
Well, that was somewhat terrifying. Anyway, thanks for that uplifting talk there, Bobbie. But anyway, speaking of terrifying, Geoff Wakeman's up next, and I've never met a man who has departments running for cover as quickly as Geoff in his emails, because Geoff follows the data. He's been monitoring the Gumbower Forest and, well, he can run rings around the information they present. Without further ado.
Thanks, Lloyd. I want to start by saying I've never been a farmer. I totally agree with environmental watering, but what absolutely annoys so-and-so out of me is the mismanagement and especially the misrepresentation that is occurring at the moment. I specifically want to talk about the Gumbower Forest environmental watering of 2023. We started working on this about 2 years ago and we're nowhere near a resolution. Gumbower Forest is 42 kilometres long, 8 kilometres wide, starts at Turrumbry and goes to Clundrook, and now I know when you look out the window it looks flat, but it's actually an 8 metre drop from Turrumbry to Clundrook. Most of the environmental water comes out of Hipwell Regulator, which was commissioned in 2014, and the water goes Gumbower Creek, Hipwell Regulator, Gumbower Forest. There's also 4 small regulators between Hipwell Regulator and Clundrook. We get natural inflows. When the Murray River flows over the top, obviously water goes into the forest. The outflow is at a place called Three Corner Hole. Water, therefore, if any water that goes through goes back out to the river. I need to give some background, and the first document I'm going to use is the Murray-Darling Basin Authority Environmental Water Management Plan. Catchment Management used to swear by this document as the Bible, and every time we asked a question, we were told, look up the document. The number of errors in that at the moment are terrifying, so that doesn't get referred to very often now. But the bit I want to take is that it says it's essential to account for and report on how environmental water is used and managed, which is fairly obvious. The Commonwealth go a step further because they also put out a document in 2012, and it said in Victoria the policy position is to allow all entitlement holders to reuse or trade their return water downstream. So the water that goes through Three Corner Hole can be reused somewhere else or sold, but provided there's adequate rigour in the calculation. What started us thinking about this was in Golden Murray Water Managing Director in 2022 said, we are creating a fairer climate for our customers through our zero tolerance approach to water theft. Now, I don't agree with water being stolen, but that started us thinking because how do they measure the water going out into the forest? Well, the 2023 environmental watering started in June and finished in November. North Central CMA said the initial watering was through Hipwell Regulator, that was 10 gigalitres. There was a natural unregulated inflow and they called it Mother Nature. That was 36 gigalitres flowed in from the river. And then there was a second hip well watering of 18 gigalitres, a total of 64, and they had planned to use 89. Now, if you've got the totals, we figured you must be able to have the daily data because you've got to have the daily data to get to the total. So we requested a daily data sheet of the environmental watering. The first reply we got, well, sorry, not the first reply because there's probably half a dozen emails before I get to this because we kept getting asked, oh, what day did you want the dates? What dates did you want it from? All sorts of issues just to try and divert us. But in April the 5th, we got back, GMW is responsible for the accounting of water entering and returning from the forest. Well, we knew that, but it was good to get it in writing. Then went on to say, measurements are supported by independent hydrographers, measurement parameters are regularly checked and verified, and it's assessed by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. So going pretty well then. Then we got the data, and that's the data. Retyped because I couldn't read half of their stuff. And it's based on a combination of measured and modelled data. Now this email is 4 days after they've told us how wonderful they are at measuring water. And it's done with the assistance of MDBA and their modelling team. Now, there's a few errors in that. For example, the June figures were put in the previous year's total because the financial year, that obviously stops the flooding, so floods half a financial year than the rest of the financial year. Pretty easy, you just add the two totals together and you get an answer. But the real thing was the volumes exiting the forest, 118 gigalitres via a three-corner hole, are greater than the volumes entering the forest of 64. So you put in one, you take out two, and you can resell that two. That's pretty good. Like I said, I'm not a farmer, but I wish I had irrigation like that. And the other thing that was missing was there was no data for the inflow from the river. So a quick email back, and oh yeah, we'll ask the MDBA for information about the total flood inflow volumes. So GMW had no idea how much had flowed from the river. But here's a question for you. Back in November the year before, catchment management said 36 gigalitres flowed in. And I'll let you all work out how they got that figure. A bit more background before we go any further. About 40% of the water put on the floodplain is expected to flow back out to the Murray River. i.e. the first lot comes in, it fills up swamps, lagoons, creeks, etc. Commonwealth, because it's now full of water, they say that 74% flows back because it doesn't have to fill up swamps, lagoons, etc. And also that once the water exceeds 36,000 megalitres a day in the Murray, it starts to overflow. Now here's the point I want to make. None of this data is our data. We never made up a single figure in any of this. This is all data we've received from the authorities. And that's a summary table of it, and I've gone through the figures. So from that you can work backwards, and you find out that it needs 144 gigalitres to achieve 118 flowing out the river. In the Murray River, 36,000 megalitres a day, the water flows over the bank. Now, this I've got to admit is our estimation, 50%. Roger's here somewhere, I'm sure he'll disagree with it. Of course, it might be 45 and 55, but we had to come up with a figure. And then we said, each day we'll take the figure, and let's say it's 40,000, and we'll say 2,000 went to Victoria, 2,000 went to New South. So that way we can work out what's the maximum possible amount of water that could have flowed into Gumbow Forest. And that's it there. Another set of data. So the maximum amount of water that could flow in was 46 gigalitres. So therefore, the outflow, based on all their figures, would have been 45. So somehow they've gained 73 gigalitres of water. Now, we've talked about how much water's worth, but at the time it was $275 a megalitre. So that's about $20 million that Goulburn Murray gained by using their figures for water that flowed out Three Corner Hole. And that's in one watering in 2023. And they've talked about natural unregulated water. It's got to come from rainfall. Or what else does it come from? And if anybody... These are my figures. If anybody wants to check them, this one's got 14 columns and 220 lines. So if you've got nothing to do afterwards, you can come up and check my figures. I haven't got one, so I'll borrow Jan's pen. The first thing we did when we summarised this table was that there was no rainfall. So it wasn't a natural unregulated flow. What caused it? Well, the storage levels were going up quite significantly. Of course, there's got to be water that flowed in. So the inflow was going up quite significantly, and the water was coming from the Snowy system or from Dartmouth. And what would you do if the storage levels were going up and you wanted to reduce them? You'd discharge a lot of water. And that's exactly what happened. It was a man-made unregulated flow, nothing to do with natural. Now it gets really interesting. The Hume Dam's full of irrigation and environmental water. So we release some water, but we've also got a magic wand because we go zap and only irrigation water leaves the Hume. The environmental water stays in the Hume. And this is a pretty good wand because when it gets to Gumbow Forest, we go zap and it all turns into environmental water. And none of this environmental water comes out of the environmental pool. It's all been taken out of the irrigator's pool. And we don't need a wand when we send it down the rest of the river. It's still environmental water, which can be resold or traded down or used for something downstream. Now, if you remember, I said 144 gigalitres was required to flow into the forest. Multiply that by 275 and you got near enough to $40 million worth of water. It's been taken out of the irrigator's pool by manipulation of the figures. And that's one watering. I'll skip that page because it's a bit complicated, but what I'm trying to say here is that in 2018, if 10 somethings entered the forest and 6 were used, that was counted as environmental water for the forest. Now, they're suddenly counting how much goes into the forest as the environmental water usage. So if in the past we only needed 6 to water Gumbow Forest, we now need 10. Nothing's changed except where we measure the water. And that'd be a good reason to increase the amount of environmental water we need. Gosh, we needed 6, now we need 10. So maybe that's part of the 450 gigs. We passed this information on to Inspector General of Water Compliance in September last year. And by February, well, it's included in a briefing package, part of a watch and see following the Commonwealth and New South Wales water actions, what Tim was talking about, being looked at from a larger level. Oh, and we're pretty busy at the moment. I, on a personal basis, think this is too big for the Inspector General. He was probably hired to tap people on the wrist and say, "You naughty boy," and suddenly we're talking about millions of dollars in one watering. Well, what's been achieved out in Gumbow Forest since 2014 when Hipwell's regulator started? There's no waterbirds breeding. Geoff and I and a Aussie and a few of us, on Wednesdays we try and paddle out in the forest to check out the birds, and there's certainly none bred last year, and none in 2023, none either. Native fish, well, the only native fish out there at the moment are fingerlings that were added at the end of the 2025 watering, because in 2024 they dried the forest. Understory, Paul's going to talk a bit about that, but there's certainly none out there, and the red gums Paul's going to cover. Aquatic vegetation. In 2022 and 2023 floods, compared to other years, the wetland plants didn't respond as well. 23-24 condition report, only one forest species of conservation significance was recorded in the wetlands in 2024, recorded at Reedy Lagoon. The entire gumbow forest in the wetlands used to have endangered species. You could see Reedy Lagoon's 3 kilometres around, probably 1.5 kilometres of that surface area was just endangered species. River swamp wallaby grass, wavy marshwort. We've got photos where it's just total open areas are covered in endangered aquatic vegetation. And now we've got one species, and I've seen it, and it's probably the length of the table. So what happened in 2025? Main environmental services were hired. They put up a Facebook. Well, I'll show you what they did in a moment, but that Facebook only was 4 pages and only lasted 3 days because suddenly I think somebody realised what they'd done, because they went out to Green Swamp, revegetated part of a wetland for catchment management, and they planted over 2,000 plants. We're not watering plants, we're planting them, we're getting a consultant in to plant the bloody things. Why? Because in 22 we had no plants, 23 we had no plants, 24 we had no plants, and again, since I've done this, there's another one come out, there's no plants in 25. Now, I would suggest that we've had no plants for 4 years. Aquatic endangered plants are not going to return to the gumbow forest. I don't care what you do. What's the cost? Oh, main environmental services must have been expensive. But hang on, we've been watering this since 2014. If I couldn't find $100 or $200 million, I'd stand stuffed. We did a report on the 25 watering and produced a report. We asked MDBA how much water went in, how much went out. I talked to catchment management. Golden Murray, remember, they were the ones who claimed they were doing all the exercises. I talked to catchment management. Catchment management, well, our group's been banned for 3 years now that they don't answer our questions anymore. We were asking too many questions, and when we sat down and worked out, it was 1 question per member per year. But when somebody says and we only ask questions based on what they've given us, newspaper article said, the ecologist report said we had to water the forest. We asked for the ecologist report. We never got it. And it's pretty obvious why we didn't get it, because they made it up in the first place. We sent a copy of that to Inspector General, but like I said, I'm not holding my breath expecting an answer from that soon. Having done the exercise for 23 and 25, I would be very surprised if the data for any previous year would stand up to analysis. And I have done bits and pieces in the past on certain years and it's never worked, so I can imagine expanding that out with no result either. At the start I said what annoys me is mismanagement and misrepresentation, and I've talked about a big scale here. Well, you may have noticed on the first slide, there was a slide a little section of it was a sign saying track closed. Well, that track closed sign used to say, or still does say, still out there, closed due to environmental watering of gumbow forest. The sign this year says closed due to unregulated inflows. So we've got mismanagement, misrepresentation on a huge scale, and we've got it on a scale of the size of a sign. Thank you.
Well, if the housing crisis continues, Geoff can rest assured he's living rent-free in the North Central CMA's head. There's a reason why they don't like answering his emails. Up next, we have Jan Beer and also Richard Sargood. They're talking about constraints. Jan's a beef farmer from the Yea River in the Upper Goulburn River catchment who has long-lived experience of environmental issues along the river. Since the inception of the Basin Plan, Jan has actively campaigned against relaxed constraint strategy and the inability to deliver the 450. Richard's a fourth-generation farmer running a farm between Howlong and Corowa. Richard is the chairman of the Murray River Action Group, which represents Murray River riparian landholders and businesses between Hume Dam and Yarrawonga, and is also on the advisory group on the Hume to Yarrawonga Waterways Management, which is funded and resourced by the MDBA. I better get that.
Which is the little arrow?
Righto. That'll be that one there. Goes that way or this way? Goes that way, unless you want to go back.
Thanks. All right. Hello, everyone. I'm going to talk mainly about the reasons why relaxation of constraints just will not work. You can't get that water down to the end of the system, but I want to show you the area that I come from and why we have complained bitterly to the MDBA that you simply cannot relax constraints and expect not to have huge impacts. So this is just showing you really the topography we have in the upstream catchment. We can get a flood any month of the year in the Yea River, and we do. These floods are flashy, fast reacting, and increasingly they come from unpredictable events. So this was in January 24 out of the Yea River, 7:18, 3 hours later, that's what you've got. Now the policy of the enhanced environmental water delivery policy, which is to be used to create floods to go down to the lower Goulburn, is to release Eildon environmental water 6 to 7 days in advance down the Goulburn on top of what they forecast to be a natural high tributary event. So you can imagine if they've released water 6 to 7 days in advance of this, and then you get that, it's fraught with danger for everyone, and it should not be allowed to happen. So same flood, you can see how high up it came. That's the extent, how high it got above you can see the fence just in the foreground there. That's how high the flood got. And this is showing you that was 210 floods, that we get such a lot of water come out of the tributaries that the enhanced environmental water delivery should never, never happen. This is the Acheron River, the largest tributary to the Goulburn, and it also happens up there. That water comes down extremely quickly too. Home Creek cuts the Goulburn Valley Highway between Yea and Alexandra or Mansfield, and it cuts it very quickly. And that's only a very small creek. Again, that's the steep topography, which is why we get these rapidly increased floods. And you can see that the hills come straight down to the Goulburn. So it's not just what's measured in the gauge, it's what comes off the hills. And as you've already seen previously, some of the erosion that has been caused because of environmental flows. I'll let Richard speak because this is his property.
Thanks, Jan. This is a similar situation to Jan's on the Murray River. This is some of our high-quality pastures that apparently don't get very badly affected if they relax constraints to 40,000 megs between Hume and Yarrawonga. That's the same paddock as it's starting. That's about 35,000 megs, and then it turns up to that. So that's about 40,000 megs a day on those same paddocks. In our particular instance, and it does the same thing on the Murrumbidgee as well in a lot of places, and particularly in the Murray, where you get a flow of 40,000 megs or a flow that's just out of channel capacity that cuts off a significant proportion of your farm. In our instance, we've got about 780 acres of river flats, and we can get a flow of 40,000 megs that covers 200 acres, but a further 550 odd acres is cut off that we just can't get access to. So that's causing another flow there, and that's the same paddock again. And in this particular instance, these flows can stay there for up to 2 months. So everything's dead by the time it all comes out. Just a very brief, quick history on the constraints in New South Wales versus Victoria. New South Wales originally started 10 years ago annoying the living daylights out of us, and they disappeared off the face of the earth. And then about 4 or 5 years ago, they came back as a rebranded Reconnecting River program. They had 3 groups of 5, 2 groups of 5 on the Murray and 1 group of 5 on the Murrumbidgee. Each group of 5 people, this was called reference groups, had to have the backing of 5 other farmers. So in theory, they had 75 people giving them unbiased advice, which we did. We gave it freely and frankly, and after 2 meetings, we were essentially sacked because they didn't believe a word we said, and they were there to lecture. They weren't there to listen, even though we were supposed to be part of the community consultation program. In the Victorian program that both Jan and I were on, I've got to say the process was a whole heap better, even though everything we were presented was presented to take constraints forward. There was virtually nothing that was presented to us that was adverse to constraints until about 3/4 of the way through 12 months, when they presented some information to us that said you could relax constraints between Human Yarrawonga to 40,000 megs a day, and then relax constraints below Yarrawonga to 40,000 megs a day. And all that extra water's gone by the time it gets to Turrumbary. So Jan's done a power of work, which she'll explain to you here.
I'm not sure what the next slide is.
As to, these are just a couple more of my place. But ultimately, we got to the stage where these flows can't be delivered, and we've been telling the authorities for the last 10 years that they can't be delivered. I'm not too sure they're believing us, but hopefully, with the information Jan's managed to put together, that will now come to fruition. So I'll hand back to Jan to
Thanks, Richard.
take the rest of it.
So I just put these couple of slides in because if they're wanting these sort of flows to continue to go down the river, this is what they're creating. The salinity issues at Boundary Bend, which I think many of you already know about and have seen. We thought we'd done with salinity because the work had been done, but now it's all coming back again. And that's a couple of photos from the South Australian guys that sent me about what you're getting at the end of the system after all this water's been shoved down there. That's just a quick MDBA chart, which I think is quite interesting. I can't find one up to 2025, but it shows the major floods in the Murray-Darling Basin. And they tell us that, they're getting less water down the river than they used to. But from what I've worked out, say up to 1956 and then from 56 to 2025, the major floods are much the same as they've always been. I'll let you have a little look at that for a minute. I have, with information from the Murrumbidgee group, put those figures down, but I know that the Murrumbidgee is going to be hit with even more flows than that and more regularly than every 5 years in 10. Some flows are going to be almost every year. I will say on the Goulburn, they started out wanting 40,000 down at Shepparton, and we said, don't be ridiculous, that's just creating major floods up here in the upper Goulburn. And so they slowly came back to 30,000, to 25, to 20, And now it's around about the 17,000 plus the 3,000 buffer. You want to say anything about those flows there, Richard?
People can read that later, I think.
Okay. So there is a little mistake here. That should be 11 billion, the market value of the Commonwealth environmental water entitlements. And I would say to you that that is probably the greatest transfer of wealth from any community, industry, farmers in Australia's short history. I think it's absolutely intolerable. 11.5 billion they've spent out of the 13 billion, and they've told us there's not much more money out of that bucket. The water's still to be recovered. I'm not quite sure of what they've got out of the 450, but, you know, it could be up to 600 gigalitres they're still going to be looking for. Okay. Constraints is the vehicle that was designed to take that 450 down the river. Constraints in the Upper Goulburn can't work, doesn't work in the two reaches of the Murray, and therefore they're not going to be able to get that water down here. Here are all the reasons why they can't get it down. The natural chokes. We've got a choke of 9,500 gigs in the Molesworth choke up in the Upper Goulburn. The river operators refuse to send 80,000 downstream. We're the flattest, driest inhabited continent on Earth, and you simply can't get that water down to the other end of the system because it's low gradient all the way. The feasibility of relaxing constraints in the Northern Victorian report, its modelling was done by Doecke and the MDBA, and they're all the things that they said in their statement. This is not our opinion. This is what the MDBA and Doecke came up with. They're all the reasons why they can't get the water down there. Operational constraints in the Goulburn, as you can read those, that's another reason they can't get them down, and another reason is the Victorian government policy. That has not changed. You can read that yourself about easements. And there are a lot of the other reasons why they're never going to achieve the enhanced environmental outcomes down at the end of the system. I'd just like to say to you, though, the Basin Plan has been in progress for sufficient time for us to now see what the impacts have been. We know they can't get the water down there. They've told the public that they needed to spend all this water to be able to save the Murray, save the Coorong, and they have known all along that they can't do it. They know they can't get the water down there, and I find it morally reprehensible that they are still spending your money to buy water on false pretences. Thank you. Oh, wait on. You can just quickly read these quotes. That again says why they can't get the water down there. And the CMA says they've got enough water in the Goulburn now, 650, and they can't deliver it all. The North Central CMA says they don't want to harm the river anymore. And the Managing Director of GMW, Charmaine Quick, had that to say just a couple of weeks ago. So I think the evidence is really building up against this constraints relaxation. And I feel for you people in the Murrumbidgee.
Thank you, Jan and Richard. Great information. We are running slightly behind, but it's hard to wrap people up when they've got such good information. We have one more speaker before questions, Lou, so you're going to have to wait. Paul Maddern OAM. So Paul has worked in the red gum industry for the past 41 years and is the CEO and chairman of Arbuthnot Sawmills, a family company who have milled red gum on the same site in Kundruk great to go and have a tour too if you're bored. For the past 137 years, Paul has represented the red gum industry on the Victorian Sawmillers Association and the Victorian Association of Forest Industries, Victorian Forest Products Association. Thanks, Paul. Thanks.
Yep.
And that's your next one coming.
Beautiful. Thanks very much, Lloyd, and thanks everyone for persevering. It's been a fairly long day, but it's been very interesting. Just some background on the red gum industry and the timber industry as a whole. I just go back to 1985 when I first started, and I'd come out of different industry to the red gum industry, and there was my mentors was Tom McDonald and Keith Newland. I'll just click that. That's a view of Arbuthnot Sawmills. And Tom McDonald was the production manager and Keith Newland was the company secretary and admin manager. Tom would come over to the office and say to Keith, "By gee, it's hard to get bloody timber. We're having trouble with the Forestry Commission, rah, rah, rah." And old Keith would say, "Tom, it's all political." Tom would say, "No, you're jumping at shadows and it's nothing to do with that, but I'll let you make up your own mind about that." So Arbuthnot Sawmills involved in harvesting red gum timber off Gunberry Island, Guttram and Benwell State Forests in Victoria and Kundrook. I'll just show you a few slides of what goes on there. And Kundrook, Paracuta and Campbell's Island in New South Wales goes back 137 years. We've been sustainably harvesting the red gums, providing employment and important infrastructure material for the state of Victoria and throughout Australia. Arbuthnot Sawmills is the longest continuously running sawmill on the same site within the same family in Australia. It has been a source of prosperity for Kundrook, Barham and region for the past 137 years. As well as the quality sawn timber produced, there is also a significant red gum firewood industry who utilise the residues from trees felled for saw logs and ecological thinnings to maintain the red gum forest in a healthy condition. Without the careful and sustainable management of the red gum forests over the many decades, the industry will not continue to operate. The native hardwood industry is a significant contributor to the New South Wales state economy, generating $2.9 billion in revenue and employing 8,900 people. Red gum pre-forest closure in 2010 was equivalent to 200 million output and had about 500 workers in the Riverina. Today, we're down to about 30 million output and less than 100 employees. Unfortunately, the native forest timber industry is not well understood, and access to state forests throughout Australia has been reduced, and only New South Wales, Tasmania and Queensland have native forest industries continuing. Forest closures have been politically driven and not due to unsustainable practices. Some facts I'll bring up on the board. Nothing's wasted, by the way, in red gum. Even the residues go into chips and sawdust and firewood. So every part of the tree is utilised. New South Wales has 8.7 million hectares of native forest. 88% is in national parks and public reserves. 12% is in state forests and hardwood plantations. 0.2% is subject to selective harvesting annually, so it's more than sustainable. Harvested forests are regrown, so the forest remains constant. Red gum forests in New South Wales total 401,000 hectares. Red gum state forest available for timber harvesting is approximately 36,000 hectares. That's after the 2010 closures of 90% of our access to state forests. There is also 50% of that 401,000 is in private properties. So what we are able to harvest represents 8.97% of red gum forests in the state. Just before I go on to the water part, in 2009, a study by the National Resource Commission resulted in the closure of 90% of the red gum state forests in New South Wales. The Environment Minister of the Labor government, Frank Sartor, met with the red gum industry in Deniliquin and made the following statement. The Greens in Sydney want red gum national parks. I need their preferences, so they will get red gum national parks. So that was their answer to that. It had nothing to do with the health and sustainability of the forest, but purely a political outcome. It was very much the same in Victoria, with Dan Andrews bowing to green lawfare by bringing Victorian state forest closure forward from his election promise of closure in 2030 back to 2023, basically destroying the native timber industry in Victoria. So I'll go on now to the watering. I was fortunate enough to get these figures from Vince Kelly, from Forest Corporation. So the Kundruk Paracuta Forest Environmental Water Program, the flood enhancement scheme has been used on 2 occasions, 2014 and 2019. In each instance, the volume delivered was 30 gigalitres, inundating approximately 10% of the forest, which was approximately 3,500 to 4,000 hectares. Overbank floods in Kundruk Paracuta Forest occurred in 2010, 2011, 2012, 16, 21, 22 and 23. So ironically, the forest scientists from the National Resource Commission stated that because the red gums will never flood again, this is back in 2009, we've got to close them because due to climate change and the fact that they'll never flood again. In 2010, we had the longest period of inundation in the red gum forest locally than anyone had seen before. So Gunbarra Island State Forest in Victoria, I believe the environmental flows commenced in Gunbarra Island in 2012. Wetland and lower areas were constantly inundated, year after year basically, so they never had a chance to dry out. The timber industry, although we were on a community reference group, had said we need to have a certain period of time to access timber for the mill. We were never really considered and flooded out regularly by environmental flows. The community reference group, and I believe the timber industry, put forward that we should piggyback environmental flows on a reasonable high river and fill up the forest far more than just putting water in the same areas year after year in the lower part of the forest. That basically never happened. 2023, timber industry asked the North Central Catchment Management Authority to hold back environmental flow with a major flood imminent. The CMA verbally agreed to put a hold on environmental flow in the area where we were logging, and our logging contractor, I'll just repeat that, we asked them not to, they said they wouldn't, but they did. So our logging contractor was forced to rescue his equipment from the resulting flood while having to wade out in the water. environmental flows were delivered at unnatural times, I believe, because natural flows were generally later winter into spring and into early summer, whereas the environmental water tended to commence from April through to July. Tree health declined in areas were inundated for long periods, and continued watering soon to be unnecessary. We did see some very unhealthy trees after periods of flooding, continuous flooding, and I believe a lot of those trees didn't survive. I observed trees that were harvested from continually wet areas suffered from a blue stain in the timber, and you could see that in the rings around the heart of the tree, and which was not conducive to high-value timber products. Observations in the Barmah forest from continuous inundation was that the blue stain eventually turns into a black rot in the heart of the tree and renders the tree unsuitable for timber products. There's some examples here of, this is basically an unthinned forest. The understory there is cherry bush, which is it's a parasite on the trees, so the management there is pretty ordinary. Here's a thinned iron punt track area of very healthy trees, and in my time at the mill, we've harvested that area twice, and you go back and there's still a forest there, so it's been managed extremely well. This is shows the bare understory, and due to the environmental flows, I think a lot of the flora hasn't regenerated because it's constantly being flooded. So, just to finish off, just like to say, I think they're overdoing it with the environmental flows, and the problem we've got in the timber industry is that there's a lack of education, and that really needs to start from the government. I mean, if industry tries to do it, they'll just say we're pushing our own barrow and so forth, but it needs to start in the schools, and we actually do have a tourist and educational walkway at the mill where we've actually changed some teachers' ideas about forestry, because most people just simply don't understand it. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul, and what a fantastic panel we've had. Now, we've gone so well and we've absorbed so much information. We are a little bit over time. So I'm going to do 2 quick questions. So if anyone has a question, we'll lose one. Got any targets for 2? Well, there's the second. Can we get a mic out there quickly? We did have a 10-minute break scheduled, but are you all happy just to roll on into the next section? Yeah. Gee, you're good. You're not just a beautiful-looking audience, you're also intelligent.
I just want to let everyone know that in 2018, the New South Wales National Minister moved an amendment to the Water Act of New South Wales, which said that once people sign agreements with relaxed constraints, etc., New South Wales will be absolved of any liability if things go wrong. Now, another girl and I managed to get that particular clause pulled at the time, but it was sitting there potentially to be proclaimed at a later date. And unfortunately, in 2025, or 24 of 25, under the Labor government, they have proclaimed that particular act, clause in the Act. So what it means now, even if the river of the Murrumbidgee or the Murray, etc., let's say they determine that 40,000 megs should flow through Wagga and 23 is the current flow, and let's say they put 40,000 or 35,000 or even 30,000 down the Murray, it gives them the right to put it up to 50,000, and there is no liability on any river operator. And we, the landholders, bear the risk. Thank you.
Thanks, Lou. Next question. Wow.
So it's a new, I think it's subsection C, Lou. It's section 398, which says that where the government releases environmental water in good faith, they are excluded from liability.
Section 395.
395? Yeah. Oh, I was close, Paul. Thanks for checking my work. But yeah, so that was, Lou's right, it was recently put in place to allow environmental flows because they weren't excluded previously, but they are now for as long as the flow is released in good faith. And I can't get what is good faith? As long as they do it in accordance with their rules, they deem that to be good faith.
So, Bobbie, to that very point, my name's Deb Blackwell, thank you. To that very point, there is therefore no need to have easements, given that the government has been protected by legislation as to environmental flows. Our argument is, therefore, no easement should be imposed on our private property.
And sorry, by the way, it's 45,000 megs on the Maddern.
So it's 40 plus the 5,000 buffer. Yeah, plus the buffer.
So it should model to 45.
Yeah, that's right. But anything over that is the exclusions there anyway. I'm not the department, Deb. I can't answer why they want the easement. Something they feel like they're doing maybe in good faith for you. I can't answer that.
Yeah, well, that's a load of crap because...
I don't disagree.
So just to be clear, for us on the Mid-Maddern Bidgie, we don't generally have a problem with environmental water, although we will fight until the death for a violation of our property rights with the imposition of easements on our most valuable and our most productive land. And we know it will be severely reduced in value, and we know there will be problems for the banks. None of this was ever modelled by the government. And so to this end, my concerns are the easements. And Bobbie, a quick question just to follow up on that. Water New South Wales has adopted the UN rights of Indigenous people. We would also like to know down long term what other likely uses of the easements may well be imposed given the Cultural Water Act that's been recently initiated, and will you negotiate conditions on easements to protect us from anything other than environmental water being placed on our land? Thanks, Bobbie.
So easements under the Conveyancing Act only have very specific purposes at the moment. New South Wales Parliament has a bill before Parliament to amend, not within the Conveyancing Act, so they're going to slip it into the Water Management Act to allow easements for inundation purposes because they are currently not legal. So that has not been passed. That's currently underway. So it does, the definition does say easement for inundation, and it does give more information around that. But I can't recall it off the top of my head, Deb, sorry, but it's definitely before. Rose put it up, I think, at the end of last year. It's got a second reading speech.
Rightio. Moving on to the next panel, can we give this panel a round of applause? And there may be a bottle of wine over there. Can I get our next participants up? Darren De Bortoli, David Farley, and the amazing Jodie Hay. So for those of you who missed our earlier introduction of Mr. De Bortoli, I will find it. Jodie can do hers first if you'd prefer. Ladies first and all that. So Jodie Hay is born and bred in the dairy farming region of Kahuna, and Jodie has milk running through her veins. Fourth generation of dairy farmer on all four sides of her family. Anyway, we'll let Jodie go into detail. I do need to change that. It's too organised.
Yeah, g'day, I'm over here. Just a quick one for everybody. There's a half a case of wine at the end of the night, so you've all received a lucky raffle ticket, so that'll be drawn. Also, $200 fuel vouchers. So just stick around because you might be the lucky person in the room.
That'll
and in fact, if I happen to talk to my mate over there, who is the actual Gavin, can you remember Gavin? Lloyd?
What are you asking me, Geoff?
Yeah, I reckon you could ask a question in the room. There might be a bottle of wine sitting behind you. Somebody might like to answer that.
There's 2 bottles of wine. But anyway, so if you ask a fabulous question and keep it short to one question, we may award you a bottle of wine after this panel discussion. The best questions win. First people in, because we want to get you home before midnight. Yeah, arrow across, and that's your next one coming.
Beautiful. Right there. Hi, and thanks for hanging around. I know it's a little bit of a tough time slot as we approach the graveyard shift. Anywho, as mentioned, I'm Jodie Hay, and I stand before you tonight as a really proud, middle-aged, white Australian woman who happens to be a generational dairy farmer and an irrigator. Over the past decade, I've experienced an erosion of this pride. There have been times when I've been made to feel ashamed that I'm white and Australian, ashamed that I'm a dairy farmer, and certainly ashamed that I'm an irrigator. Fortunately, it's possibly the middle-aged part of my being that has helped me survive and navigate this. As being middle-aged also means menopausal, so at times a little unhinged, and it certainly has made for some late night insomnia moments, which has allowed time for some deep thinking, reflection, and the creation of some pretty cool plans for the future. So how did I get here and where have I landed? I'm born and bred in the Kahuna region, and my family tree has its roots firmly fixed in the banks of the Murray-Darling, of the creeks, rivers and tributaries of the Murray-Darling Basin. My ancestors have etched their lives in these fertile soils since the 1860s. Like my great-great-grandparents, Emma and Frederick Masters, who created the well-known Masters Landing on the banks of the Murray River in Turrumbry. Like us and the many generations before us, they worked these lands that are nourished by the waters of the Murray-Darling Inland Delta, and they've been enhanced by the genius foresight of our forefathers who created the irrigation system, a system that uses the magic of gravity to create the food bowl that we all benefit from today. It is important to note that each branch of my family tree has continually inhabited these lands for the past 200 years. As highlighted by this map, my family still heavily populates this region. All of my aunties and uncles on both sides of my family, the one that lives the furthest away from me is in Gumbau, a mere 15 minutes from my house. A similar story when I look at my children, my parents, my nieces and nephews and first cousins, our apples have not fallen far from the tree. And if you look at those dots, it's a little messy, but it's quite incredible how far, how long we've been here and how many of my immediate family still live right here. It's really important that we acknowledge and protect these storylines and our connection to country. Storylines that have taught us how to navigate our land, our animals and waterways. Stories about where levees exist and breach, how water moves across landscapes, how to manage drought, plague and adversity. They speak of what native species exist, where they hide and what their behaviour tells us. They highlight our successes and how we celebrate them. They include our storylines like those told to me of a child of the mythical creatures of the creek, like the Taranti Wantigong and the Squarefoot, who only appeared when small children appeared near waterways alone. Many of you in the room tonight will have a similar story to mine, and hence most likely why you're here tonight. I've spent the past 12 years or 14 years investing time, energy and knowledge into the workings and failings of the Murray-Darling Basin. Since the development of the plan, I've always been amazed. There's been basically no acknowledgement of private land as being part of the environment. There's been little or no data collected as to what native fauna or flora exist on these primary production irrigation properties. Fascinating, especially when we look at where we are located. The Turrumbie irrigation area extends from the Murray River in Gumbow in the east to Nyah in the west and the south to the McCorner Main, a system that has been operating for the past 100 years. The Turrumbie irrigation area is supplied by 190 kilometres of streams, which are wholly managed for water delivery through a system of weirs, channels and natural carriers such as the Gumbow Creek. It is home to a rich agricultural industrial industry, vibrant communities, as well as diverse and extensive range of interconnecting lakes, forests, floodplains, tributaries and wetlands, hence its rich cultural significance. Many of these natural assets are now regulated and linked to the irrigation system. This area's environmental significance is such that it is home to up to 200 bird species and includes international recognised Ramsar sites, including the Gumbow Forest and the Kerrang Lakes. It's always been an ecological hotspot as it has supported large numbers of traditional owners for thousands of years. The region is steeped in environmental and cultural history, as highlighted by the documented 1856 expedition of William Blandowski. Who is he, you ask? William was a German explorer and a zoologist, and was also the first scientist and curator appointed to the Victorian Museum. Working alongside traditional Aboriginal people, wildlife specimens were observed, collected and illustrated. The importance of the Ganawara region's biodiversity was acknowledged when the Melbourne Museum chose this region as its location to celebrate the 160 years of Blandowski's exhibition and the conduction of a bioscan of the Gumbow Forest in 2016. Over 17,000 specimens were collected by Blandowski for the museum from his expedition of the Murray-Darling Basin. This forms part of our fascinating history, much of which we were never taught at school. There's Blandowski, and that's a picture of at the Gumbow estate. Pretty fascinating. And there's a book called Blandowski Australia, or Illustration of Australia, and it's worth a look. It's a history we've really never talked about. The Turrumbie irrigation system is located in the North Central Catchment Management Authority region. 87% of this region is privately owned. Within the catchment, there are over 100 listed freshwater, brackish and saline wetlands. There are 23 internationally significant Ramsar sites. 6 of these Ramsar sites have been prioritised according to their ability to support matters of national environmental significance. I've spent much of the last 12 years advocating for the acknowledgement of native fauna and flora that coexists with our primary production businesses and the idea of dual-purpose water and the opportunity this presents. Every irrigation property is a micro-wetland, and collectively they form the biggest wetland in Victoria. Interesting that over 80% of the wetlands in the Murray-Darling Basin are located on private land. I live in hope that one day our properties will form an important part of the Murray-Darling Basin plan, as I find it unfathomable that most of all the water and the resources is concentrated on the very small percentage of publicly owned land. My husband Colin and I have spent the past 32 years building and developing Colin's family farm at Wee Wee Rup. We've planted thousands of native trees that provide shade and shelter for our stock and ecosystems for native species. In 2020, we bought a property next door to us. In 2022, we experienced flooding on this new property. It was an event that proved to be a real... Hang on. Change page. A real turning point for where we focused our energy in the water advocacy space. Tired and disgruntled with trying to get authorities to understand the importance of our private farming land in the environmental landscape, we set upon a new path. The flooding event on our property highlighted the low-lying areas that remained full of water long after the floodwater had subsided. It was then I decided to contact the Murray-Darling Wetland Working Group, a group that had been rehabilitating and rehydrating degraded wetlands on private land in the Murray-Darling Basin for the past 30 years. The staff inspected the sites and identified that some of them were actually registered remnant wetlands. The pre-European mapping of our property was a tool that I found fascinating and has proven to be a guide for future planning of revegetation and wetland restoration on our property. And if you get a chance, do this to your own property. It really makes a lot of things make sense. Since then, we've enjoyed an amazing working relationship with the Working Wetland Group. They provide small volumes of water and some finance for the infrastructure needed to get water to the wetland sites. They also provide ecological advice, guidance, as well as monitoring and data collection. The transformation of the first wetland on Hornsby's Road has been quite remarkable. From a barren, salty pinch pit to a site that now boasts, that now boasts one of the highest varieties of bird species of any of the sites in the Murray-Darling Basin that are managed by the Wetland Group. This site has been identified now as a refuge site, due to the number of birds that it utilise it. Therefore, it'll always have some amount of water in it from varying levels. Bird surveys conducted by the Wetland Working Group, the Gumbow Land Care members and the Department of Ag have identified over 100 bird species across our properties. So this is the site there. The big one is when we started in 2022 with some plantings, and it wasn't fenced off then. And even though they're a bit small, you can see what's happened to them now. There's trees and it's all covered, and the birds are pretty, that visit the site are pretty amazing. So those are some beautiful photos by the amazing Lloyd Polkinghorne. So was from probably one of the ugliest spots of our farm. It's now turned into a place I really love to go and just watch who's hanging out there. The second wetland, known as Paps Wetland, was one of the ones that excited the working group the most. Although it was severely salt affected and degraded from being overgrazed, it was the fact that it was almost in its natural state, apart from having a drain running through it. And unlike many wetlands in our region, it has not been laser graded. The staff identified it as a possible brolga habitat. Hol and I were sceptical about that, as in the 52 years that he's been there and 32 that I've been there, we'd never seen brolgas on our property. In the summer of 2025, we fenced the wetland, and in autumn 2025, we delivered the first watering to the wetland. It was incredible witnessing the site bounce back to life with the appearance of native vegetation such as nardoo, sedges and native grasses. 1 month after the water was delivered, along with the hundreds of ducks, egrets, stilts, swans, plovers and herons and ibis, like magic, 5 brolgas arrived. They visited the site daily for a month. It was an exciting sign that we were on the right path, and we look forward to establishing vegetation and vermin control to encourage the brolgas to return to the site and possibly breed at the site in the future. This habitat could also prove inviting for other endangered species such as bitterns, plains wanderers and the growling grass frog. Some other great partnerships that we've enjoyed over the past 2 years include one with Field and Game. Volunteer David Cox has provided and installed parrot boxes and hen houses in our wetlands. They are monitored and the data recorded regularly. They have been highly successful with the boxes and the nests having successful hatchings and the fledging of the young. Yeah, you wouldn't think that field and game would be such conservationists, but they do some amazing work. Yeah, and they also get like schools and men's sheds involved in making the boxes, and they take groups of children out to do the monitoring, which is pretty awesome. Our most recent partnership is one with North Central Catchment Management, an authority that I've had sort of a checkered relationship with. However, we're working now with their native fish recovery project. Ironically, this is occurring in a decommissioned Goulburn Murray water channel. We rehydrated it last year, and the 100 years' worth of aquatic biota burst back to life. North Central Catchment Management Authority's Peter Rose and a number of the traditional owners set fight nets to identify what species existed in the site prior to releasing the endangered fish. It was extraordinary to see the volume of aquatic species that existed in this waterway, and makes you a little bit sad about what happens, to the channels and that we had in our area and what they supported and what they've been turned into. It was deemed suitable for the introduction of the critically endangered purple spotted gudgeon and the southern pygmy perch, and around 200 were released in February of this year in the hope that they will breed and provide stock to distribute around other sites in the region. Our other site on the Hornsby Road has also been earmarked maybe for the Murray hardyhead, but we've just got to get a little bit more vegetation in that one. It's these partnerships that have not only provided joy and restored my belief in the opportunities our irrigation primary production properties hold in the environmental space. They have reinforced the idea of dual-purpose water and the amazing outcomes we can achieve if we collaborate and not compete. I see daily the sheer number of native species that exist on our property because of their ecosystem that exists there to support them. I sometimes wonder, who do I send the agistment bill to? These are some beautiful photos that were taken by Annette Rizuki from Australian Geographic. There is an article in the next edition of Australian Geographic. I don't know whether we're going to be in it, but she did take some pretty cool photos. So it's been encouraging, the public interest that has sparked. I've had so many people approaching me, telling me of their special places and their desire to rehabilitate them. I look forward to continuing to rehabilitate these sites on our property and encouraging others in the region to do the same, hence creating a network of wetland refuges across the landscape. After all, our properties are the links between the Icon and Ramsar sites in our region. Looking forward, I hope to see an appetite for the Commonwealth, the Environmental Water Holder and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority to look at these models of collaboration and their enormous successes environmentally, economically and socially. I live in hope that the Murray-Darling inland delta is hydrated and not dehydrated. If I was in charge of creating refuges for wetland-dependent species, I would certainly consider putting my energy and resources into an established irrigation region where we have decades of water management skills, 24/7 caretakers, and an irrigation system commissioned and ready to go. In this, the review year of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, I see adopting strategies such as this a must, or we, the farmers of the Murray-Darling Basin, may well be the next species on the critically endangered list. Colin and I are extremely proud of the business that we've created and that our son Tom has joined the business, and our daughter Emily and her partner Lockie live on the farm with us. Our farm is more than just livestock, land and crops. It's our family's past, it's our present, and hopefully it's our future. Just a few more.
Thanks, Jodie. It's an amazing story and one that's echoed across our region so many times. There's so many people who love their environment, love where they live, and they want to see it not only survive but thrive. Speaking of thriving, well, we need solutions. And Darren De Bortoli is going to present us with some of those on how we get out of the mess we've found ourselves in.
solutions to a dysfunctional plan. And as Jody pointed out, or didn't really point out, but birds can fly. And they can fly from Ramsar-listed sites to private land. And somehow the only birds that exist, as far as some scientists are concerned, exist in Ramsar-listed sites. And to reinstate what Jody pointed out about field and game, Ramsar was originally set up by hunters because they wanted migratory water birds to hunt. And that was the genesis of what Ramsar was originally about. And if you go to Europe and you're talking to environmentalists, they're not the environmentalists as we know. They tend to be hunters and involved in those sports, which is very different to our mentality, what environmentalists are about. I actually had spoken to one of the top ones, and he was telling me about his hunting lodges he owns in Finland. We were in Denmark at the time. My argument is farmers and timber industry are a solution. It's the farmers that manage the wetlands and control invasive species. So we have a crazy situation where we might have an endangered species, for example, the Western Plains wanderer. And I was very fortunate in the early days to be involved in a group that Louise Burge had set up, and Professor Peter Gell and Max Finlayson and Dr. John Conlon, which was great. And what was interesting was when we have these endangered species, the government tends to come in, buys the land with the crazy belief that somehow these birds are going to prosper. But what they don't realise, it's the farmers that were controlling the invasive species that were a major threat to them in the first place. So they disappear. And this is the complete problem with lock it up and leave it. I just think that's completely abhorrent in terms of an environmental management to what we're applying in Australia at the moment. So that's the reason, and I throw the timber industry in that, because every time I drive past a forest and I see massive, thick, dense clusters of very thin, tall little straplings, and I just know the next bushfire that goes through there is going to be horrific. And we need to manage the fire trails, and who's better to do that than the timber industry? So I don't see people as the problem, I see people as the solution. In terms of timber industry to manage the forest, the pre-European landscape was quite open, and there's a number of professors talked about. I know Professor Keir Reeves, who did some PhD students, he talks about that, the open forest, the very open grasslands with fewer trees, and there's very good reason for that. We tend to talk about Aboriginals managing the landscape for feed, for their kangaroos and etc. But as far as I'm concerned, the biggest reason they do that is to avoid bushfires. You can't outrun a severe bushfire. That's a fact. But in chance of, if you're dealing with grasslands where there's spots you can retreat and selective burnings and that, you then have safe harbour. You know, the bushfires are highly destructive. I was fortunate enough to be in Kangaroo Island a year at the resort before the big bushfires completely devastated everything there, and it was very expensive. And when I asked my wife how expensive it was, she wouldn't tell me. But so which is interesting about what's happening with Kangaroo Island, they're going to restock it with koalas, and the koalas are going to come from Narrandera. And what they don't realise is Narrandera, the koala population's doing so well now, it's moving into the town, as David Farley had mentioned to me once before. And in terms of ticking the boxes, because everything seems to be the hierarchy of what's trump cards, whatever, and Aboriginal card seems to trump a female card, and the female card trumps other cards, and just this whole thing's just crazy. But anyhow, I do believe there is probably a role for Aboriginal involvement in terms of managing these forests, and with selective burns, get the fuel loads down. Nothing more destructive than a forest with very high fuel loads, and when it goes, it's destroying everything. And we don't talk about how much wildlife gets destroyed in some of those very big, severe bushfires. And billions. And no one talks about it. And they call themselves environmentalists, they call themselves Greens. They are the opposite. They're highly destructive. It's just unbelievable that we tolerate that sort of nonsense. And the fact that we're tying up 30% of our capacity in upstream dams, is crazy. I just think, when I look at all the science, it's just ridiculous. And I don't believe floodwater. Look, floodwater is not treated as environmental water. Can someone correct me? That can't be true, is it? Floodwater is not treated as environmental water. That is how dysfunctional this plan is. Okay, and currently we have these wetlands, as previous speakers talked about, which are continually watered, which did not occur in the natural state, and are doing a large environmental damage. And then we have Darryl McDonald. Is he here, still here? Yeah, there he is, hiding away. I believe that's your grandfather's little baby in one of those carriages. Oh, your father. Oh, the father, yeah, okay. Your father's the baby in the buggy.
Resides at original home at Riversdale where that photo was taken. So the focus on the family, unfortunately Dad's mother.
I didn't realise you were that old, mate. That just shows you the natural state. Our strategic resources. Now, we should be water management because, as I said, the environment, when you start putting the environment and animal welfare ahead of people, the next step is not that hard. And I honestly invite you to look up, when you get home, what the Nazis how they viewed the environment and animal welfare. You'll be shocked. Because I thought, it would be quite the opposites. But it's only because of I attended a Cato Institute, the American Cato Institute's presentation in Sydney, invite of the libertarians, that he was talking about increasingly becoming more like the Nazis. And what we're talking about today is quite horrifying, because I think we are heading that way, where people seem to be irrelevant, irrespective of how strong the arguments are. Anyhow, talking about lake coolers, a 450 gigalitre storage. If you fill it up at the end of the season, freeze up capacity in Burrinjuck Dome, 900 gigalitres, sensible solutions. It's not hard. 530,000 gigalitres of average rainfall in the Murray-Darling Basin, of which 6% flows into the rivers. That's all it flows in. We're just one big piece of sponge, blotting paper, as Barnaby Joyce once referred to the landscape. And that's the average flows, which is about 32,000 gigalitres. The mean flow is 24,000 gigalitres, which is the flows that we tend to refer to. But if you're talking average flows, 32,000 gigalitres is what enters the system. And the elephant in the room, we can get caught up in detail, and people do get caught up in details. How do you manage this, and how do you calm that group by taking more from this group? The elephant in the room, the big one, is the lower Lakes estuary. Now, it's a disaster. It's an environmental disaster. I don't know why I'm here I'm defending the environment because of what South Australia's done, but it is a large part of the issues. Those barrages, when they built the barrages in 1940, 7.6 kilometres, they destroyed the estuary. They elevated the water level above the mud flats, which are important feeding grounds for the water birds. They destroyed a magnificent fishing grounds, because the fishing would be truly a mecca for not only Australia but internationally if it was ever returned back to an estuary. But there's a problem with that. So there's a number of solutions. And there's two solutions the way I look at it. There's both require building this Lock Zero, another lock near Wellington, which is upstream from where the Murray River enters Lake Alexandrina, and that's imperative. Where it's located is a question mark. You could probably locate it further upstream, and that gives you an advantage of having a far better freshwater interface with the Lake Alexandrina estuary. Ken Jury, in his better way, and Ken's done fantastic work over the years, basically proving that Lake Alexandrina was an estuary. And truly, you have to be brain dead, and I use that word because I hate it personally, but I use it because that's the way this madness has been going on. I've been at this for 14 years. So it is an estuary, and that can be easily proven, because once they've got to open up those barrages, let the floodwaters out, guess what happens? With southwesterly, and we're talking about massive flood flows like 74, the ocean pushes into Lake Alexandrina, and that's a fact. And that's well recognised by a lot of the people who fish estuaries. They know that phenomena. The seawater gets pushed in underneath, the freshwater flows over the top, and that's seawater just doesn't get pushed out with the next low tide. It migrates around the lake, and that was shown by Ian Rowan, retired scientist Ian Rowan, in that very good documentary called Muddied Waters, made back in 2012 by Ken Jury. Now, there's number. Once you build Loch Zero, then you've got Ken Jury's better way, and he's basically saying leave everything in place, leave the barrages, make them quick acting, and then lock in the high tide, and then you can slowly let them out. And those barrages elevate the water level by 0.75 metres. And that 0.75 metres doesn't seem much, but increases the average depth of Lake Alexandrina from 2 metres to 2.75 metres. And as I was talking to John Blackwell earlier on, he was rather shocked. Lake Albert at its natural estuarine level is only 0.95 metres. It's less than the evaporation rate. But with the extra 0.75 metres, you're now getting up to 1.7 metres, and yeah, you can sail boats around. But there's, and the advantage of that, so then you slowly let the water out, but you need a then connector from Lake Albert to the Coorong, because the problem with the Ken solution, you need to have circulation going through Lake Alexandrina, then pushing into Lake Albert, then pushing into the Coorong. Otherwise, Lake Albert becomes hypersaline. So you need a solution there. That's one solution. The other solution, which I prefer personally, and Ken argues his solution saves a lot more water, is what I call the Dutch solution, the Dutch option. And the Dutch option basically is to decommission Lake Albert, return it back to farmland, whatever, like the Dutch do. And I believe they've actually taken advice along this. And in the process of decommissioning Lake Albert, returns 168 square kilometres of farmland. You then decommission the barrages and return the lakes to the estuarine level. And once you remove Lake Albert, to manage Lake Alexandrina as a natural estuary becomes extremely easy. And as I pointed out earlier on, we didn't stuff up Lake Albert. South Australia did that. They take no responsibility for that. Likewise with the Coorong, they stuffed that up with what they did to the southeast unconfined aquifer. So when they're talking about, well, look, you're still taking 1/3 of the water now, would I say, well, let's go back to 50%. And I like to point out what the water take from Mount Lofty Ranges is. So the Mount Lofty Ranges are the ranges next to Adelaide and on the Lake Alexandrina catchment side, and there's something like 110 gigalitres used to flow into the Lake Alexandrina. And there's other issues assorted with it. But the current water take at the moment means there's only 20 to 30% of the flows left in those rivers, the Finnis, the Angus, the Currency Creek, and the Marne River. So the Dutch option certainly means that we're then dealing with a surface area of 600 square kilometres with Lake Alexandrina. Evaporation rate's a lot less. It's still going to be about 1,100 gigalitres, but because you've now got an active estuary and the fishing's going to be sensational, the birds are going to return under this environment. And that's when they talk about environmental benefits, they're the environmental benefits. It's the fishing industry more so than any other industry. Like Port Phillip Bay is worth at least $1.5 billion from recreational fishermen. And that's just the recreational for fishermen. And this map, please, Peter, tell me, did you select the location for LA1? Or was that near the Murray Mouth? You did. Okay. Naughty. The problem I have with these, once you recognise the flows came into these from the south, you can understand if you were to take diatom readings close to the shoreline, they're going to show a very strong freshwater influence. So where you take the diatom samples is going to have a very important outcome. The same with the site of LA1. if you notice, it's in a bit of a dead spot. Now, this is based on water levels elevated 0.75 metres. You drop the levels down, it would have been very shallow water, very much influenced in the natural state by the snow melt floods coming down the system, and they would have finished by about late December, the snow melts, because the transition time's about 6 weeks. And so there's a problem. I have a problem with LA1 because the heavy influence, also water from mountain lofty ranges. The history talks about this area being very swampy, very, very wet. So you've got to understand, and next to between Lake Albert and Lake Alexandrina, that's called the Cook's Plain embayment, and that showed a freshwater history. And the argument had been previously that it was influenced by the floods coming down the system. Well, the 56 floods only raised the water levels 1.4 metres in the lower lakes, and the 22-23 floods was only 1.2 metres. The two biggest floods in our recorded history, the third one was 74, and they only raised the water levels 1.4 metres. And why that's important? Because that embayment's a lot higher than that, so it could not possibly be influenced by floods recharging that area. That's just crazy stuff. Yeah, it must have been a very shallow boat. Yeah, okay. So yeah, basically it's so this map comes from the South Australian Landscape Board, Limestone Coast Landscape Board, put it up. 44% was the pre-European wetlands, all flowing north, as we talked about. What they don't show is the more elevated wetlands. And then that dropped back by the 70s down to 6%, and now it's only 1.5 to 2.5%. The wetlands disappeared. In the early days when we were being hammered, it was a misquote from Dr. Barn, who's now part of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority Board, and he was talking about the southeast of Australia. What he meant to say was the southeast of South Australia. So that one quote meant that the Murray-Darling Basin communities were absolutely hammered. That was based on a falsehood. And to get the flows down the Coorong, we may need to, in fact, pump ocean water in summer, but it's possible to get enough fresh water, hopefully, down the system. You recharge the aquifer of the southeast, which is beneficial to agriculture, if nothing else. But everyone seems to be so brain dead they can't see the solutions. And the conclusion is we do need a Royal Commission. I've been at this so long, and I'm certainly not intimidated by any of the doctors and the professors, and it always reminds me of the famous quote by Einstein when 100 German scientists were attacking him for his Jewish science, and his famous quote back was, "Why so many when one would have done?" And he's right. Just one with the right science is all that mattered. You don't need 100 people, and this paper is a classic example. A lot of scientists, because they could not understand the Coorong flows came from the south, could not understand freshwater flows from Lake Albert or through the Cook's Plain embayment into Lake Alexandrina from the south. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Darren. There is a copy too of Ken Jury's Better Way that Geoff Kendell is currently holding. They will be available if you wish to grab one. Now, we're coming to the final act of the night. David Farley. David Farley is a New South Wales Riverina agricultural and agribusiness professional who has built a global career across Australia and the United States, Africa and the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union. And David is also the chair of Speak Up for Water. Without further ado.
Thank you. It's quite a feat to come in at the end of the night. I feel like it's the end of a cruise run, and you've got to still be entertaining. I'm going to try and do something that I'm not accustomed to, is to use my cell phone, where my notes are, to address you this evening. I think the biggest thing that I've found with water in particular is that it's, we've spent today talking about the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. We spent the day talking about the environmental aspects of the plan, the social aspects of the plan, and some real lived experiences of it. But I think what's really missing from the plan is how we can address the plan. And I'm not allowed to speak politically, but I won't. But how can we address the plan politically to get changes to the plan and ultimately a better outcome from the plan? And I do think that if we were looking through the glass there. If we were looking through the Murray-Darling Basin plan like we have today, and like Anvil McConville does, we look through it with an environmental lens. But I think where we're going wrong is we should be looking through it as a sovereign security lens. And if you go into most Western world countries, water in particular, I knew I was going to have trouble doing this. Water in particular is classified as a sovereign asset, not an environmental asset. So you've got to ask yourself then, what is sovereign security of a nation and how does it work out? Sovereign security of a nation is the ability of a country to control its own destiny, protect its people, sustain its economy and society without being dependent or vulnerable on external forces. So the core themes when you're looking at sovereign security is there's 5 real core themes. Can a nation feed its population? Can a nation power its economy? Can a nation defend itself? Can a nation make its own decisions without coercion? And can a nation withstand shocks? And those shocks could be drought, war, floods or disruptions, financial crisis, etc. So when you start looking at that, you really start then saying, where does water really fit in all that? It principally fits into agriculture. You might notice as I'm moving through here, the environment doesn't get a mention, but it's not as if it's focusing on being anti-environment. It's really just focusing on the reality of what is sovereign security. There's 5 key pillars to sovereign security. Food security is 1, water security is the 2nd, energy security is the 3rd, economic and financial security is the 4th, and national defence strategy is the 5th. And when you actually sit down and ask yourself a question on those 5 pillars, you've really got to ask yourself where you sit today. We know where we sit today. We've been discussing the Murray-Darling Basin program in particular. We also know today that we're all paying in excess of $3.15 a litre for diesel. And it's not so much the price that worries us now, it's more the availability of it. We also know today that we've got a nation that's got $1.3 trillion worth of debt. And we also know today that our defence security is very reliant on our allies. So again, if you look at the deeper logic of what sovereign security is, can the nation operate through crisis? Can it adapt to shock? And can it maintain public confidence and protect its future generations? Well, the answer to that is kind of no, 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 no. If we reflect on the millennial drought, which ran for just on a decade, and the 6 core years in the middle of it were pretty tough. We were at 19.4 million people when we entered that drought. We had 680,000 head of cattle on feed. We were slaughtering about 145 million chickens a year and 19.4 million population, and we still had to import 11 million tonnes of grain to sustain ourselves. Now, if you jump right from the millennial drought right to where we are today, we're pushing 30 million people in population, plus about another 3 who are here on temporary visas and all that all the time. We've got 2.2 million head on feed in cattle today. We kill well north of 775 million chickens a year now. And of course, we've grown out a heap of other industries that are reliant on feedstocks to feed them. And what underwrote all that industry was the ability to know that we were secure. We had water assets that were backing it up. And those water assets now are being applied to other fields. The water assets I'm talking about were ones that our forefathers built for us to be able to take on all those sovereign risks that the nation is exposed to and eliminate them. But for some reason, and I'm not quite sure where the reasoning came from, we just decided to keep growing the population and strip away the security or the risk assets we had that underwrite us. So the simple test of sovereignty, when you really come down to it, is can the population eat if a global trade stops? Now, we're importing, I think the number I heard earlier today was circa $40 billion worth of food. And again, before the millennial drought, that was only $1 billion worth of food. Can the nation power itself? It's a question. Can it finance itself? That's another question. You know, those that are old enough will remember how the Senate blocked supply and that famous Pakistani gentleman called Kimlani was going to finance us. And can it defend itself? Well, that's another question. So what we've really got to be able to do is say, if we want to win the debate on water, and if we want to improve water, we've actually got to be able to, how do you say, inspire the populace or the greater constituency of Australia to take its focus off environmental pursuits to start focusing on security pursuits, the sovereignty of the nation. So if you put Australia in direct context of where we are today, and again, I'll go back to those pillars, water policy is principally being driven by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. So water policy, then you come into agricultural policy, our food, which is connected to water policy. And then you can talk about our energy mix, and I won't elaborate on that because we all know what it is. Then we talk about our population growth, and our population growth growing at circa 1.5 to 1.6% per annum. So if you look out into the future, it's not going to take long to compound ourselves out to 38, 40 million people. And then if you look at our geography, and especially the geopolitical risk around it today, I'm quite convinced that when the Chinese survey ship that circumnavigated Australia wasn't looking for a beach to swim at, they were looking for something else. But the most interesting thing about that was when that ship arrived, it didn't arrive by itself. It arrived up between the Cape and New Guinea. It arrived with 2 survey ships, a submarine and an oiler. I mean, those guys were on a mission. And the last time we got circumnavigated was by Basin Flinders, and they were trying to work out the continent, and I'm pretty sure the Chinese are trying to work it out as well. So the bottom line with security, you know, the bottom line with sovereign security, it equals control, resilience and independence, and it's the capacity of a nation to feed, power, finance and defend itself under any condition. And I think where we sit today, and especially when we look at water, water ultimately becomes politicised, and every time we go into an election, it becomes weaponised. And it's really the great urban metroplex of our major cities against the regional areas. And the reality of what we've got to be able to do is take the narrative that's there today, that we are not environmental vandals, we are quite capable and responsible people with a big job, which is to deliver food product to your table, and turn the narrative into turning water into a sovereign asset as opposed to an environmental asset. So now I move out of that and come into my document I prepared for today. So if you look at the investment thesis of the Murray-Darling Basin project itself, what is that thesis? At present, Australia's water policy is largely contextualised as an environmental policy. It was a reaction to the millennial drought formed during a period of genuine concern for ecological resilience, but without significant regard to the realities of a growing nation operating within a complex geopolitical arena and in a challenging climatic environment. I don't think any of those issues were addressed. Now, if you step back and looked at our forefathers, what did they do when they went through those periods of drought? They invested in infrastructure to put us where we are today. So in essence, water is principally an environmental policy and priority asset. We adopted our water extraction model where we went to our productive and domestic pool and decided to extract a large volume out of it and place it away from food production. We funded it with debt. Now, the reality of our $1.3 trillion worth of debt is that part of that debt, the $13 to $14 billion that we funded it with, was debt. And if you take the debt, it has to service interest, and ultimately one day it's paid back. We also made an assumption that all known investable potential water storage sites were either non-economic or hydrologically unviable. And we took that from the heralding voice of a guy called Tim Flannery, who told us there at a time, and even had our politicians convinced, that the dams might never fill again and water won't flow into them as it once did. Then we looked again even further and started trying to work out how we're managing ourselves. And there's a host of international treaties and agreements around how we manage ourselves. You know, Darren spoke of Ramsar. There's the Bonn Agreement. There's the BirdLife International. There's the International Union for Conservation of Nature, and it goes on and on and on. And I think one of our single biggest challenges in Australia is we're not managing Australia for Australians and ourselves. These treaties we've got, these agreements we've got, cloud our ability to be realistic with what the challenges we've got to manage. So you look at the MDBA and say, well, what does it cost us? Now, we just referred to the cost of capital, and if you use the 10-year bond rate today, the Australian bond rate at 4.85%, and you apply that across the $13 to $14 billion, the cost of running the MDBA, the cost of running the CHU, the New South Wales, the Vic Water, and then have a look at some of the depreciation and the annual cost of repair and maintenance, and the $100 million that they've budgeted to do the MDBA review, $100 billion to do the review. Now, I'm not talking about lost productivity, lost community infrastructure, or anything like that, but I am going to talk about the class action that goes in on top of it. But just to run the MDBA and pay the interest on the bill, if you had to take a guess at it, it's a pretty big number. And to put that number in perspective, the Wagga-based hospital cost $1 billion to build over the last 4 years and gave us a really good hospital. The MDBA program to run it every year is costing 2.5 Wagga-based hospitals per year. It's just short of $2.4 billion a year to run the Murray-Darling Basin program. And I haven't counted in the lost employment, the lost regional benefit, the lost productivity, the sales, etc. They're on top of that again. So you've really got to say to yourself, what are the residents of the MDBA missing out on? I know Albury wants a hospital. And I go, well, here's 2.5 hospitals if you want them, just in the MDA program. But what else are we missing out on when it comes to education assets, aged care assets, childcare assets, etc.? So the major unintended consequences of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, as I see it, is that we went into it with a woke and a set of wet pants on after the millennial drought, totally in conflict to our forefathers who would have addressed it and built infrastructure. We traded drought resilience for environmental preferences. We traded regional community resilience for environmental preferences. We traded our food security, our food affordability for environmental preferences. And in turn, we've traded national sovereignty for environmental preference as well. Investing in annual compounding operating cost at a loss to the community of assets of importance. And those assets of importance, as I'm talking about, are the community assets of hospitals, schools and education. Another big unintended consequence is we shifted Australia from a domestic food production to a more import-reliant food chain. We've increased the carbon footprint on our food consumption by importing food. A lot of it's frozen or chilled, consuming a lot of energy. And we've introduced vulnerability to the Australian food supply. That's kind of just where we are today. So if you look at from 26 to 2050, where we will push on that current 1.5 to 1.6 population growth, will we reach 2050 with 38 to 40 million people. We'll have a rapid change in the Australian culture because we're doing half it from immigrants and half it from natural childbirth. And the majority of the natural childbirth compared to the traditional Australian who's having 2 children per family, the other families, the first immigrant mothers, are having 7 to 9 children. We're growing the bird industry, just the chicken industry itself, it's compounding growing at 4% annually. And then if you take the chicken industry, if you take the Biata assets at Griffith, take the JB assets at Yanco and their Coro assets together, just in processing animals itself, there's something like 7,500 employees in there who work the various shifts. You take the feed milling, the raising of the birds, the whole lot again, and there's another 7,500. So there's roughly 15,000 people employed in the lower Murray-Darling Basin just in animal protein processing. And the reality is if we can't grow the feeds to grow those animals, those people quickly come out of work. So we're running really big risks there. And of course, then you look at all the other industries that employ a lot of people, rice milling, flour milling, wineries, nut processing, cotton ginning, packing houses, juice manufacturing, etc. All are underwritten by water. All are underwritten by water. So then you've got to ask your question, what are the water needs of Australia beyond 26? So what is the population growth plan? Well, that's pretty difficult to determine at the moment, because even though we talk about childbirth, the whole lot hinges on immigration, but it also hinges on the confidence of family to have children and grow. And at the moment, with the next generation of parents coming on who are experiencing their first oh shit experience with an economy, because they're going to be their first hit with rising interest rates and fuel rates where they are, there is not the confidence there to go and grow a big family. So when you look at it also is, what is the Australian Food Security Plan? Have we got one? No, we haven't got. What is our policies on food affordability, and what is the philosophy that drives it? Because that will soon to tell you what happens to the discretionary spend out of the pocket. Do people go on holidays? Do they go to the movies, etc.? That's all part of the economy. So again, I just come back to the water policy is largely contextualised as an environmental policy. It was a reaction of the community and our democracy to the millennial drought. It became politicised, and then it became weaponised. So again, we've adopted a water extraction policy. The difference between a water extraction policy versus a water investment policy is quite simple. These two represent... You want to be part of the conversation? Come up here. The water extraction policy versus a water infrastructure policy. And I think this is where we've fundamentally gone wrong with our response to the millennial drought. These represent two fundamentally different strategic philosophies. They are often confused as policy tools, yet in practice they reflect the opposing model of how to maintain and manage nations' resources in scarcity while you're growing the population and trying to reduce the sovereign risk. An extraction policy is what we've got. It manages scarcity. An investment policy builds capacity. An extraction policy is the allocation of politics across water. An infrastructure investment policy is a nation building investment. An extraction policy is shorter policy cycles, where an investment policy is a multi-decades of planning. An extraction policy is a redistribution mindset, which is what we just had, and we've got. An infrastructure investment policy is an expansion mindset. Extraction policy is conflict-driven, which is exactly what we talked about today, and I'm trying to highlight in the security of Australia, as opposed to an investment policy, which is growth-orientated. So the core strategic difference is an extraction policy asks who gets the water. An investment strategy, infrastructure strategy asks how to ensure there's enough water. The first is fundamentally about political management, and the second one is fundamentally about economic expansion and strategic nation building. Put simply again, an extraction policy is the behaviour of a mature nation managing limits. An infrastructure investment is the behaviour of a growing nation building its future. And I know where I want to be. I want to be in the second, not the former. So the first realistic question we must explore between ourselves is for whom, in other words, how big will the population be, and for when, in what future time, are we drafting the next Australian water policy or Murray-Darling Basin Plan number 2? If you don't have those answers, it's very difficult to do. But at the moment, the Murray-Darling Basin is designing and drafting and setting the policies for the future, not only for the environment, but it's also setting the policy for food policy, water infrastructure policy, national security, doing all this without reference to the Ministry of Defence, the Ministry of Treasury, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Internal Affairs, Immigration, Health or Education. I mean, we have really empowered the Murray-Darling Basin Authority with ultimate power over Australia, because this whole review program at the moment, no one's going back to those other departments and saying, where does this fit with the sovereign security of our nation? So when you're analysing risk, it requires two inputs. The probability of failure, in other words, what is the probability of this plan failing and really putting our national security at risk? And here's the most important one, it's understanding the consequence of failure. You need to both know both those when you make these decisions. and again in the Murray-Darling Basin Review, these aren't being addressed, and they need to be addressed. Because we as a nation today, and I go back to the start of my speech, when you look at the vulnerability of the nation today with energy, with debt, and with drought and food, we are pretty vulnerable. And the size of the nation and our defences, we need our allies to come to our help, and our allies currently at the moment are preoccupied. So this will, if you go through it all, we've got to be able to determine, in consideration to determine managing decline through allocation or pursue growth through capacity building and investment. And I know the Australia that I want to be in, I want to pursue growth through capacity building and investment. I want to secure the nation from our sovereign risk. And to do that, you've got to have good, forward-looking water policy that doesn't fear the future, it actually makes the future. So thanks very much.
You've been eyeing it off, haven't you, Mr. Box?
Rightio. Thank you, David. We're going to have a brief question session. So, first cab off the rank. Man deserves a bottle of wine. Do we have a roving speaker somewhere? Thanks, Soph.
Field, and that's where I belong.
He's already got one here.
Yeah, Darren, has he got that on? Yeah, that's going. When I first read Ken Jury's, no? When I first read Ken Jury's figures on the water going in and out of the lakes in a day, I thought to myself, that's a hell of a lot of water. And going through an area like that, you have to sell it. And I thought to myself, a wheel generating electricity, isn't that hydroelectricity? And one light bulb might sell it to the South Australians. Is that possible?
They would rather have an interconnector from Victoria to South Australia and one from New South Wales to keep the lights on. Yeah, look, it's possible, but Ken's right. You know, when they built those barrages, they destroyed 90% of the estuary, which was in Lake Alexandrina. The other 10%, which is the Coorong, is stuffed. So they've destroyed 100% of the estuary, you know. Well, maybe a few percent they could argue survives, but they've destroyed most of the estuary. And the tidal movements you're talking about, I forget the figure, I think 70,000 megs a day, twice a day, going in and out, then in and out. And that's not going to keep the Murray mouth open. There is a, it's a bit more complicated, but there's no doubt that here we are, the flood's finished, and they've got dredges working on the Murray mouth. Something's fundamentally wrong. And I can tell you those dredges weren't required previously because there was enough flow still with the groundwater supplies coming down the system to keep the Murray mouth open. How do I know that? Because in 67, 68 drought, in this report that Professor Borman had also was involved in the other report saying they were lower lakes predominantly fresh, which is a load of bullshit. But in this report, it quotes the 67, 68 drought when the barrages were closed for 1.5 years, so no flows from the Murray-Darling Basin, and the Murray mouth never closed. And then 81, 82, after only 180 days, they closed for the first time. And when I read that, and he couldn't explain it, when I read that, I knew exactly what happened, because all the young winemakers I've been studying enology with at Roseworthy were all going down to the southeast, and some of them were complaining about the aquifer dropping. So it wasn't too hard. In 81, 82, they finally stuffed up the aquifer flows that sustain keeping the Murray mouth open. 67, 68, still enough flows going into it. And if you go back earlier, 500 gigalitres was the original estimate for environmental flows. Then they upped it to 1,000. Then a few years ago, it was 1,500. Then it became 2,750. Then it became 325. And if then we've got that idiot Professor David Baden talking about in excess of 4,000, and I believe the correct figure now is 6,000 to 7,000 gigalitres to maintain the lower lakes as an artificial elevated freshwater system. Because I can tell you what, as a natural estuary, it's impossible for fresh water to get into the Coorong from the Murray-Darling system. Impossible. And they can only do it as an artificial elevated system.
Oh, that means at least 5 light poles.
My name's Alan. I've got a farm just out of Kerrang, and two things. First one is I'm disillusioned with the politicians and the water because of where my property is. There's a junction, and there's a Loddon, the Sheepwash Creek, and then the main concrete regulators. And without the gates being open, the lakes don't get any water from my place up to Swan Hill. And the politicians seem to, when they tell us a flood's coming and it's peaked at Kerrang, they still got no gates open. And I've had this argument with CMA and Gold Murray Water, and they've said, oh, but water's money. And then when they let go a hell of a lot all in one hit and bang-o, and the communities and, your farms get affected and fences and that, they said, oh, it's not our problem because it's flood water. But they've contributed it because instead of letting it gradually go, they let go 6 gates at once, and you can hear the water for a kilometre. So, I'm disillusioned with them. And my second one is to Jody. About 3 years ago, I live on a no-through road where I am, and I had about 6 or 8 government cars come to my house, and they were all from Melbourne, and they said, we need permission to use your property for 2 weeks. And I said, how come? And they said, we're pretty sure we're wasting our time, but we're, how did they say it? We're looking to make sure before we extinct, say a fish is extinct, we've got to do all the tests to see if there's any around. And like I said, there must have been a dozen people there, and they were all from Melbourne, and they said, so we'll be at your property for 2 weeks. So anyway, after about 8 or 10 days, they were yahooing and carrying on and all that, and I said, what's happened? They said, the fish that we thought was extinct is 50 metres from your property, and they had nets in over the night and during the morning, and they caught 50 in one net, and that was a spotted gudgeon. They had never, and whoever the leader was said on the first day, oh, we're wasting our time, we know we'll go back to Melbourne and say they're extinct. And yeah, so my property, 2 or 3 years before Jody mentioned it, and it's just in the reefs, they just got them in the right spot, and they came back a few months later and they could get 50 in a net just like that. And, but when I know the government's really stuffing it up is when I see the carp dying in the water, because it stinks, it's black, it's green, it's everything. So from one aspect, I've gone from disillusioned with politicians, but on the other, I felt like a proud father when they said, do you realise the meaning of this? And I said, yeah, there's fish. And they said, no, we thought we'd go back to Melbourne and say they're extinct. So
Probably we're the ones that they're stopping our dam.
but that was a couple of years before.
Yeah.
It was back in 2022 or something.
Possibly the stock that they use to for breeding and then putting them out into the refuge places that they're seeking now. So they may have... Yeah, no, but they probably used yours as breeding stock. Yeah, they're cute.
That kind of answers the second part of your question, but I think the bigger part of the question is that what are we going to do with advancing Australia? And we're advancing Australia with a population growth without planning the rest of the nation at the same time. And planning the rest of the nation is making sure that we can take this water extraction policy and reverse it into a water investment policy. So we need to be able to build more dams. And the only way we're going to do that is with the most powerful bit of currency that there is in the world is the vote. And that's why we've got to be able to recontextualise what the Murray-Darling Basin program is. The Murray-Darling Basin program is weakening the sovereign security of the nation. And we've got to really start focusing on educating that narrative then through to every marginal seat across the country, so that all of a sudden it's got political relevance to it instead of political irrelevance.
To the water's money, but then they cause the problem with the water. Oh, it's not our problem, it's a flood problem.
No, look, I'll just come back to what I'm saying is we've got to get relevant about the sovereignty and the security of the nation. First of all, we're overpopulating it at the moment. We're not matching it with the resources we need. We've got a fuel risk. We're going to end up with a food risk. We've got a fertiliser risk coming in over the top of us, and we're doing nothing about it. Because the narrative we've got at the moment, what we've been defending today, is we've been arguing the Murray-Darling Basin program, where I think you've got to change the narratives and start arguing the sovereignty, protection of the nation, and where water fits inside it.
Just on a side note, I attended a really amazing day with the Western Murray Land Improvement Group, where we did catch some small-bodied fish, and you're talking about, food security. And it was pretty amazing. They cooked up these small-bodied fish, like whitebait, and apparently they're the food source that has sustained Indigenous cultures forever. So even if there is food security, if we've got enough little fish in our channels and waterways, we may be able to sustain ourselves.
So what was it?
Well, they were all sorts. They were like carp gudgeon, flathead gudgeon. Is Roger still here? Yeah, Rog, what were the fish in the Pollack? It was an amazing day. The smelts, yeah. And apparently they hold enough nourishment that was, for 1 to 5 year olds, it was nearly all the nourishment that children needed from these little tiny small-bodied fish. So
I think that's, again, I'm not trying to be authoritarian or anything, but the reality is we're at 30 million now, going to 40 plus million people. The Indigenous nation, I don't think got beyond 800,000 to 900,000 people. And I just think what we've really got to be able to do is really focus on, if we want to change how we invest in water, instead of buying debt to close it down, we've got to change the narrative. And we've got to get people focused on the security of the nation, cost of food and resilience of food.
Righto, we're just going to have one more question, then we're going to do the raffle and wrap up. So Lou, hit us with it.
I was just going to say, as the end of that discussion, I think what we all know is that the environment is in our own landscapes, and that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority hasn't recognised that. And as part of this review, they really need to go back to the start and say, what have we got? What's the benefit of our flows that we currently have? Water has dual purposes, and if they work with our communities, then they can get a better environmental bang for their buck. But at this stage, it's still command and control from a region that's not our region.
She's up at the desk. Rightio, very good. Well, Geoff, do you want to organise your raffle?
Yeah. Is there anyone in the room that hasn't got a raffle ticket? Because if you haven't, you've got yours. Yep. Okay.
And the gentleman in the front row, Geoff, too, please. Well, that's good. We'll have to trust you.
Wait, you've got one? Wait, come out. There you go. Sorry, Lloyd, this is going to take a minute or two.
Well,
the motion should be return the 3,000 gigalitres. That's what the motion should be.
Would you like to speak to that? I'll get you to do it. So do you want to do the motion or do you want to...
Oh, well, we can do a couple of motions.
So while Geoff's handing out the last remaining tickets, Sophie's just going to put a couple of motions to the floor to see if we can get a consensus on them.
Okay, well, we've just been handed a motion from Darren, and he said that we should call for the whole return of the whole 3,000 gigalitres of water under the Basin Plan. So there's support for that. And then another one was just no more water recovery. So no more buybacks, no more SIDLAM shortfall, no relaxing of constraints because they're all mechanisms to deliver water downstream. So we would just wanted to see if there was support in the room for that. So is there support to just stop everything and, yep, perfect. And we had...
Then return the 3,000
yeah. That was our couple.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone in favour? Yeah, the ayes have it for sure. While Geoff finished madly folding up the tickets, I would just like to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone who's attended today and all the volunteers involved in making this happen. And of course, our sponsors. There's a list of sponsors in the program who helped fund the afternoon tea, the advertising for the event. Like so many Murray-Darling Basin programs, we're all volunteer run. So our event sponsors were De Bortoli Wines, Mawson's, Arley Park, Polled Wagyu, Doug Faring, and the Riverina Sustainable Land and Water Management Plans. Thank you also to Helen Dalton for hanging out the whole day, and also Steph Cook, the Shadow Water Minister for New South Wales. And thank you for our Farrar by-election candidates as well. Are you ready to go, Geoff? Let's get this thing wrapped up.
Here you go, David. Fire away, Tony. You first, then David, then Darren. A70. A70. Hey, half dozen boxes of the beautiful Darren De Bortoli and the De Bortoli family's wines. Thank you, Darren. Is it the one wine or is it a mixture? That's a mixture of half a dozen mixture of wines. Thank you very much, Darren, for that. David.
Number 20.
Number A20. A20 in the room? Orange, A20. Okay, we'll try again.
It's going to be a process of elimination.
Yeah, it will be. It might be too.
Got to be here to win it.
This is an interesting one. Blue A31.
Blue A31. No. Try once more and then I'm going down to Darren.
You're not lucky, David. Blue A40. Mine's 36.
Blue A40. Blue A40. Is there an A40 in here? No, let's try Darren. See if we're a bit more luckier down this end. Jody, you've done well so far. One hit. Beautiful.
Blue A7.
Blue A7. All the blues have gone home to bed.
I'll get an orange one.
Get it. Right, what do we got here?
Yeah, we have a orange.
Orange.
A41.
A41. Orange, A41. Jeepers, we're not going very well. Lloyd.
Can't even give it away.
Darren, Lloyd.
A74.
Yes, Kevin, well done. $100 fuel voucher coming your way.
That'll help get you back to South Australia, Kevin.
Here we go. Orange A47.
Orange A47. A47, yes. The lucky lady down the back there. Thank you.
And what did they win, Geoff?
They won a $100 fuel voucher also, the lady down the back. So congratulations. Look, on behalf of Central Murray Environmental Floodplains Group, our group, the guys, and especially to the guys that have helped set this up and run it today. To our speakers, thank you very kindly, the 23 of you. Done a wonderful job today. Thanks to the audio guys as well. Thanks to you, the audience. A massive thanks, though, I must say, to Sophie Baldwin, Jan Beer, Geoff Wakeman, and Lloyd. Thank you for helping us out, organising this and getting it up and going. Thank you.
This is the end from the floor. Thank you, Geoff, and your team. It's an incredible day you've put on. Darren, thank you for backing this show. It wouldn't have happened without you. We've got so much information today to take home, but I'll give you one really old one. If you're doing today what you did yesterday and expect a different outcome tomorrow, you will be bitterly disappointed. You've got the opportunity to make a change here that's going to rock the nation, and think hard what's coming up in the next few weeks, because that's the only way. The only political friend you've got is Helen Dalton, and she's gone. That's the only political friend. You need more political friends, and you won't get it unless you change what you've done in the past. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Thank you, everyone.